Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome once again to a sunny Paul Fletcher International in Lincolnshire for a big, big day. The final day of the season for these 2025 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We are going to see more British champions crowned here today in a very dramatic set of races for both the ROTAX categories and the F100 UK O plates. My name is Andrew Mather. Great to have you with us once again. Henry Baudet alongside me. Henry, what a day we had yesterday for the penultimate round of the championships in the ROTAX categories. The weather was up and down and causing absolute chaos out there for the drivers and for the mechanics in the awnings as well. Calmer conditions today. Here it is, your near 1.4 kilometre circuit, just over 30 years of racing here at PFI, and a great circuit to finish a season on. I'd say it's calmer conditions. It's the calm after the storm at the moment.
It's calm in the sky. It's not going to be calm in the paddock, and the mechanics are not going to be calm looking at our weather graphics, which is forecast to rain at about 3 o'clock. Let's remind you, the finals start at 3 o'clock. There we go. Perfect. But we'll hope that that doesn't come to pass, because quite simply, this is the most dramatic. This will be the most tense day of ROTAX karting in the United Kingdom. There are 7 tickets available to the ROTAX Grand Finals. British Championships to be decided in 3 classes. Yesterday, Jacob Ashcroft became the first British champion in the ROTAX division for 2025, winning the Junior ROTAX crown. In Micromax, it looks like it's going to be a head-to-head fight between Benedictus Masiokas and Dian Singh Pahal. In Minimax, then it's going to be a fight between the likes of, well, Emerson McAndrew-Uren is chipping away. He's got the advantage over Riley Murrow, Alfie Mayer, Ryan White, and even Tom Reed have a chance. And in seniors, well, that is anybody's guess. Matthew Higgins, Harry Bartle, Lewis Gilbert, Archie Walker, Matty Hingley are still mathematically in with a chance. As you look at the marshalling team, the best in the country here at Trent Valley Kart Club, heading out on post as drivers, James Kell being the first on to the dummy grid, ready for heat number 1 of the day. Hello to everybody watching in on the live chat for the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and also on the Karting UK YouTube channel. Unfortunately, Isaac Barker is watching. Not racing, his ribs gave out yesterday. He is watching. Hello, Isaac. We'd love to see your views, Isaac, during your class in Junior ROTAX. We've got a driver that raced yesterday in Junior ROTAX watching live today. Please, Isaac, during the junior races, give us your thoughts. It's going to be a great help to the viewers back home. Well, hello to Alfie Garrett supporters, Michael Burke watching in Australia, Craig Corbett down in New Zealand. A lot of people tuning in for the Formula F100 UK drivers. Yes. But Andrew Mather, and I'm going to see, we've got a camera up in the commentary box, and I think we're going to see we had some gifts. We have. We had some gifts as we watch this. So, firstly, thank you to the Oman family. Well, Lindsay, really. Yeah. Mother Oman. Well, Lindsay has obviously given me 2 iron brews, Oldham and a group. Thank you very much.
Energy guaranteed.
Andrew Mather, you have got some Jaffa cakes. There we are. Now,
90% of the time, they work all the time against the commentary curse.
Is there, I mean, I'm thinking there's orange. And I'm just wondering.
It is a thing, isn't it?
Well, because, Tristram and Austin, maybe. But of course, they haven't forgotten the wonderful Alpha Live career. Producer James Fitzhugh in the background. These are for Alpha Crew. There you go, James. Have them there. No.
Have them after work.
For the whole team here at Alpha Live as well, thank you. It's we really do appreciate families taking the time to supply us with goodies here in the commentary box. He's going to steal it. He's got it.
He's quick, isn't he?
He's quick, that James Fitzhugh. Wonderful thing. Yeah, there's no swinging chairs here for those of you.
Well, there's this one, and we're keeping this out your way.
Yes, no, I'm not allowed to sit down today, but no one's going to be sitting down today, Andrew. This is the big one. 2 tickets in senior, 2 in junior. Now, junior age categories for the grand finals. If you're 15. Then you're too old. If you're 15 in juniors in the UK, you can race in juniors. You can't race in the grand final. So unfortunately, the likes of Leon Hasty, Noel Barham, Matteo Palazzo, Charlie Wolfit, they're too old to get tickets. But so the fight for the tickets in juniors: Albie Lapper, Harry Freeman, Rayan Gandor. Now, there's a question. Rayan Gandor, the way that the tickets are allocated, this is a national level event. As you're looking at the KR Sport team there, plenty of, and a couple of interlopers from Strawberry. In national level events, tickets only go to drivers with a licence from that country.
Yes.
So, Rayan Gandor, being Canadian, racing at the moment on a Canadian licence, he would have to get a British licence to represent Team UK in the grand finals, should he wish to. It happened before. There's previous there with Sebastian Mins, who raced on a Belgian licence during the British Championship, got a ticket and then converted to a British licence to represent Team UK in, I believe, Portimao 2022. But of course, the Wera Tools British Championship, then that is... that is the key today. Nanny Bams, Barbara Lapper, Albie Lapper, yesterday's winner in juniors. Want to say hello. We always say hello to Nanny Bams. We want to say hello to Mark. Mark Lapper, Albie's granddad. I know Mark is not wonderfully well at the moment. Would be able to come to the circuit. The whole family are behind you. I know that you're really, really proud of everything that Albie achieves, and hope that Nanny Babs is looking after you as well. First race of the day. Now, there is already drivers chopping and changing their positions on the dummy grid. I wonder if that is because, that's because Jacob Ashcroft went out this morning, did his qualifying, got his signing on bonus, 20 points, and has now said enough's enough.
He wants to watch.
He's going to do more than watch. He is going to come up and we're going to grab him and he's going to come up and do commentary with you for one of the races. So Jacob, when you're listening, you're going to be coming up and doing the next Junior ROTAX race in the commentary box.
This is the unofficial provisional champion's duty.
It's a duty, yes. And
2 drivers did it 2 weeks ago at Wilton Mill, so he has to do it now. He
told me he's actually really good. When he's, he said when they're doing F1 and playing like a PlayStation party, driving F1 or sim racing with his mates, that he commentates and he's really good. He's obviously been listening to you and Anthony Jordan. Is there an onboard camera?
Oh, there is.
Oh, there is. And it's only belonging to Joel Dixon Cohen, who starts in the front row of this grid after a season's best qualifying session for Thule Motorsports. There is a look. 8 minutes of racing. Junior ROTAX, Heat 1 of the day, is up next.
So we kick off then with Junior ROTAX. It's the start of a brand new round. Jacob Ashcroft will not take the start of this race. The championship is sealed. He does not need to do any more. So Sebastian Louche will inherit pole position. Joel Dixon Cohen carrying our camera will start from second. Kai Clark's had a decent start to the day as well. On your provisional row 3, remember everyone's moving up one spot here. Sebastian Clark and Finley Buck up next Noah Barham and Matteo Palazzo both going for seeded plates. What can they do there from row 4?
McBain and Kell, row 5. Morris and Ratcliffe are up next. Then it's Gandor, Lapper, King and Large. The field round out by Paul, Wade, Kohler, Baker, and then Fox Whiteley, Archer, Smith, sadly not Isaac Barker, Zach Turner starting at the back.
A good qualifying there from Samir Paul. Good to see the privateer a little bit higher up the grid than we've seen previously in the season. Sun is out then here. It's feeling very autumnal here today at PF International. What are we going to see in this first race of the day? Drivers are ready, we're ready. 8 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. It's a solid start from Luce from pole position into the first chicane. It's a little bit green out there on circuit. There was a lot of rain here overnight. Luce holding the lead in the early stages. Got a challenge from Kai Clark, who's had a decent start as well, having hopped up to the inside of row number 2. Down towards the first hairpin, then Finley Buck is on the attack there in the Ultimate R machine, already up to 3rd.
Finley Buck has an awful lot of motivation. He runs 10th in the standings, the last national seeded plate. Now, Joel Dixon Cohen missed the grid gate for the final yesterday. James Kell directly in front of him had a problem on the rolling lap. Pierce Way scrambling for grips to the Fullerton S's. This opens the door. The gloves are off. We could see a brand new winner here today with Ashcroft not out there. Then the door is open. Albie Lapper not qualifying wonderfully well. Barham and Joel Dixon Cohen almost gave our camera a very, very up close and personal view with a barrier there on the exit. I wonder if we'll see an Alpha Live replay of that as we come off the bridge. And running wide, James Cowles having a storming race for the Coles Racing team down towards hairpin number 1.
Very close there off of hairpin number 1, nearly 3 wide, and James Kell finds himself out on the curb, loses a couple of positions through hairpin 2 go the field. Let's have a look at a replay from earlier in this race. Now, what are we going to see here? This is on board Joel Dixon Cohen, who runs wide. That wall's going to get very, very close to us, but wow. Joel pulls it back onto the circuit just in time. No Barham's on the move, but has had a warning flag from the race officials. 6 minutes of this race to go. End of lap number 2. Let's count them through. Your race leader is not going to be Kai Clark, because Matteo Palazzo on the scene down the inside. The Scotsman takes the lead of this race. Finley Buck still there in 3rd ahead of Sebastian Luce. Joel Dixon Cohen in 5th, with Ryan Gandor having a good run there in 6th place. The GP plate is on the move as well. Albie Lapper started this race in the middle of the pack, had gained a couple of positions by the end of the last lap, as there's Gandor down the inside, takes 5th place away from Joel Dixon Cohen.
Matteo Palazzo, the karting gods, Matteo Palazzo won after yesterday. If we recall that Palazzo qualified on pole for the final, and the kart would not fire. Here we go. Isaac Barker enjoying the racing. Obviously, you know, in the wet conditions yesterday, the drivers, they wouldn't have driven in sunny conditions so far this weekend. Isaac, what would the drivers be trying to do on a track that is far different to what they experienced yesterday or in practice? So that's a question for Isaac Barker. Put your answer in the live chat. We've got a driver watching from the sideline, Louis Ratcliffe out of the race.
Yeah, it's been shown the mechanical flag for a safety issue. We'll try and catch what that is in a few moments. I tell you what, I like the mid-race pace of Finley Buck and Sebastian Luce here. They've been able to close in on these top 2 KR Sport drivers, the chase pack as well, as Zach Turner receives a 5-second penalty. Remember, these drivers, yes, Ashcroft stepped aside, so that's another driver, you know, kind of out of the way for everybody else, but there is still a repercharge to set today. 28 drivers from this field across the 3 groups will qualify directly into the final. There will be another 6 spots available from the repercharge, but you don't want to be in that repercharge. If you can have a solid start in this first heat, you can guide your way towards the big race that will culminate things here today as Joel Dixon-Cohen under pressure here from Ryan Gandor. That's a lovely move from the Canadian up to 5th place, down the hill once again, top 4 working together, back on board with Joel Dixon-Cohen now down towards hairpin number 1. On the brakes, tidy line to the apex, out onto the curb on driver's left as there's a change at the front. Clark has taken the lead of the race. Palazzo down to 3rd, could be 4th. Luce down the inside into the Fullerton S's. Nice move there from the SPR driver. This has already been the strongest performance of a race weekend. As there's a move from the 222 of Jared Fox-Whiteley, one of the heroes from yesterday's final. Put those slicks on, 3 minutes for making a miraculous victory work. He's fired up today to get some more points on the board. Back on board with Joel Dixon-Cohen.
You see Dixon-Cohen, that slipstream effect drawing him up as he flashes under the Litchfield Bridge, out into the bowl section, under pressure from behind. Dixon-Cohen fends off, or does he get passed there by the Dan Holland Racing Kart of Noah Barham. Finley Buck in 2nd place.
Finley Buck in the lead.
Finley Buck has gone to the race lead. Again, there's that motivation. I can imagine his dad, Jonathan's got it right. Top 10. This is the day where you can get a national seed. Finley goes, don't worry, Dad, let me do the rest. Luce 2nd, Kai Clark 3rd, Palazzo in 4th. Gandor up to 5th position. He's got a lot to think about today. And Jared Fox-Whiteley, he's at it again. 21st on the grid. He is up to 6th. Spoken to Jack Marsh yesterday. Jack's been away from the circuit for a couple of months. Obviously, lots of work. Oh, no, the top 4 have crashed. The top 4 have just crashed out of the race. Unbelievable, Jeff.
And your new race leader is Ryan Gandor. Jared Fox-Whiteley's up to 2nd place here. What happened there?
Out of the window. That was 1st defending, 2nd nudging 1st, spinning them both round. Here we go. Well, enough of talking about it. Let's watch what happened. Buck defending, Luce trying the crossover. Oh, dearie me.
Well, Noah Barham did well there to not get caught involved in all of that. As back on board with Joel Dixon-Cohen, through goes Sebastian Luce. This race has been completely turned on its head. 1 minute to go. New race leader, Ryan Gandor. Jared Fox-Whiteley now at 19 positions in this race. And Jared Fox-Whiteley's got a tighter line up round the bowl. Sticks it down the inside onto the Litchfield Bridge. Side by side, off the bridge. Here comes Albie Lepper on the scene. Through goes Jared Fox-Whiteley into the lead of this race. What a sensational first heat we are having on the final day of the season. Not done yet, though. There's still 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Albie Lepper, winner in the final yesterday in those torrential rain conditions, wants another victory here into the Fullerton S's. And again, don't count out those 4 drivers who used to lead this race. Palazzo's refound his pace and is closing in.
Here is Joel Dixon-Cohen following William Archer into the Mike Wilson complex. Jared Fox-Whiteley, I can't speak highly enough of this young man. It's his first season, but he's under pressure now. Ryan Gandor, I spoke to Ryan this morning. This is Ryan's got a lot going on at the moment because he didn't realise that racing on a Canadian licence, he didn't realise he couldn't get a ticket. He thought he could. So he's now got to think, okay, I want to go to Bahrain. It's something I've been working for all year. If I go to Bahrain, because of the licensing issues, I'm going to have to represent Team UK as Lapper goes through. And you know what? He has gone out like a cannon. And he's working so hard, so well, because, the drivers want this so badly. Lapper on his hair. Palazzo to the inside of Lapper. Great move there from Palazzo. Jared Fox-Whiteley, though, to take the lead, that was an insane move. And we are starting the final lap investigation for Sebastian Luce. I would imagine that would have been for that incident. James Kell sets the fastest lap of the race. Final lap. Motorsport Magpie has given the top 3 drivers in this race have gained, well, Jared Fox-Whiteley up 20 places, Ryan Gando up 11, Matteo Palazzo up 5, including a crash. Albi Lapper is 4th, up 10.
Up 10. It's been a sensational 1+5 second penalty for the 276 of Kai Clark. The battle for second is really, really not done here. Jared Fox-Whiteley looks to have this race won. Ryan Gandor trying to hold on to these crucial intermediate points in this first heat of the day. But what a drive this has been from Jared Fox-Whiteley. What a drive it was yesterday. The weather gods did not play ball, but here Jared Fox-Whiteley takes heat 1 from way back on the grid. Ryan Gandor secures second place ahead of the inform Albi Lapper, Finley Buck, Sebastian Luce, Matteo Palazzo, Noah Barham, Joshua Bomber-Smith, Eva Morris and William Archer, all in a top 10, covered by less than 4 seconds. That's not Jared Fox-Whiteley. That man's done a lot of winning this year. But Jared Fox-Whiteley wins that one in the end by 2.2 seconds. 20 places gained in dry conditions, Henry.
And winning by 2.2 seconds. If Jared Fox-Whiteley learns to qualify, he going to be a problem. He going to be a problem. Because, that's why Jack's Motorsport works so hard to get him in a position where he can race in the British Championship full time. There were 28 other drivers in that race. 24 other drivers in that race. Looking down the order, outside the top 10, we had Joel Dixon-Cohen 11th, Pierce Wade up to 12th, McBain, James Kell, Kai Clark down in 15th with a penalty as well. Charlie King, Connor Large, Benjamin Barker, Zach Turner, Sebastian Clark, Samia Paul, Sam Kohler, Lubiat Radcliffe was the only retiree, and obviously Jacob Ashcroft and Isaac Barker non-starters. Lewis Gilbert has family watching in Melbourne, Australia. The Wera Tours British Championship is a hotbed of fandom in Australia, I have to say. I did meet another Australian this morning. Well, Kai Veach's mum, who is walking around the paddock with Betty the Bulldog. Betty has got a full KR Sport vest and top on. Yes. Excellent. So now I know why Veach Tech always looks so happy, because Betty is lovely. If you haven't watched the paddock show from last night, there is Dan Ashton, and that's not the cameraman standing on a step. That's just Dan Small.
Of course, even though he wears his platform shoes.
Okay, boys and girls, there might be. If you thought that we got excited in that first race, well. This is a first for me, Andrew Mather, because by the time I began commentating, ICA and Super Libra had pretty much died off. I commentated on Jika.
Yeah.
At the very early stages of the KF was I started commentating. I raced when I didn't race one of these. But this is going to be a first for us. We're about to commentate on ICA and Super Libra.
So we are ready then for the start of racing in the F100 UK O plate. Here is your grid from TQ yesterday. Matt Parker starts on pole position. He's joined by Joe Scory on the front row of the grid. Both of those drivers in the Super Libra category. Noel Brennan is alongside the pole sitter in class in ICA. So Noel Brennan in Super Libra starts third. Tyler Wedden fourth. Rob Halls and Stan Warriner go from row number 3. Paul Warriner and Andrew Brunton, they're on row 4.
Row number 5, Chris Jiggins and Matt Dobson, Aurelio Alberici and Richard Faulkner are next. Bowen Kent, Will Barnes, Richard Plummer, Nino Piccoli, Cliff McDonald, Stuart Guest, Peter Dunn and Thomas Royal.
For Nino Piccoli, this will be his first race session at PF International for 26 years.
Wow. Thomas Royal won't take the start. Nino Piccoli also had the first C's of the day in qualifying, in warm-up. Oh, Andrew, this is glorious. This is absolutely glorious.
So they will be 10 minute races for the heats. Here we go. I think we can go round again. Just a bit more time for the drivers to get their Vega tyres up to temperature, get their brakes up to temperature, of course get the engines up to temperature if you're new to this kind of racing. So F100 is all about the spirit of the 1990s. We've got two categories here, the Super Libre category. Those are your rotary based machines, the Formula A machines from the great era of the 1990s. And then you've got the ICAs, those are the reed valve type engines, which were restricted back in the day. But for the purpose of this competition, to keep things as equal as possible, they are unrestricted.
Bowen Kent, pit boosted, is watching. Bowen Kent, does he race for the Williams eSport team?
I wonder if he does.
I wonder if he does. Please, pit boosted, answer the question for us. Whether Bowen Kent is along the likes of Shanaka Clay, who's the race of the British Kart Championship, did some esports racing for a Formula 1 team. Oh, the smoke pouring out of the back of these karts. Look at the rear bumpers as well. You know, old school bodywork, old school stickers, old school drivers, old school karting, glorious action.
So there's Matt Parker, kart number 67. Classic Tony kart there. DP Race Engines providing the power for Matt. Took a brilliant pole position yesterday, right at the end.
Yeah, turn the sound meter off. We don't need to know about decibels. This is going to be fantastic.
Joe Scory alongside on the front row. Here we go then. This is what we've waited for since 2 p.m. on Friday when these drivers first came out on circuit for a free practice. We are racing in the F100 UK O plate. It's a solid start from those on the inside. Matt Parker will lead under the bridge for the first time. It's a cacophony of noise as they go round the bowl for the first time. It's a clean start. It's a good start, Henry.
I'm just watching. Somebody just came in and they put the sound meter on. There's a microphone just over the start-finish line. And when they took the start, and a spin for the number 51, that's Stan Warrener, out of fifth on the grid. The sound meter on the desk in front of us literally jumped about 3 foot in the air when they came underneath. Yellow flags, and of course, if you spin, you've got to try and pick the cart up and jumpstart yourself if you're allowed. The back at the end of these karts are constantly trying to come round and watch this. Leading the way.
Tyler Whedon.
Tyler Whedon on the Merlin chassis is out. There's Jay Fairbrass watching these wonderful creations. I wonder, you know, in NASCAR they have that where Tyler Whedon, they're getting in NASCAR they have that crank it up moment where all the cameras around the circuit turn their sound up and
turn us down.
Is that the type of thing that's possible? I tell you what, we'll try that when they come across the line next time by. We'll shut up and we'll do a lap with all the camera volume up as high as it can go to give you the viewers some idea.
Before we get to that point, quick rundown of what's happening. So Joe Scory is taking the lead of this race from Matt Parker. Noel Brennan in third. Paul Warrener has the lead in the ICA category. There is the number 5 of Richard Faulkner trying to find his way past Rob Halls for P7. Andrew Brunton doing nicely as well, second in class at the moment. Chris Chickens third. Let's turn us down, turn the cameras up. Listen to this. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the sound of the 90s. Absolutely glorious here at PF International. Let's update you on what's happening further down the field then. A good start from Peter Dunn, but has just had a mechanical flag. So the 7 positions gained by Dunn are going to be reversed. This is the battle for 3rd place. This is Noel Brennan, 3rd in the Super Libre category. Super Libres have all of the yellow backgrounds, the white backgrounds on their number boards. Those are the ICAs. So it's Andrew Brunton, who is your class leader at the moment in the 528. There is Chris Jiggins. Jiggins had a good end to the qualifying session yesterday. He's had a decent start to this race. Started 9th, is now up to 5th, and is your holder of the fastest lap so far in this one. Good battle going on there between the likes of Rob Halls, Will Barnes, Matt Dobson and Aurelio Alberici. 6 minutes of this race to go. Here's a change potentially for 3rd. Yes, Brunton through past Brennan.
And you saw Brennan just easing back, adjusting the carbs, something like that. There is Peter Dunn. Yeah, he's got the Team O'Neill graphics on the front. That's Mike O'Neill, who ran Bobby Game for years and years, amongst others, obviously. Great to see the retro graphics. There's the number 75 car of Chris Jiggins making a move. Now, one thing you'll notice, curbs are not the friends of these karts. You can see the drivers being far less aggressive on the curb. Why? Well, because, chains, flick off at an alarming rate in these. Watch the karts come through this section now. One curb there, but they're avoiding the exit curve, the inside curve on the exit, and going through the Bruno Ferrari S's. They are really threatening. That's the C's. That's a seize at the worst possible moment. Yellow flags are out. Driver gets out of the way. That is.
I think it was Andrew Brunton in the 528. And it's a very, very close moment. Yet it was the 528. Great response once again from the marshalling team. Great response from the drivers to heed the flag there. Here's Bowen Kent down the inside. This is going to be for 8th place ahead of Matt Dobson. So through goes Bowen, who we had a little chat with. As there's been an incident at hairpin number 1. Stuart Guess and Nino Piccoli are involved. And
there's 3 drivers. He's fine. He's absolutely fine. Because these drivers, they take it easy in these retro machines. I don't believe it that one driver gets out of his kart, goes and helps his mate who's stuck under his cart, then hops back in to try and restart his own wagon, only to realise something went wrong. That is a shame. So we did say that, we wouldn't get 20 drivers finishing this race. The 27 karts of Paul Warriner. This is the type of race where we go back. You cannot simply go 100% flat chat from start to finish in a race like this. You have to care, caress, massage your machinery, because at this circuit as well. Over the grass goes the number 62 kart. That's Aurelio Alberici. He's been given a 5-second penalty. Joe Scory, who we had a long conversation with during the Paddock Show last night. He was one of, and that's what I love to see. I want to get the thoughts of the current generation of young drivers watching these machines. Scory leading Matt Parker by 2 seconds. Scory says he keeps retiring. And then they all say, no, you'll come back, and he finds himself back. He's been doing this retro class, for 10 years. And he did mention, apparently, Joe and I are really good friends. We had a night out in Portugal about 10 years ago, and I cannot remember. Then he mentioned having Jaeger bombs we had drunk, and then I realised, that's why
you can't remember it. 2 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go then. Scory leads. This is the battle for 2nd. Matt Parker, Chris Jiggins, Richard Faulkner Richard Faulkner, now the fastest driver out on circuit, 58.47.
Oh,
down the inside from Jiggins. How about that? To take second place out of the race. Oh, that's not gone well for the number 37. That was Will Barnes. Will Barnes was up in the top 5, top 6, and now falls down the order. Jiggins having a good race here, though, leading in the ICA category as well. Good to see Stuart Guess just sitting there on the barrier, safe and sound. And I say credit to Nino Piccoli for helping out to get that kart off the top of him at hairpin 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, and Toyota Camry, he says these things look like death machines. Not at all. Not at all. They are simply the very, very peak of go-karting engineering. You know, and that move that we just saw going through the Fullerton S's, that is probably the toughest move to do at this circuit, because the karts are screaming their maximum 21,000 RPM, you know, going under there. So everything is at its most tense and fragile equipment, machinery-wise. And so to do that, that takes bravery. Nick Clark, yes, I was joking about drivers taking it easy. I said it just after we saw 3 of them roll themselves up into a ball at the first hairpin. They take it very seriously. You know, are these machines being driven as quickly as they were in period by the likes of Manetti and Ardigo and Foray? You know, Wilson, Simpson. People like that, you know, maybe not, but they are certainly being driven
at least 98%.
At 98%, yes.
5 seconds of the timer remaining, so I think we're going to get another lap. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. He keeps it going a little bit longer for us here in this first heat of the day. Jiggins is closing in. It's interesting to see how the 2 different classes are changing in speed as this race goes along. The Super Libras started very quickly. The ICAs are now starting to come through. There's Matt Parker in the number 67 trying to hold off Richard Faulkner. So at the moment it's your top 2 in each of the classes holding the top 4 positions. Change for 8th, Aurelio Alberici, apologies, is up past Rob Halls. That's for 8th place overall. Also, that's a change, I think, for 4th place, 5th place in Super Libre category. Time is up. Joe Scory has a 1.5 second lead as Faulkner has a look into Bobby Game as Matt Parker's up on 3 wheels.
That's what you want to see.
Fantastic from Matt Parker. Last lap board out. Scory checks over his shoulder, sees he's got a 1.5 second lead. Yeah,
Thomas Royal did get out. He's a lap down. Scory can now just dial it down a little bit. This is 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There to the inside goes Faulkner. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, or near enough the fastest lap of the race. So Faulkner up into P3. And of course the other thing is that because the drivers are, you know, wrestling with lots of different variables in the equipment, gaps can open up and shrink a lot quicker than in, you know, than with sort of like current era karts. Because you can see, dialing this down whilst they're driving, and it's constant. You know, you look back in the day, drivers were adjusting bits on the karts, you know, adjusting settings, adjusting the car, every single corner virtually. But Joe Scory, he just cannot keep away from F100 UK. He is the first winner of a Super Libre race here at PF International since, I want to say, the year that Jason Edgar won the Kartmaster title in the early 2000s, or maybe even 2001. It might have been Mark Litchfield, it might have been Marco Ardigo.
There we go. Not bad going. Not bad going at all. Scory takes it by just over a second ahead of Chris Jiggins, top 2, winning their respective classes in Super Libre and ICA. Richard Faulkner 3rd overall, 2nd in ICA. Matt Parker 4th overall, 2nd in Super Libre. Noel Brennan, solid result there in the top 5 overall, 3rd in class. Bowen Kent also in the top 3 within the ICA category. Dobson, Alberici, Halls, McDonald take us down to 10th. 2 more finishers in that race were Richard Plummer and Thomas Royal, classified 1 lap down. Will Barnes, Andrew Brunton, Paul Warriner, Nino Piccoli, Stuart Guest, Peter Dunn, Tyler Wooden and Stan Warriner all had retirements from that first heat.
So, yes, Harry, what we will do, I think, at the start of the second race, we will once again give you a lap of engine volume up and our volume down. We will do that to give you a treat. That was really, really nice. So, Glenn Guest, yes, splendid race, he says. In the comment section right now, this is your chance, F100 fans, and fans of other classes. Would you like to see F100 UK as a guest round as part of the Wera Tours British Championship next year as well? In the comments, let us know. I think I know the answer.
I think I know the answer too.
Because Motorsport UK and Karting UK are looking at these, and of course we do have guest rounds. We've had Tillotson T4, we have had the Bambinos, we have Mighty Bambinos, we've had the other Bambinos, we've had several Army Bambinos. Now we've got F100. Please, the decisions are made, not saying, but if Motorsport UK, Kart UK see in the live chat how much you want to see these karts and these drivers again, please put it in the comments. Corey Chapman, yesterday's guest here, says, hi Henry and Andrew, thanks for the day yesterday, it was awesome. Corey, you are very, very welcome, young man. A pleasure to be able to host you and your family. If you want to look back at yesterday's paddock show, then and see Corey, please do.
12:35 for the second heat in Super Libre. We're going to move on. Micromax UK are up next. Final round of the championship, final day of the season. Micromax UK, our youngest drivers in the paddock, up next for their first heat of round 6 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We've got 15 drivers set to go here at PF International in sunny but cool autumnal conditions. There on your screens is your pole sitter, Alfie Garrett, the GP plate holder. He won that plate here at PFI back in August at Kart Masters, and he has a good shot here of a very strong finish to the season. Interesting story yesterday, of course. Benediktas Masiokas wasn't quite able to find the kind of rhythm and form that we saw earlier in the season, but still scored good points, Henry, so leads the championship 6:42 ahead of Alfie Garrett 6:01. Harris Barber 600 now. Some of you may be wondering, where does Dian Singh Pahal go? Dian Singh Pahal actually, unfortunately, had a technical disqualification from the final yesterday. However, I've had it confirmed, you can drop a technical DQ from a final result, as opposed to a sporting DQ, which you must carry.
I will explain what happened with Dian Singh Pahal's DQ shortly. Alfie Garrett and Dian Singh Pahal go for row number 1. Charlie Page and Sebastian Crawford go from row number 2. Otto Amy and Benediktas Masiokas on row 3. Harris Barber and Albert Farrow, row number 4. Oliver Woodall, Arlo Gamble, Ralph Martin, Ted Hayward, and the rest of the starting lineup down. It's a poor qualifying set of performance for Chloe McGill. She's 13th. 14th is Freddie Walker. Yesterday's winner, Dimi Uzinov, had a battery go flat and didn't qualify. Andrew Mather, why was Dian Singh Pahal disqualified for the final yesterday, and why is he allowed to keep that DQ and drop it?
So it was incorrectly fitted tyres. So basically the left was on the right was on the left. So that was the technical reason for disqualification. It's not a sporting thing. It's nothing that the driver did wrong.
Well, it was, and it was obviously nothing that nothing mechanical advantage-wise. Yeah. It was a simple case of he had the tyres on the wrong way round. So he is allowed to use that as a drop score. Regardless, it makes it more difficult for him to beat Benedictus Masiokas to the title.
Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Alfie Garrett heads towards the first corner. Dintig Pahal on the outside. Good start for Charlie Page, challenging Pahal for second. As we go, it's a spin under the
Freddie
bridge.
Walker, I think, maybe.
Freddie Walker we had a chat with on Friday during the build-up show. Harris Barber's had a positive start there. You can see the winner from Wilton Mill moving up through the field. Pahal's taking the race lead.
No, Freddie Walker, very, very... and here comes Garrett. The most important aspect of Alfie Garrett's day yesterday, as Ralph Martin goes for a spin, was that Alfie bettered his dad Luke's result. His dad Luke is racing in the FIA European Truck Racing Championship at Le Mans Bugatti this weekend, but didn't finish as high as... and Charlie Page, is that
got a problem?
Charlie's got a problem slowing down? Certainly, yeah. Something wasn't right with Page's kart there coming out of the Fullerton S's. And a couple of spinners on the opening lap. Arlo Gamble has had a spin, and so has Ralph Martin and Ted Haywood. There is the number 72 car of Arlo Gamble. Yesterday's winner, Dimi Uzanov, has already overcome, I would say, most of the disadvantage he had after qualifying. Not all of it. Chloe McGill also making very, very good progress as well. Page, whatever the problem was for Charlie, it's not a problem anymore. He goes back past Harris Barber.
And that was for 4th place. Look at Dimi Uzanov already up the field. Overtaken half of the field so far. Now, the drivers will be on the same tyres that they ran in time qualifying, so there will be a little bit of an early pace advantage in terms of the fresh tyres for Uzanov, simply because he didn't do any laps, full complete laps of qualifying. But I think when you have that kind of misfortune as a driver, again, wasn't his fault. Technical matters happen in the sport, but it can fire a driver up, can't it, to prove that they can do some good things in these races. Here is your battle for 4th place. Barber, Page, a returning Albert Farrow as Barber tries to switch back. Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely from Harris Barber to take P4. That beautiful green and yellow race lid. Now we'll set about trying to close in on Alfie Garrett. Here is Uzanov down the inside of Page. This is for 6th place, and Otto Amy gets through as well. Again, really impressed with Otto Amy this weekend. Yep. Best performance in terms of championship points yesterday so far in the season for Otto Amy, looking to finish on a high. Benedictus Masiokas down the inside of Charlie Page now. This is a difficult lap for the number 33. Chloe McGill looked to be getting through as well there. This is what can happen sometimes in a sprint race, in a heat. You get out of the rhythm, you get overtaken by one in a close pack. Everybody else then sees you as a potential opportunity to gain positions. Charlie's just got to wait, be patient, wait for the pace to come back. With 4 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go, you can still get a good result.
I'm not sure that there isn't some sort of underlying issue with Charlie Page's kart. Whether he even makes it at the end, there is something definitely amiss with the number 33 machine. There's also something that I'm not convinced is 100% healthy about Benedictus Masiokas' machine, because he's dropped back quite a way. Didn't have the best qualifying, but you'd still expect the red and black attack to go forward in the race, and he's actually gone the other way. He's dropped from 6th on the grid down to 8th. But not only that, what's more concerning is that he's dropped to 8th and has dropped away from the lead group. Now, this could be the SFR team could have done the calculations and have said, look, you only need to do this, this, and this, and he's doing exactly enough. Or, as Jordan Baines, by the way, Force Motorsport last night won the Engine Builder of the Year award at the Kart Championship Awards. Interestingly enough, so congratulations to Jordan.
Tell you who's having a good race here, Henry. Sebastian Crawford in that GSF car parts livery machine, up in second place for the Origin Motorsport team. Is doing a really, really good job. We talked about Uzanov yesterday and how it was a result as he goes down the inside of Albert Ferro there and takes 5th place. That Uzanov's breakthrough result yesterday that was one that has been coming, that he's been knocking on the door.
Yep.
I would say similar with Sebastian Crawford, particularly across the middle part of the season. So it's good to see another driver in this Micromax UK category starting to deliver better results than what we perhaps saw earlier on in the season. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Dean Singh-Pahal still leading this one, leading it by half a second ahead of Crawford, Garrett, Barber. And I like the look of how Harris Barber's constructing this race, because we've seen Harris recently be very strong in the latter stages, almost get the momentum going exactly when you need it to on that run to the checkered flag. He just had a little look there at Alfie Garrett for 3rd place. He's driving very, very calm under the tutelage of Strawberry Racing. Into hairpin 1 go the race leaders. I think these 3 need to be aware, though. Dimitar Uzanov is closing in behind.
Now, Pahal leads. Crawford, like you said about Uzanov and Crawford, the similarities. Yeah, I think Crawford is looking for that breakthrough podium. First, you know. Garrett and Barber in 4th, Uzanov in 5th, Amy 6th, Ferro 7th, Masiokas 8th, Page is 9th, McGill 10th. It's only 2.5 seconds covering the top 10. We've got 90 seconds to go. On the Alpha Live YouTube channel, we have got the first of many polls that we're going to have up today. The question is, who was the last Formula 1 driver to win a race here at PF International? Was it Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, Oliver Behrman, or George Russell? And there is a move.
Double move from Dimitar Uzanov. Barber initially went for it on Garrett and pulled it off, and Uzanov went, well, I'll have both of you. Thank you very much. Through into 3rd place. Dimitar Uzanov looking to finish this race strong. So there's a couple of drivers looking to, have increased their pace in the last few laps. Masiokas is one. Charlie Page's pace is back as well. Set the fastest lap of the race last time around. So there could be some big changes in intermediate points here. Garrett's got a bit of a problem in that his teammate is now right on his rear bumper. These two have worked very, very well across the course of the 2025 racing season. It's also Amy. Oh, that's not such a good moment for Masiokas. Down the order. He's going to need a big heat 2 here to add to his championship score. This is where drop scores start to come into play. 2 laps of this one to go, Henry. It's feeling quite tense here in this Micromax first heat. You can very much tell it's the final day of the season.
Yeah, and of course, Masiokas was behind his teammate Alfie Garrett. And you're thinking, well, maybe Garrett will sort of go easy on his teammate.
Nope.
No, because Garrett comes into the day 2nd in the points. Garrett's got his eyes on the Wera Tools prize as well. Pahal leading, Uzanov to 2nd on Crawford, opens the door for Harris Barber. Barber just 1 point behind Garrett for 3rd place in the championship at the moment. Oh,
that was close. That was really, really close. Crawford on the inside there of Uzanov. Uzanov will have the next corner to their advantage. Holds on to P3. Final lap board is going out now to Dean Singh-Pahal, who will check over the shoulder and have no idea of the back and forth that has been going on behind the RCE number 23 under the bridge for the last time in this heat. Crawford goes in on Uzanov. Uzanov trying to hold the speed around the outside. Crawford's going to retake 3rd place here. Plus 5 second penalty for the number 77 of Otto Amy. That could be quite costly, as here comes Charlie Page in the background as well. Charlie Page has picked the pace back up, is looking for 6th place here. Masiokas is back on the scene as well. This is brilliant stuff once again from our youngest drivers in the paddock here this weekend. But back at the front, Henry, Dean Singh-Pahal, after the disappointment after the final yesterday, has run a brilliant heat here, untroubled, looking to secure a maximum score.
Yes, he is. Uzanov finally gets the job done on Crawford. I was going to say I would put it at probably a score draw between Uzanov and Crawford in terms of, there's Cully Pahal, Dean's dad, celebrating with Dean there from the sideline. Do you know something? How do you dust yourself off and pick yourself up after a disappointment such as yesterday? Well, that's how. Go and win the next race. It's all you can do. Harris Barber second, Tim Usanov third, Alfie Garrett fourth, Sebastian Crawford fifth. Charlie Page gets a 5-second penalty at the end. That will move Benedictus Masiokas up into P6. Otto Amy, Albert Farrow, Chloe McGill, Freddie Walker, Oliver Woodall, Ralph Martin, Ted Hayward and Arlo Gamble. Ladies and gentlemen, well, first of all, hello, cross-eyed lion. Yes, you've missed a bit of drama. Yeah, somehow the top four did manage to get stacked up on the bridge. Isaac Barker enjoying the racing as well. Yeah, and Isaac Barker, now Isaac's saying that Dean's come on so much the driver. That comes from a driver that's in the same paddock, who sees this, you know, up close and personal every week.
So the Micromax drivers will head into Parc Fermé, go through the mandatory checks. Their second heat will be at 12:55, and yeah, it's a funny old game, this.
Oh, it's funny old game, Sir Greavesy. Now, Andrew, quickly, I know, but while you take the people through this bit, we've got those heroes there that James Fitch has stolen. What's your favourite?
I'll have a twirl, please.
A twirl. I'm going to go on a sort of a mission now, like a ninja, to steal something. Shh, don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone.
The rest of the drivers head on in then. There's Charlie Page, who had, I say, some trouble in the first half of that race, but very good pace in the second half, and pulled his way back up to P6 there. Title game still very much on. I think with Masiokas having a few troubles, we'll wait and see what happens when we get to that second heat. It could be a very tense day for our Micromax drivers. Let's take a short break. Minimax 950 are up next. Welcome back, everybody, to PF International. Let's turn up the ante. Minimax 950 up next, and look at this. Riley Morrow on pole position, Emerson McCandy-Uren second place on the grid. The top two in the championship, the two favourites, will go head-to-head at the start of this one. Sebastian Behrman and Alfie Mayer, they go from row number 2. Josh Cormack, on his birthday, starts on the inside of row number 3 alongside Ryan White. Joshua Cook and Nelson Taylor will go from row 4. Lucian Smith, Tom Reed, they're on row 5. Maximilian Eberhardt, we had a good chat with Max yesterday during the paddock show. He starts alongside his namesake, Max Jolly, on row 6. Next up, we find Alfie Ward and Austin Oman on row 7. Harry Radcliffe and James Roots will start in the middle of the pack on row 8. It's then Arthur Farrow and Otis Cleary on row 9. George Quinlan on the Little Energy chassis starts on row 10 alongside Christian Sanguinetti. With work to do, Aidan Hammond and James Devereaux from row 11. Dax Farah moving up to Minimax starts on row 12 alongside Jensen Walker. It's then Leo Livings. Can he perform the same heroics as in Heat 1 yesterday? Move up from the 13th row of the grid. He's joined by Noah Hammond. Maria Roberto completes the 27-strong field.
As I was checking the weather outside, I noticed as the carts left the dummy grid, something silver. I mean, you can whisper as well. Something silver dropped off one of the carts and bounced up the escape road. It's been retrieved by one of the marshals. I don't know what it was. If it was something important, we're going to find out who it fell off very shortly.
8 minutes plus 1 lap then underway. Title deciding day in Minimax 950. It's a good start for Morrow. As all, Emerson McAndrew-Wren has to take to the grass there. Will rejoin. Alfie Mayer, I think, got held up in that as well. So it's those on the inside column with a good start. Morrow leads. Sebastian Behrman is up to second place. The field run over the top of the bridge. Emerson McAndrew-Wren's dropped to fourth. Here's the birthday boy down the inside. Josh Cormack takes second place. Ryan White's on the attack as well there for the Hunter Motorsport crew. As in the middle of the pack there, was that Harry Radcliffe? Yes, it was. Harry Radcliffe got caught out in a middle of a scrap. Alfie Mayer with the lack of grip through hairpin number 2. That's a real setback for the former championship leader in this category. Still got a chance of winning things, but needs a small miracle to be able to overhaul the points leader from overnight, Emerson McAndrew-Wren. Very, very racy first lap of this race, Henry. As expected, this class have produced so many highlights across the course of this 2025 British karting season. End of lap 1, Morrow leads. He's got a rear gunner as well. Sam Pollitt Racing teammate Josh Cormack is hopefully, for Morrow's championship's sake, going to try and push away from Sebastian Behrman, but this is Minimax. Nothing is ever guaranteed.
Yeah, Cormack is Cormack's pretty safe in 9th place in the championship, as he was last year. Nelson Taylor had a trip onto the grass out in the bowl on the opening lap and has dropped back to 19th position. George Quinlan, the only driver here on an energy chassis. As the mechanic said, best kart out there. Well, I mean, George is running 27th at the moment, had a bit of a moment as well on the opening lap. Cormack has slipped back a little bit. Oh, McAndrew was about to make a move, and Josh Cormack, well, I mean, look, you saw Emerson dive very, very late going into that final hairpin. Then the camera cut away that wonderful art shot of the karts reflected on the rooms of the panorama building. I think that maybe Cormack took a little bit of an issue with Emerson's late move and said, well, I mean, that was a little bit ungentlemanly of you, so I'm going to be a little bit ungentlemanly in the way I defend down the main straight. Well, we'll see what about that. No, but I would love to see a replay. Thank you, James. Let's have a little look at the full replay. It was a very late... Ooh.
Ryan White took good advantage of what was going on there to gain 2 places. Just to go over in terms of championship,
yes,
Emerson McAndrew-Wren has a 17-point lead overnight, plus 5-second penalty for the number 9. Not surprised to see that that one, so that's an in-race time penalty for Josh Cormack.
Yes,
so White's a bit wide there. That's going to give Emerson McAndrew-Wren the opportunity to gain another position, and he does. Looks like Josh Cook is involved there as well. The Cookie Monster runs out wide. Josh Cormack's going to be back underneath to retake 5th place on the road with 4.5 minutes to go. It's been a fascinating season for Minimax 950. The 2 leaders, 17 points between them, as there's a bit of a battle there as Alfie Ward's coming through on Austin Oman. Austin Oman's made some decent progress in this race so far, powered by the luck of the Iron Brew and the Jaffa Cakes, is up 4 or 5 positions in this one. Both Emerson and Riley had good scores. They've both got one really, really bad score, though, from the very first final of the year at Warden Law. So effectively, in terms of their drop situation and all the maths on that, it's pretty similar. It's a 17-point gap between them as things stand. As Tom Reed's trying to go down the inside of Alfie Ward there. That's going to give an opportunity to Alfie Mayer to get down the inside. Mayer switch back now with Austin Oman. If you're just joining us for the first time in Minimax 950, this is what it's been like every race all year. Whether it's been here as part of the British Kart Championships, whether it was here at PFI for Kart Masters. This is what we've come to expect from this category.
And I'll be honest, it's been like this ever since they decided to go from the full-size kart to the 950 chassis. Tickets, obviously, Emerson McAndrew and Riley Murrow, they already have tickets to the grand finals through other events, the International Trophy and the Euro Trophy. So the tickets, the two tickets are between Ryan White, Tom Reed and Max Jolly. Lucian Smith and Alfie May also have tickets. The Minimax grid in the UK is the strongest anywhere in the world. Drivers have already got tickets through the Euro Trophy, the International Trophy. Austin Oman is fighting for the BNL Trophy, the BNL Cup as well in Belgium. Cross-eyed Lions say we said the Minimax field was wild in 2024, and they just keep getting better and better. The one constant between this year and last year is the driver of the GP plate kart, who has just been exceptional. And to show how exceptional he is, I spoke to Riley Murrow's dad yesterday, and he goes, "You know what? We just couldn't catch. Emerson is just so good, so consistent," and that's coming from his nearest rival. Yes, there have been flashpoints between certain drivers this year. Now look at how they use the curve to rotate the kart. Great angle there of how they get up on the curve to help rotate the kart to position themselves for the next apex. Fantastic. We're looking. It's just been superb the last 2 years, and of course, not all the drivers are best muddies, but the lot of them are, if they're not Bessie mates, they respect each other and give each other plenty of racing room, just enough racing room, on the track.
That was for 9th place there through went Austin Oman. And is that Harry Radcliffe's? Harry Radcliffe's had a nice recovery in this race, had a bit of a difficult start, and is back solidly into the top 15 now. Nelson Taylor also picking up positions in the latter stages of this race there in the 191 for the Thule Motorsport team.
Yes.
60 seconds of this race to go, Henry. It's calmed down at the front. Murrow doing all that he can right now, leading this race. Sebastian Behrman there in second place. Good to see Sebastian back out. Bit of a scary moment between Sebastian and Tom Reed yesterday. Neither a driver at fault, of course, but good to see Behrman back out on circuit and clearly unaffected by what happened yesterday.
No, exactly. Hello to Harry Friel and family watching. Darcy the sausage dog is also watching. She's now my best.
Right, that was a nice move.
Darcy's now my best mate after Kart Masters, where I fooled her into being my friend with a chicken stick. There we go.
Now, that's a really, really nice bit of driving from Ryan White. Whilst Cormac and McAndrew fought there over third place with a bit of championship on the mind. And Ryan White's not out of things, of course. Again, he's one of those who needs a bit of a miracle to hit. But he's been really impressing me how he's been pushing on, particularly in this second half of the season. He's have experience winning a British Kart Championship title, of course, was your Honda Cadets champion a couple of years ago. Final lap board is out. Murrow and Barron sharing the top two positions right now. They've got a second over the chasing pack.
Now, the human highlight reel doesn't necessarily need another highlight now. He just needs a solid defensive final lap to hold off Sebastian Behrman. Behrman is currently 10th in the standings and takes the lead. Murrow, now Murrow needs a highlight, because he does need maximum championship points in the intermediate classifications. Behrman defends. That was, again, using all the track to defend there. Here comes Murrow. Murrow tries the crossover. Now he'll get the undercut coming into Bobby Game corner. The Mike Wilson complex. Murrow sets Behrman a brilliant move.
That's it. That's going to be the move that gives Riley Murrow this race win. He'll need to do more in heat number 2, but Riley Murrow on title deciding day starts with a heat 1 victory. Murrow takes it by a 10th from Sebastian Behrman. Emerson McAndrew third. Good result for the championship leader. This stage for me, Henry, is about get rid of that 31st place from the final at Warden Law. and gain as many points as he can. Doesn't necessarily need to win this phase of the competition. So that's a third place to be happy with. Ryan White's fourth, Joshua Cook fifth, Josh Cormack sixth, but a plus 5 second penalty will drop Cormack down into the midfield. Lucian Smith, Tom Reed, Alfie Mayer and Austin Oman all in the top 10. Max Jolly 11th, Alfie Ward 12th, but the 183 also has a plus 5 to deal with, which will drop one all the way back to the bottom of those who finished that race. Rest of the running order, James Roots 13th, Harry Radcliffe recovered well to 14th, Arthur Farrow inside the top 15, Otis Cleary, Maximilian Aberhart, Leo Livings, Nelson Taylor, Dax Farah all in the top 20. Should note Leo Livings' biggest mover in that race. Again, not quite the 20 positions that we saw from Leo yesterday, but still a solid move of 7 to 18th. George Quinlan 21st, Jensen Walker, Maria Roberto, Christian Sanguinetti and Aidan Hammond in the top 25. James Devereaux, the last of the finishers, P26, one retirement. Noah Hammond.
Craig Corbett from New Zealand saying he's got to bid us farewell for the day. It's late in New Zealand, and also there's a slight issue with Liam Lawson actually starting up the front of a Formula 1
is, isn't he?
Yes. He just says thank you to everyone at Alpha Live for covering the karting. Has been a heck of a season. I won't say the word he uses because I'm not allowed to. Heck of a season. Incredible watching from down here in New Zealand. Not quite as far as New Zealand, although a place with just as many sheep. Harrison Whitcomb has joined us on the live chat. This year's third place driver in the British Senior X30 Championship, and he's supporting Jack West and Finley Buck. Hello, good. Harrison. Borodar.
So Minimax, when's their second race? We're later on in
Mark
the day.
It in your diaries.
It will be 1:10 UK time. We haven't got enough time to go through all the time zones in the world for what that is, wherever you are watching from. But we'll leave you to do the maths. 1:10.
Well, but if you do yourself a favour, don't you just keep the stream on and watch everything.
Yeah.
You know, then you're guaranteed not to miss a thing. Now, the marvels of motorsport-timing.co.uk. There is the finish between. That is the number 125 Kart.
That's for 21st place. George Quinlan just getting his nose ahead of Jensen Walker.
You think it is closer for the lead. It's just as close for every other position as well.
We've got a moment. Actually, no, we'll come back to that one later on, because we are just about ready then. As the Minimaxes wrap up, we'll see them back out later on. Senior ROTAX, they're up next. So, if you thought that was good, now we go into Senior ROTAX, where we have 4 drivers, all with a mathematical chance of winning the title, tickets to Bahrain up for grabs, and the small matter of fact of a very competitive set of senior drivers wanting to finish the season on a high. There on your screens is Lewis Goff, who starts this race from pole position. Let's take you through the grid for heat number 1. We've got an onboard look back from William Antrobus in this race. Lewis Goff has pole position. Macaulay Bishop, this will be the last day for now where he holds that number 1 plate. He starts from the outside of row number 1. Matty Hingley, by my calcs, is just outside now of title contention. He is on row number 2 alongside your new championship leader, Matthew Higgins, holds that after yesterday's win. Cian Geraghty, Kai Veach, they're on row 3. Harry Bartle is one of your championship contenders. He's on the inside of row number 4 with our camera carrier, Will Antrobus.
Lewis Gilbert started yesterday, leading the championship, ends at 3rd of the championship. He starts 9th alongside Jack West and Archie Walker, bidding to extend his career. He starts 11th alongside Pearson Bullock Carter. Jack Lilly and Hugh Moulton are next. Finley Jones and Brandon Truman on row number 8.
On row number 9, Ewan Charman and Joshua Graham. Harrison Crowther and Charlie Smith go from row 10. It's Charlie Cox and Jamie Perilli on row 11. Kai Hunter goes from row 12 alongside Adam Wooden. Just to run through the rest of the order: Guy Cunnington, Freddie Ingram, DeJean Bennett, Miles Roby on the rows 13 and 14, Sam Kelbrick, Deacon Russell and Mikey Walker complete the 31 runners. There are 14 points covering Higgins, Bartle, Gilbert, Walker. To put that into context,
not many.
Not many.
Yep.
Yesterday, we saw a 27-point swing between Higgins and your former championship leader, Lewis Gilbert. This is going to be one dramatic day to finish the season in Senior Rotax. Heat 1 is go. Very good start from both on the front row. Couple of drivers having to take to the grass. Looking back from William Antrobus. There is the sight of Lewis Gilbert trying to go wheel to wheel once again with Harry Bartle. Those two have been glued together for the previous 2 rounds of this championship. Who's going to emerge off the bridge in the lead? It's still Lewis Goff. Macaulay Bishop there in second place. Defending from Matty Hingley. Good start as well for Matthew Higgins. P4 ahead of his title rivals. That is a nice position to be in, Henry.
Yes. Now, I spoke to Ben Hingley this morning, of course, who runs the Ultimate R team. He said that with dropped scores, it does get a little bit closer. Hingley is dropping a 46 and a 50. That is, he's dropping more points than anybody else, which is actually a good thing. He just said, I've got to go and win. I'm just going to go and win everything
and see what happens.
And of course, you know, he's fighting for Ultimate R's highest ever seeding. Ironically, his mechanic has got Ultimate R's highest ever national seeding, which is P5. So his mechanic is busy trying to, you know, to spanner his new driver to a best ever finish for the team. And Hingley's now up to P2, new leader, Macaulay Bishop. Goff back to 3rd. Higgins just doing what he needs to do with Garrity right behind him. Antrobus is 6th. Now Bartle and Gilbert and Walker 7th, 8th and 9th. Not good enough for them. Antrobus is off wide and still off wide and gets a clout as there's a bit of a schmozzle going down at the Mike Wilson complex there.
That's Jack Lilly.
It's a Strawberry Racing car. It's not Harry Bartle.
I think I saw the number. Yeah, it was the number 10 plate falling down down the audit. Kai Hunter's had one heck of a start. Look at that, the O plate holder, the former champion, reminding us of his skills, is up into the top 10. Quite surprised in a way to see that Hunter's actually outside the top 10 in terms of the standings. So I think that shows just how competitive Senior Rotax has been this year. Kai Hunter has been a very busy man this year, but he's not lost tons of his pace from 2 years ago. And as I say, at the moment he's 11th in the points. I think he's got a very good chance of moving up from 11th in the points, but there's been such depth this year in this category. Now let's have a look at a replay here. This was
being forced wide, and then we saw for the back cart there. And there was an awful lot of drivers there that got sort of a chain reaction of that. There's going to be a couple of nose cones as a result of that. We saw it happen out of the back of William Antrobus's kart, and the top 5 are still clear of Gilbert in 6th, Walker 7th, Bartle 8th, and Jamie Perilli. Now, for a moment, if you're the dad of Jamie Perilli, Simon, by the way, you know, hello, and you've watched your son struggle, breaking his collarbone all week, making a comeback to the British Championships, you want to bring your pastel blue, repulsively coloured BMW to the track to support your son, you know, don't you?
Of course.
Nah, he's gone golfing in Spain. Hello, Simon, watching. I know.
No, it's been good to have Jamie back in the paddock this weekend. We have missed him. We've not missed this. We've had this every time we come to PF International. A great scrap for the race lead. Matty Hingley trying to challenge Macaulay Bishop. Matthew Higgins, how does he play this? He doesn't necessarily need to go in right now. on Hingley or Bishop. He's got track position over his nearest rivals. Hingley's going to go for the race lead, though. He needs everything he's got. That's a great reading of the road from Higgins as well. Higgins could emerge from this with the race lead.
Yes.
Gets a little bit of an assist from his teammate. Great work from the DHRs. Brilliant work. Through goes Higgins without much risk into the lead of this race. Bishop holds P2 right now. You've got to give it to Hingley. He had to give it a go. He had to give it a go on the race leader, Macaulay Bishop, from 1 lap ago. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Now, I'm very interested here now, Henry, to see the dynamic between these two. Will it be the DHRs working together?
Nope.
To be clear, Bishop is out of mathematical contention for the title. But it's Macaulay Bishop. He wants to win every single race that he is in. Does he play standard Macaulay full attack, or does he play the team game?
No, I was being unkind. I was joking there. Macaulay, I'm sure he will. He'll want to win. He will not risk a teammate's title to do so. Now, first cameraman per camera operative challenge of the day. Look at the way Matt Higgins is holding the steering wheel with his right hand.
Yep.
Matthew Higgins' right hand is in a cast after that horrific incident. I caught a glimpse. I don't think he can actually hold the wheel correctly with his right hand. We've got a new leader, but yeah, you can see his finger, his one finger
is kind of resting and
is up
reacting
on the steering wheel, is Matt Higgins. So he's doing this not at 100%, not actually being able to hold the steering wheel. That's incredible. And again, there's another great view. You can just see him holding the wheel. He's got his forefinger next to his thumb, up resting it. He can't really use his middle finger, his ring finger, and his pinky finger to grip the wheel properly. Brilliant. Well done, camera operatives.
And that is so hard to do. I have a little bit of personal experience with this. I did 8 minutes round Buckmore Park in this scenario, and I didn't drive again for another 8 weeks. This is remarkable that Matthew Higgins is even out on circuit at all. Never mind leading the championship. Never mind in second place in this race. This is a good position, though, because Macaulay Bishop is starting to turn up the pace. And there's the point from Higgins to say, keep forward, don't defend. We can take a big step towards the British title in this race.
Party.
Because now you're starting to see the other big three, Gilbert, Walker, Bartle. They have been fighting amongst themselves for the last few laps, and still to an extent fighting as Geraghty's down the inside on his teammate. But they can see there's still an opportunity here to gain some precious points. Bartle has guided, Geraghty has guided Bartle through very nicely indeed there. Walker's slipped behind him. Kai Hunter's still there. Oh, it's off into the wall goes Archie Walker. And that could be the end of Archie Walker's championship bid.
I was just going to say, there are 2 tickets to the grand finals. Higgins might win the championship. Coming into this race, 598 points Bartle, 596 Gilbert, 593 Walker. Now, I'm going to stress, no championship points are handed out at the end of this race. However, Archie Walker's worst score of 49, he's going to have to do some motoring in the second heat to get higher in the intermediate, to get into the top 11 or 12 in the intermediate classifications, so that he doesn't. Well, so that the heats could be a drop score. Andremas getting sent into the shadow realm, I think is the correct phrase there. Vinnie Jones in the George Whitbread racing car. Now, Walker did continue.
He did.
He's down in 28th because we haven't had any how many drivers have retired?
31 started, 3 have retired.
West, part of the swimming team, Bullock, Carter and Lilly are out of the race. And look at Higgins saying, just go, I'm not going to attack you. And then saying some words in Welsh that cannot be repeated. Hingley knows, well, I'm going to go down swinging. You know, that's the way you're going to do it. And Gilbert is close. Is that Lewis Goff or Lewis Gilbert? It's Gilbert. I thought it was the Craft Motorsport team. Lewis Gilbert got family watching in Melbourne, Australia. And there's Joshua Graham and a Coles Racing kart.
It might have been Hugh Moulton, I think. But checker flag is out. Bishop's going to take heat 1. Higgins P2. That's a big result in terms of the championship scenario. Matty Hingley 3rd. Lewis Gilbert's not done here. He's been off colour a little bit the last 2 rounds, but he starts the final round of the season with a positive move up 5 places for Craft Motorsport. Lewis Goff 5th, Harry Bartels 6th, Cian Geraghty 7th. Biggest mover in that race was Kai Hunter, up 15 places to 8th, but is under investigation. That notice came up on our screens about 60 seconds ago. Jamie Perilli up 13 places to P9, but has a +5 second penalty, so we'll drop back down the order. Will Antrobus in 10th. Guy Cunnington, I'll say it again, what a sterling effort from Guy Cunnington, similar to what we talked about with Perilli and Higgins. Guy Cunnington, normal people in his circumstances wouldn't have seen a race kart until February 2026. Yes. The fact he's not only on the grid, racing after his broken shoulder in Scotland back in the summer, but tearing his way through the field by 14 positions is fantastic.
You said it, so I'll say it again. We can officially say Guy Cunnington is not normal.
12th place, Charlie Smith. Freddie Ingram up 13 to 13th. Ewan Charman and Harrison Crowther complete the top 15 in that one. Finley Jones, Brandon Truman, Miles Roby, Mikey Walker, Deacon Russell up in the top 20. Adam Wooden, DeJean Bennett, good drive there from DeJean. Second championship weekend at this level after moving up from the juniors, up 5 to 22nd. Veach, Kelbrick, Cox, Walker, Graham, Moulton, all in 28 finishes. 3 retirements, West, Bullock, Carter and Lilly. More from the seniors, of course. Their second heat will be at 1:25. We're going to take a short break before moving on to our next race.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back, everybody, to PF International. Getting ready for the second heat of the day in Junior Rotax. We'll bring your grid in a moment, but it is my great pleasure to welcome to the box your latest British karting champion, Jacob Ashcroft. Welcome to the Crow's Nest. How does it feel to be last day of the season, nice and relaxed, no need to worry, the title is yours?
Well, yeah, it's pretty cool being up here, I think. Get to commentate on some racing. Should be fun.
And as I say, this next race, Junior Rotax, Groups A and C, for those starting on the inside column. It will be their first race of the day. For those on the outside, this is their second and deciding heat for where they will start either in the main final or in the dreaded repercharge. Yeah, let's have a little chat. We've got a bit of time before we get this first race, or this next race underway, Jacob. But the season as a whole, you know, talking about the British first of all, you know, there must have been a lot of pressure on you at the start of the season, having won the grand finals at the back end of last season. It automatically made you a heavy favourite for this category this year. How did you deal with the pressure?
I just wanted to, I mean, I've won the grand finals and I won the Euros this year. I wanted to win the British because I think that's probably the hardest one because you got more rounds, and I think the British grid is the hardest grid out there. So, yeah, I didn't really have that much pressure at the start of the year. We were going to do the British and see how we got on the start of the year, if we were going to continue it or not. And, yeah, we did really well at the start of the year, so we're going to continue it. And, well, here I am, stood here as British champion. And
what is it about the British grid in particular? Is it the style of racing? Is it the level of depth in terms of talent through the field? What is it that makes this title is in some ways harder to beat than others?
I think the grid is a bit more competitive over here, and the tracks are a lot tighter and twisty than Euro tracks, where they're quite fast and flowing. So, yeah, the British drivers have different standards over here. We drive, I think, a bit harder than the Euro drivers do, and I think it's just harder racing over here, if I'm honest.
And going forward as well, you're not done with the juniors, of course, trying to go back to, well, you will be going back to Bahrain to try and defend that ROTAX Grand Finals title, which no one's ever done. When does the preparation for that begin? Is it literally Monday, you know, when you come away from the circuit here, you switch your attention to that big one?
I mean, I'm gonna be working hard for Bahrain now to get myself prepared for it and try to go back to back.
And the fact that, you know, again, with Dan Holland Racing, they've got such a great record at this level. You know, remember 2 years ago, and they took all the gold. How much of a joy has it been to be continuing your work with them, and how big a hand have they had in this title bid?
I mean, I've been with DHR for a few years now. They've been really helpful over the years with making me a better driver and just helping me out with all the engines, driver coaching. I think DHR is probably one of the best teams in Rotax to be with.
But of course, your dad is on the spanners, so committed to your cause. You know, it's a proper dad and lad effort. You know, it's in a big awning, it's in a big team, but still that ethos between the two of you and how you work together. It's proper dad and lad. You know, how proud are you that the fact you've been able to do that as a family?
I mean, yeah. So my dad obviously been on the spanners now for my whole karting career. I've never had a mechanic before, so our bond's pretty strong, and I think we make a good team.
How critical is he of you? Because you've won all these titles now. You know, you've currently holding 6 major, junior Rotax titles. Does he kind of now at this stage just kind of let you get on with it, or is he still there like, no, you need to do this, you need to improve on that?
I mean, when I come in from some sessions and he's a bit angry at me, and the team just say no, it was fine, but he has his own views on it, and he makes sure to tell me those views. Let's just say that. But
as I say, it's the results that almost show that manner. I think what's impressed me and Henry so much within this championship, but in others as well, is how relentless you've been. And whilst other drivers have perhaps lost their heads in a way, you've managed to do it. Your dad's managed to do it. You always just seem to be able to, when you get out on track, knit it all together.
Yeah, I've drove very well this season. I think if I've lost my head, then I've just tried to make myself calm again and just get back up the order if I've fallen down, or just if I'm in a scrap, then just maintain my position or working forward. And
looking down into the Parc Ferme area, a bit easier for everybody today in terms of the tyre choice. Give us a little bit of insight of, because we don't often get to see this stage. Now, before you go onto the pre-grid, what's going through your mind as a driver at this stage before you put the kart down?
Well, if it's the scrappy conditions, if it's going wet to dry to wet, then I'm helping on the kart with my dad. Or if it's just chilled out like this, we get the tyres on and we just wait until everyone goes into the pre-grid and just wait for the race to start. How
much of a nightmare was it yesterday? Because the weather really, really didn't seem to be able to make its mind up.
No, it was quite complicated yesterday with all the setup changes and just the front end, the gearing, the caster, the ride height, everything like that. I mean, I do the front end and my dad works on the rear of the gearing, so yeah, we make a good team in Park Fermi. I think not a lot of drivers can do this on the front end and just overall pretty like run the kart. I think I can run the kart, so yeah.
And for the uninitiated, when we're talking about the gearing at the rear, you know, why is that so important to get those changes right? I think particularly yesterday you saw a lot of mix. It's not just a case of, oh, can we put the slicks on? Can we put the treaded wet tyres on? There's a lot involved, isn't there?
Yeah, you've got to get the gearing right. Otherwise, you might be with the hairpins here. If you're defending, if you're too low a sprocket, then you just won't get the drive off the corner, and you'll just get switched back, or you'll just get. People just drive past you at the corners, so you got to make sure it's right, and you got to make sure that you're ready if you are on a different sprocket. You got to adapt to the conditions and adapt to the drivers around you.
Who else on this grid has impressed you so far this year? I mean, from our minds, we've been particularly impressed with Jared Fox-Whiteley, and he's not in this race, but the calls that he made yesterday, tore through the field. A little bit of luck, he could have won the race yesterday. Who's been the most enjoyable driver amongst these drivers to race against?
Well, I think my closest competitor this year has been Kai Clark. He's always been up the front, and we've had some nice clean battles among the year. So, yeah, Charlie Wolfett's done quite well today. Obviously, as his qualifying being not very good yesterday, and now he's put it pole overall today. So, he hopefully should have a strong day today and see where he can get in the championship.
Absolutely. There is the 231 on your screens, very briefly, of Finley Buck. Finley Buck had a very good first race. If you're just joining us, we're in a scheduled break at the circuit just to give the race officials, our hard-working marshalling team here at PFI, a little bit of a break. They've been out on track since the warm-ups this morning, so don't worry, there's no problems. This is a scheduled break for us. It just gives us a little bit of time to bring you up to date if you did miss the first heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Jared Fox-Whiteley took the race win by 2.2 seconds ahead of Ryan Gandor. Albi Lapper third. Finley Buck and Matteo Palazzo all in the top 5. Noah Barham, Joshua Smith, Eva Morris, Pierce Wade and James Kelly in the top 10. Now, Jacob, what's happening at this stage? We've got a cacophony of noise. What are the mechanics going through ahead of the race?
Well, they're just checking to make sure the engine starts and runs properly before pushing it into the pre-grid. You don't want to be sat there and the engine not start. So just warming it up, make sure it's all good, and yeah, then just think about the racing.
You can see 4 minutes and 15 seconds before the gate closes. This will be a calmer run through the gate. Yesterday, if you weren't with us, we did see numerous times carts not get through that gate before it hit 0 minutes and 0 seconds as teams are trying to make the call on tyres as late as possible. Just to run down the rest of your order in that first heat. Charlie King 11th, Sebastian Luce 12th, had a post-race penalty that dropped him down the order. Connor Large, Benjamin Baker and William Archer all in the top 15. It's then a flurry of drivers who all had some form of time penalty towards the bottom end of the finishers. Joel Dixon Cohen 16th, Alfie McBain 17th, Kai Clark, Zach Turner, Samir Paul, Sam Kohler and Sebastian Clark all made the end. 3 retirements, so 1 retirement from that race was Louis Radcliffe, 2 non-starters, Isaac Barker, and the man stood to my right, Jacob Ashcroft, your champion-elect. We always like to do this when we have a champion-elect at this stage of the season. Get them in the box to talk you through this, in this case, this second heat for Junior Rotax. Having a look at some of the drivers who will be in this one. All the drivers that you're looking at the moment are on the inside column. This is their first race of the day. And as I say, Charlie Wolfett will be your pole sitter for this one. John Buchan, 293, one of the Craft Motorsport drivers. Fought his way brilliantly in everything that was going on yesterday. We didn't fully do our jobs yesterday. We did not note in the broadcast just how amazing a drive that was from John Buchan yesterday in the final, because he came through from the repercharge, so started at the back of the grid for the final, then gained, in the end, a gain of 14 places. It was more, but he had a post-race time penalty that shuffled him back a bit, but just wanted to note that for John Buchan. Another driver developing here in the championship. There's a very focused young man Kean Bernard, second place at Kart Masters. He very much wants to put right what went a little bit wrong back in August and finish the season with a race victory. He's been very quick all weekend and will start this race from the second row of the grid. There is Sebastian Louche. He's had another good qualifying. Kai Clark as well will be on the outside of row number 2 for this one. Finley Buck, very quick start in the first race of the day. Matteo Palazzo as well. We know how strong he is round this place. James Kell there, starting on the outside of row number 5, just ahead of Louis Radcliffe, and then the GP plate holder, Albie Lapper. We know that he has improved fantastically across the course of this season, particularly with his racecraft, particularly with his consistency, and won the final yesterday, of course. Pierce Wade didn't quite make the final yesterday. We'll hope to qualify directly through to the final. Remember, after the 3 heats where everybody races twice, the top 28 in the intermediate classification, they go through. They do not have to face the dreaded repercharge. Jacob, I can't imagine that you've faced many a dreaded repercharge over your career with your lofty standards, but why do we call it the dreaded repercharge? Why is it so feared in a way that you just don't want to be there?
I mean, no one wants to be in the repercharge, but it has to happen. A few people have to be in there, because if you have any problems in the repercharge, then that's your hopes of the final gone. So you just got to make, if you're in the repercharge, you've got to make sure you're in that positions. If it's top 4, if it's a top 6 to get through, yeah, you just need to make sure you're in those positions and just holding it, because it can get a bit carnage at the end if people are trying to scrap to get into that position to get into the main event.
Can hear the beeper in the background. That's the audible tone to tell us that the gate has closed. We didn't really see much of this yesterday because the weather was playing 4D chess with us, Jacob, but we often talk about at this stage that the drivers that we're looking at now, starting down that inside column, they've got a tyre advantage, because all the other drivers, they've done one heat on top of the TQ that everybody did earlier on in the day. How much do you feel that it's an advantage for these guys on the Mojo tyres when you're in Group A?
I mean, you'd like to think it'd be an advantage, but I don't think it will. I mean, looking at the grid, you've got a lot of people in there who are good racers, and I think it could be a big battle in this race, if I'm honest. I mean, I think you to watch out for Leon Hasty starting at the back. He's definitely going to make a charge through. Someone else, Ewan House, yesterday was quite fast, and William Archer, he could get himself through. Yeah,
Leon Hasty DQ'd from qualifying for sporting reasons, so that's why Leon Hasty starts this race from the back of the grid. Just to go over the points in the battle for second place in the championship, as we know, the battle for P1 has gone, but Lapper 564, Hasty 561, Barham 553, Clark 547, Freeman 535. But let's get ready for it then. A couple of minutes before this heat begins. Junior Rotax, race 20 of the weekend. Second heat here for the final round. It's up next. So second heat of the day for Junior Rotax. There is the scene on the pre-grid under the gantry ahead of what will be an 8 minutes plus 1 lap race. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the box is your new British champion-elect, Jacob Ashcroft. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Charlie Wolford, Gold Chain Charlie, is on pole position. Sebastian Louche on the outside of row number 1. It's Kean Bernard on the inside of row number 2 with Kai Clark. Archie Lovett will carry our onboard camera for this one. He starts on the inside of row number 3 and is joined by Finley Buck. Ellis Bell, looking for a good end to the championship, is alongside his fellow Scotsman Matteo Palazzo on row 4. Luca Holmes-Ballock has had a strong weekend, starts this one from P9, is joined by James Kell. John Buchan looking to qualify straight through into the final yesterday and avoid the repercharge. He starts on row 6 alongside Louis Radcliffe. It's then Harry Freeman and Albie Lapper on a heavyweight row 7 there. Jack Beasley for Global Karting is joined by Connor Large on row number 8. Jensen Chalk, Pierce Wade, they go from row 9. Ewan House and Benjamin Baker start inside the top 20 on row 10. Oliver White and William Archer are next on row 11. Nathaniel Gray was in the repercharge yesterday. Isaac Barker does not take the start of the race. He has suffered a rib injury and has withdrawn from the meeting. So it'll be 24 drivers in this one, completed by Leon Hasty at the back. On board with Archie Lovett, looking to just build the tyre temperature up at this stage, Jacob?
Yeah, when you go into the last bit, you're not really meant to weave, but people still do, just to build that extra bit of tyre heat before you go into turn 1, which can get pretty hectic on the first lap.
It can indeed. The drivers are under starters' orders then for what will be an 8-minute plus 1 lap heat into the tram lines. Do the lights go out? Yes, they do. So we're racing once again in Junior Rotax. Charlie Wolfett takes an early lead. Not a good start for Sebastian Louche. Out on the curb, slightly on the grasscrete and falls down the order. It's a solid start for those on the inside. Wolfett leads. Bernard second. Archie Lovett looks to have had a good start, as well as Matteo Palazzo was pulling a move on one of the SPRs coming off of the bridge. Immediately on the defensive there is Charlie Wolfett ahead of Cian Bernard through hairpin number 1. Looking like a good clean start there. Jacob, what will Wolfett be trying to do at this stage of the race?
I think Wolfett will try to maintain his position, see if he can back the pack up to get a gap. I say Cian Bernard down the inside into the chicane. Charlie, will he try and get down the inside? I don't think so at this moment.
No, good move there from Cian Bernard to take the lead in this race. On board with Archie Lovett in 3rd place right now. Charlie Wolfett directly ahead of us round the final corner here at PFI. End of lap number 1. Race leader is the Wera Tools Alliance Academy backed driver Cian Bernard from Charlie Wolfett. It's then Archie Lovett. Ellis Bell's had a great start, and Ellis Bell's on the attack now for 3rd place down the inside onto the bridge. Lovely move from one of Coles Racing's biggest hopes for the win here today. Down towards hairpin number 1. Bernard will defend again. They all switch to driver's right hand side. That potentially opens things up for Luca Holmes-Ballack round the outside. Doesn't work though, gets shuffled down the order. Archie Lovett's had a decent season, had a tough 2024, but seems to have recaptured his form here. Top 3 starting to break away, Jacob. Do you see them holding a bit of a truce for over the next lap or so?
I don't think so. I think Cian's going to be on the white line a little bit and try and back him up to Kai Clark and Matteo Palazzo, who love to get involved in a light scrap. Archie Lovett on board camera behind Charlie Wolfett as we go down the main straight.
I saw Jack Beasley having a bit of a run on the outside, losing some ground through the Mike Wilson complex. Bernard and Wolfett, was a bit of a door open there for a half moment. Archie Lovett just holds in 3rd place for now. Who's had a decent start? John Buchan's had a decent start as well in the Craft Motorsport machine, defending to the inside now ahead of Ellis Bell. As here goes Wolfett down the inside, takes the race lead. Archie Lovett's going to find a way through, as does Kai Clark. Bernard shuffled down to 4th place, stacking up a little bit through hairpin number 2. Oh, out wide there was Luca Holmes-Ballack in the Strawberry Racing machine as Matteo Palazzo dives down the inside into the Fullerton S's, takes another position away from Cian Bernard. What's the best tactics at this stage, Jacob? Because we've got a very tight pack. You're on the attack and the defence at the same time. What's the best way of just keeping your head in the game?
You want to see if you can create a little bit of a gap behind. I think Archie's best bet is to push Kai, but I think the KR teammates are going to work together here. As you get a finger point from Matteo Palazzo to Kai Clark, tell him to go forward. Love it down the inside.
Oh, very close there. No. Very, very close, but Wolfett holds on. Wolfett at the moment would lead in the intermediate classification. There it is. Jared Fox-Whiteley not in this race. So as things stand, it would be Wolfett and Fox-Whiteley. Oh dear! John Buchan, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Cian Bernard, all involved in an incident at hairpin number 1. Bit of a strange one on first look there, but well, that takes them out of race contention with just over 4 minutes of this race to go. Charlie Wolfett still in the lead of it. Archie Lovett in 2nd place. More moves going on further behind, involving the likes of Finley Buck there and Albie Lapper starting to come through. Albie Lapper, one of the drivers where this is their 2nd out of the 2 heats. Back at the front though, Wolfett continues to hold the advantage. Palazzo down the inside takes third place away from his teammate Kai Clark. This has been a good race once again from our juniors, but we know from all of the years of watching junior ROTAX racing, it can change at a moment. We saw it in Heat 1 when the top four all tripped over one another going round the bowl. Wolfett and Lovett trying to break away, but Matteo Palazzo again, Jacob, he's looked so quick, particularly over a single lap, as Lovett can't find a way through past Charlie Wolfett. He might have a run here towards the Fullerton S's, near overlap. Wolfett holds round the outside. That's good driving.
Palazzo down the inside into the 90 right of Lovett.
Yeah,
indeed. He makes a move. I think Kai Clark tried to get his nose in there. Yeah. Palazzo on the outside there. Seblush coming to contact with, I think that might have been Jensen Chalk.
Yep.
Finley Buck down the inside. You don't really see a lot of moves happen there.
You don't at all through into the last corner.
To his mechanic doesn't seem too happy about that.
No, Kai Clark having some frustrations there. How much can you communicate when you're in the midst of all of this? And you know, in your case, you've got your dad on the sidelines. How much information can you get across between the two of each other in the middle of 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go?
I mean, not a lot. I'd rather focus on my side of the driving. Harry Freeman down the inside into hairpin 1. Yeah, he gave me some signals. So does Russ, my team manager here, and yeah, I just get a lot of signals from both of those. And if I'm not happy, maybe I'll put my hand up. But I'm trying not to do that because it creates a bad environment, I think, and it doesn't look very good.
2.25 minutes to go. Jensen Chalk on the charge here. This is for 5th place with Finley Buck and Kai Clark just behind. Just to note, Luca Holmes-Ballack did continue. John Buchan did not. I think Oliver White may have had a problem as well. Oh, in fact, now Luca Holmes-Ballack, black flag. So Luca Holmes-Ballack is ordered back to the pits. 2 minutes to go in this one.
Leon Hasty into the top 10 now, 15 places gained. He's on a charge to get back because he wants to win that final, I think, and get championship points. Seblush down the inside on the top of the bridge. So does James Callan in the background. He does complete that move. Finley Buck moving over to the white line. Jensen Chalk, everyone's defending into hairpin number 1.
How frustrating can it be when you've got that long run down towards hairpin 1 and you see a driver move to the inside? How do you play that?
I mean, some points it's necessary to defend. I mean, when you've got a big pack behind you, I think you have to defend, otherwise you're just going to get overtaken Archer round into the wall. I think that's going to be his hopes of a good race done.
It's a real shame for William Archer, but it's millimetre close racing here as into the pits. I think that was Luca Holmes-Ballack going in. Yeah, it was to serve that black flag. That's end of the race. Matteo Palazzo, fastest driver on circuit, 57.65. It's just tucked under the rear axle of Archie Lovett at the moment. The gap to Freeman and Wolfett is half a second. As there is the scene. Luca Holmes-Ballack, really positive day yesterday. That's not how he would have wanted his Sunday to begin. As Harry Freeman down the inside. Well, Harry Freeman took the checkered flag first in the final yesterday, but a plus 5 second penalty took the 65-point championship haul away from him. It's been an impressive weekend from Harry Freeman. We've seen speed from him throughout the course of the season, Jacob, but he seems to be starting to put it together now. Do you think that's an experience thing?
I think he's been fast all season. He's always been up there, I think. And yeah, after joining KR Sport for this season, he's made a very good comeback. Been an evolution, and then moving to KR Sport as he gets onto the white line to defend. As we start the penultimate lap of the race, Archie Lovett just there in the background. I think he's trying to get down the inside of Charlie Wolfett. If he sees a gap, he will go for it. And Finley Buck sort of by himself a little bit. He's got a bit of a gap to Kai Clark, and Palazzo on the back of this pack here. Wolfett telling him to go, but I don't think he'll go. Lovett pulls to the outside. He's going to get the switch back, but he will be on the outside of hairpin too. So, oh no, he's managed to complete it. Oh
yeah, so nice move there from Archie Lovett. You know, we see a lot of hand signals from driver to driver at times. How much of the signals is actually proper communication? How much of it is almost like playing a bit of a game of poker and more of a psychological game?
Some signals are true, like you get some temp signals, which is to open the flap on the side of the radiator to cool the engine down, and like the overtake symbol or defend or like think. As we start the last lap of the race, Harry Freeman's got a little gap to Archie Lovett, but that will close due to the toe. There's Archie on the defensive, and Finley Buck having to defend from Kai Clark in the background, as you can see.
It's been a good race between these four, coming off the Litchfield Bridge for the last time in this heat. There's a good scrap going on for 5th place as well between Finley Buck and Kai Clark, as Wolfit's trying to go around the outside of Lovett, but he's going to lose out there as Palazzo gets his nose ahead, but Wolfit will have the inside line for hairpin number 2. Returns back to 3rd place, but Palazzo's had good drive off of hairpin number 2, but, well, no, I don't think I've ever seen anyone go around the outside of someone through the Fullerton S's before, as this is the scrap for 5th place. Buck, Clark, Hasty and Loosh all in there, but it's going to be another win on the road for Harry Freeman. The difference is this time he will keep this one. He takes the checkered flag, takes heat 2, and will head into the final heat as in a share of the points lead with Jared Fox-Whiteley, Archie Lovett P2, Charlie Wolfert, Matteo Palazzo and Finley Buck all secure top 5 finishes. Kai Clark 6th, great drive from Leon Hasty, as we'd expect, up 18 positions in that one to P7. Sebastian Loosh, Jensen Chalk and Ewan House all secure spots in the top 10. Keen Bernard 11th, half decent points, could have been more, but that incident at hairpin 1 really did set back the former FIA Karting Academy Trophy driver for the UK. James Kell 12th, ahead of Louis Radcliffe. Pierce Wade, Albie Lapper in the top 15. Ellis Bell, unfortunate there, down to 16th spot, ahead of Benjamin Baker, Conor Large, Nathaniel Gray and Jack Beasley. Oliver White, John Buchan and William Archer, the last of the 23 finishers in that race. 1 retirement to Luca Holmes-Ballack, 1 non-starter, Isaac Barger. Did you enjoy that one, Jacob?
Yeah, that was a good race, I think. I think it was quite a bit hectic on the battles, and Harry managed to get a little bit of a gap on the last lap, meaning he didn't have to defend, so yeah, Archie couldn't get down the inside on the last lap. But yeah, I think it was a good race. I think the points a bit, because obviously a few people had some bad races, and like Leon Hasty had a really good race, so he'll be up there for the final. I think the final will be very good this evening because the championship for 2nd place. So yeah, that could get quite interesting, I think.
Absolutely. Jacob, thank you very much for joining us. It's been great to have you in the box. Best of luck for Bahrain if I don't see you before. Yeah, we'll continue to watch your progress. We're going to take a short break here at PF International before we go to our next race.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back, everybody, to PFI. Welcome back to the commentary box. A very excited Henry Burdett because it's Heat 2 for the F100 UK Series. The Super Libras and the ICAs are back out on circuit. Here is your grid.
Yes, indeed. Matt Parker and Joe Scorey go from row number 1. Noel Brennan and Tyler Whedon go from row number 2. Rob Halls and Stan Warrener, Paul Warrener and Andrew Brunton are next.
Chris Jiggins had a good first race, starts on row 5 for this one alongside Matt Dobson. Aurelio Alberici and Richard Faulkner go from row 6. It's then Bowen Kent and Will Barnes on row 7. Richard Plummer and Nina Piccoli go from row number 8. Completing the field, Cliff McDonald, Stuart Guest, Peter Dunn and Thomas Royal. And I am very glad to report, Henry, all 20 drivers back out on circuit, including Stuart Guest after that scary one down at Hairpin 1.
Outstanding. Once again, lovers of the 90s, we will commentate the first lap, and as they come across the line to start lap 2, we'll shut up. The camera's volumes will go up and you can listen to the glorious racket.
Result from heat number 1, Scory from Jiggins, from Faulkner, from Parker, Brennan, Kent, Dobson, Halls, McDonald and Alberici. That was your top 10. This race will help to decide the grid for the final later on today. We're racing once again in F100. Down towards turn 1 they go. Good start for Matt Parker. Oh, has had a bit of a save through the middle of the first couple of corners. How about that? Round the bowl for the first time. All 20 drivers looking pretty good. As spoke too soon. It's the number 75 of Chris Jiggins who is
top
out.
5 from the heat. Second in heat number 1.
Top ICA driver in that first race as Scory's down the inside, takes second place away from Noel Brennan through hairpin number 1. That's a real shame for Chris Jiggins. Was hoping to hold that lead in the ICA category. 2 categories out on circuit if you're just joining us for the first time this weekend talking F100. But that's not going to be good news as they come round to complete the first lap then to say we're going to go a little bit quiet in a second and let you enjoy the sheer sound of F100s. This is what 21,000 RPM sounds like.
Wow, and you got to enjoy in glorious surround sound 3 lead changes as Joe Scory and Matt Parker dispute first place. Chris Jiggins, Stuart Guest has retired against all that work to get Stuart Guest back out, and there is Chris Jiggins just restarting the car. You're hopping in, so he's going back out. Of course, why you think with the mechanical fragility of these machines, hey, you can pick up a couple of places. There is Alberto Alberici out of the race as well.
And that's exactly your point there for Chris Jiggins, that if he's lost 2 laps, but as others fall by the wayside, he could pick up some crucial intermediate points here to set the grid for the final. Joe Scory leads this race. Matt Parker second. Here's a fight for third as Paul Warrener looking down the inside of Noel Brennan has got it. Good move there from Paul Warrener through the Bruno Ferrari S's. There's a live look at your intermediate points.
Yep.
So Scory at the moment on 0. Jiggins, the reason why he's still scoring 2 is because he's not quite gone round and done a full lap yet. Once he does, then he'll get an intermediate score and unfortunately fall down the order.
There's a move. Look at that, up on 3 wheels. The number 19 car, Rob Halls, and another change up at the front. Parker had retaken the lead briefly. Block T, we don't have the team names of who is running what. unfortunately, in Club 100. Club 100? Oh, there it is. F100. F100, yeah. Tell you what, Club 100 can be a lot different if they use these carts. My word. I know that DPE race engines, Brennan Tech, Christ, Biff Harris preparing a couple engines, Villa and Foblets, as well as BHP engines. Let's have a look, Merlin. Yeah, and
but it essentially seems to like a lot of help with the engines.
Yeah, and those engine builders are here and busy.
But running the car, so I think all of these drivers are privateers. You know, if we're talking it in those terms.
They're running themselves. There's an awful lot. I mean, Niels Christopherson is here helping to run a few people. There are other well-known figures in and around the paddock, but we walk around the Block T. I tell you what, you go and have a look at the paddock show, or wait till the lunch break. At the start of the paddock show, we go and visit several of the teams, and you can see the people running them. Tom Longfield is helping to run Joe Scory at the moment, the former vice champion in the KZ2 class.
If you want more information, f100uk.co.uk. I do know that the guys and girls are racing at Rye House on the first weekend of November as part of the London Cup. So
go to Hoddesdon Kart Club, yes.
4.5 minutes of this race to go then. Heat number 2. This is the battle on your screens involving the likes of Matt Dobson, Nina Piccoli. This is all over 10th place right now. Nina Piccoli, who retired unfortunately from the first race.
There's the 44 of Bowen Kent. Bowen Kent up on 2 wheels through the Fullerton S's, driving a Fullerton chassis complete with old school Fullerton race suit. The Williams Esport F1 alumni. Pit Boosted is keeping to ask about an interview with Bowen Kent. Well, he speaks briefly. That's
a C's.
Yes, number 29. You can Nino Piccoli again. That's 2 out of 2. 3 out of 3 actually. He had one in qualifying as well.
Yep.
Yes.
Now, Nino's been a great character in our paddocks here this year. Regular bringer of cake.
Yes.
To not just the commentary box, all areas of the paddock of the officialdom have been receiving cake. This year, done all of the KZ2 races with us. Oh, that's a nice move down the inside. Will Barnes, that's proper Will Barnes stuff. Very experienced racer is Will, and that's him through past Bowen Kent for 11th place.
We have to say a huge thank you to Nino and Baked by Neem. Baked goods and sweet treats. The cupcakes were very, very good indeed. So we do appreciate that an awful lot. There are ways of sort of telling what goes wrong with these karts, like coming out of a corner and suddenly the engine locks up and the back axle just goes rigid and spins you round. That's when one of the many highly strung components in these engines go, no, I've had enough.
Not doing this.
Yep, we're not doing this anymore.
We have Nino and his dad learning or relearning their craft in these kind of machines. He picked up the kart, I think on Thursday, ran it for the first time at 2 p.m. on Friday.
Excellent.
So still finding the way. And I was winning. It was when Nino was playing with the reeds in the carb and going, which way makes it more rich, which way makes it more lean? It's like, you don't want to get that one wrong, Nino.
Yeah, no. And the 67 of Matt Parker having a look at the inside of the Merlin of Tyler Whedon. Tyler Whedon, I recall, commentating on Tyler in a number of championships over the years. And he now defends. Here comes Parker again. No, are we going to get any two-wheel action through the corner? Not quite. But you see how... Okay, and I'm glad that some of the drivers are watching these karts. Parker again. How to defend your position without,
swinging to the middle of the road or down on the white line.
There's a subtlety to the art I have to say that these drivers have mastered. And again, the officials have some of the older officials, not Dan Ashton, he's one of the younger officials, so this is the first time that he would have officiated at this. Some of the older officials out on the circuit, they've almost got to remember, that is a Paulie, number 14 of Cliff McDonald. They've almost had to remember, I've got to make notes, because they're just sitting back and watching and reminiscing. It's,
To put it into context, folks, yesterday we saw a stunning development on our screens with the F100s. We saw Paul Klassen smile, not just once,
twice. We caught it. We caught it on camera. It happened. We've got the video proof as well.
Change for third place. Through goes Faulkner, past Whedon. Whedon's going to have a look down the inside into Bobby Game corner. Well caught there by both of them. 10 seconds of this race to go, and are we going to get another lap? Yes, thank you, Joe. His good pace means we're going to have a 12-lap race for this one as opposed to an 11. Here's a move. Paul Warner likes it into the Bruno Ferrari S's, past Parker up to P5.
Yes, Corey Chapman agreeing that the cupcakes were very nice. Across the Litchfield Bridge they go, and of course Mark Litchfield, a champion in Super Libre back in the late 90s, early 2000s. The number 5, Kart and Faulkner, back to the inside of Whedon. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th with Warner, 6th with Parker now, 7th with Rob Hawes. And do you know something? We've got a lap and a bit to go. The drivers are learning how to keep their equipment running for these longer race distances, because there were some audible gasps when they were told they get 2 10-minute heats and a 15-minute final. There were some audible, We had 12 finishers in race 1, and now we're at the Well, we've got 15 karts still running, just about. There was almost 13 karts still running there. That was a move, or half a move. As we cross the bridge, but Scory just sort of easing back there. Brunton second. Here we go. There's 3rd and 4th. Faulkner and Whedon. And Tom Longfield running Joe Scory's kart. He is having a great time. Joe Scory adjusting the carb again, the slides into the Mike Wilson complex, and that's 2 out of 2 for Joe Scory in Super Libre.
It's going to be pole position for the final as well. Joe Scory takes the checkered flag, wins this one by about a second and a half. Andrew Brunton over the line, P2, takes the class victory in ICA. So Super Libre, of course, goes to Scory. ICA goes to Brunton. Richard Faulkner's 3rd place there. Just looking at the data, I think that's going to give the outside of row number 1 to Richard, and class pole position as well in ICA. Tyler Whedon 4th, Paul Warner 5th, Matt Parker 6th. 6th means that Parker will start on the inside of row number 2 for the O-Plate final later on this afternoon. Rob Hall's P7, Peter Dunn. Great effort there from Peter Dunn. Has had a difficult weekend so far from a technical perspective. Everything held together on that one. Gained 11 positions, finished P8. Noel Brennan and Will Barnes completed the top 10. Matt Dobson, Bowen Kent, Richard Plummer, Thomas Royal, Stan Warriner all in the top 15. Chris Jiggins, once he got going, got back up to 16th place, so got some good track time there, and took advantage of the following retirements: Cliff McDonald, Nino Piccoli, Aurelio Alberici, and Stuart Guest.
So 16 finishers. I somewhat mockingly said we're not going to get 20 drivers start the final. We will.
I think we will.
I think we will. Well done. There's the Kerner, Peter Kerner.
And one of the things that we've talked about the sound a lot, but how light the karts are.
Oh yeah.
And Joe Joe is a fit boy, but he's
strapping
boy. But they almost, you pick them up like a feather compared to more contemporary machinery. Here's Nino Piccoli demonstrating very well. Gives us a little wave to the camera.
You know, how many other classes of Motorsport UK karting, and this is the Motorsport UK O plate for this car. You know, you've just got out of the race, you pick your kart up with one hand, dragging it back, take time to wave the camera as well. Ah, now that bit could be important. Yes. There's
Put that bit back in.
Yeah.
The drivers having a little chat. There's Chris Derrick. Chris Derrick used to race these as well back in the day.
Another official smiling. There's something contagious about these karts, and a really good look.
Hello to Lucy Derrick as well, who is missing the F100 paddock here this weekend. She sent me a very nice note earlier on in the weekend.
Is she not in the F1 paddock this weekend?
Yeah, she's a bit busy this weekend, working on social media for Kick Sauber.
Yes, indeed. And before I say anything else, yes, there is another race going on in Baku. Please, no spoilers in the live chat. Because there are lots of people. There are lots of people watching that are watching this and not the Formula One. They'll be watching it later. Please don't spoil it for them
and for us.
I don't care, because you know, this is where it's at. This is where it's at. We had a poll earlier, and the answer was, who was the last Formula One driver to win a race at PF International? 50% of you said Oliver Bearman. 50% of you were right. Commentator Martin Christensen. That's not Peter Kerner, but his cousin Martin. Martin. Martin, who was at Works Tony Kart. I do apologise, Martin Christensen. There we go.
We all make mistakes.
Pit boosted first spoiler. Kimi Räikkönen came out of retirement this morning and is currently leading in Baku. Damn it!
Where's his gloves? 3 o'clock is when we'll see the final for F100 for that O plate for the Superlibre and ICA categories. In a moment, though, there is Charlie Page. We'll see Charlie and his fellow Micromaxers out on circuit in Tarso Marquez's. What? No way.
Well, we're going back to the 90s. You know, what's the most random 90s Formula One driver that you can think of?
I'm going to go through.
I tell you what,
Ricardo Rossi.
We're loving the 90s. In the live chat before we go racing, as we go racing, most random Formula One driver from the 90s, and I'll beat you all.
1994 is a good list for them.
Well, there was 97 drivers trying to make a race in 1994. In the comments, most random Formula One driver from the 1990s. We'll move on to the finals. What was the best band from the 90s? The best tune from the 90s? James Fitzhugh eating a burger next to us again. How does he get...
We told him this yesterday.
How does he get to beat the lunch queue? You know? Deary me.
He has his contacts.
Yeah.
There's Otto Amy on your screens. Otto starting this race from 5th place on the grid. And we'll keep you as up to date as we can in terms of championship as well. Championship, I don't think can be decided in this phase. I think it is going to go to the final.
Yes.
And compounded by Benedictus Masiokas
having
race.
A less than
championship
stellar.
Not a great race one. There's Alfie Garrett as well. We'll again start this race from pole position. That's little bits of encouragement there. Instruction to clear the grid 1 minute before we go out to start the formation lap. This could be a good one. This could be a really, really good one from Micromax.
We're getting some good names coming in.
Oh, yes.
Motorsport Magpie, yes. Marco Apicella.
Yes.
Shortest Formula One career of 800 metres. Yeah, the 1994 Italian Grand Prix. Unfortunately, he also saw about the end of the Lotus team, because I think he crashed into Johnny Herbert, who was on course to score some points. Domenico Schiattarella for Simtech in... 94 and 95.
Yeah.
Domenico, so the BBC Formula One crew, Steve Ryder and all that the presenters had to take the gearbox for the Simtech team out to Monaco because the Simtech team couldn't afford to take it. That was their last ever race, Monaco 95. Let's go racing in Micromax.
Second heat then, deciding heat for Micromax UK. We'll see Alfie Garrett starts on pole position. Dean Singh Pahal has the lead in the IC at the moment. is on the outside of row number 1. Charlie Page and Sebastian Crawford impressed in the first race. They go from row number 2. It's then Otto Amy and championship leader Benedictas Masiokas starting from row 3. Harris Barber, winner at Wilson Mill, looking to continue good form, starts on row 4 with Albert Farrow.
Row number 5, Oliver Woodall and Arlo Gamble. Ralph Martin and Ted Hayward went to row number 6. Chloe McGill, Freddie Walker and Dimitar Uzanov. Mimo Schiaparella went on to race Ferrari S333SP and in the American Le Mans series. I'll throw a Johnny Car Wash out there. Giovanni Lavaggi. Look him up. Johnny Car Wash.
Right.
He was the reason behind the
107% rule.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
And now they're all thinking, what's the 107% rule?
Well,
Go watch them from like 97 and 98.
What about Pedro Diniz, who crashed out and his engine caught fire one race, and the headline in the newspaper the next day was Argentina in '96, and
in
it was
40.
It was in the summertime, and the caption was "Diniz in the oven."
8 minutes plus 1 lap. Micromax UK are racing once again with us here at PFI. Alfie Garrett has the early race lead. Dean Singh Pahal had a little hop on the front axle there.
Goodness.
Sebastian Crawford's down the inside looking for second place. Harris Barber has had a good start as well in the white and green machine with the green helmet off of the bridge. Garrett's got a good lead.
Yeah, he has, and I think Dean Pahal, he was trying to tuck in. He was side by side, couldn't quite see the drive. He was side by side with going into turn number 1. Oh, and a spin for Albert Farrow. But Pahal then was trying to tuck in. Garrett was adjusting his line, and Pahal, and a 360. Good, excellent.
Start points.
Yep, that's a 7.3 for Oliver Woodall. As we go into this, so Oliver Woodall comes out of the Fullerton S's on the parallel kart behind everybody else. As we look at Garrett leading, Pahal has to sort of refocus. It had a near miss, and looks to the inside, gets the job done. Richardson Chassis Engineering, Dave Richardson, the team, and then Kuli Bahano Dian's got a lot of family here, and Benedictas Masiokas SFR Motorsports, they got closer to the title yesterday. It's not over yet, and at the moment Masiokas would be 5th in the intermediate classification. Long way to go, and Benedictas is right there with the leaders.
In fact, Benedictas Masiokas right now would be in drops territory. His worst result so far this season is a 5th place in the final at Dunkeswell. Dean Singh Pahal continues to lead this race. Quite useful to have Sebastian Crawford there. Is Crawford not a championship contender? Takes points away from some of the other rivals. Harris Barber holding in 3rd place. Masiokas 4th. Otto Amy has a bit of a moment. Will lose out from 7th place. In that exchange, Charlie Page, that's a nice shot.
Look at that.
5 minutes and 45 seconds of this race to go. How does that change things in the IC? Stays the same. So Dean Singh Pahal would have pole position and the 65 chosen points.
Crawford.
But Crawford's going to have a little look. Harris Barber trying to respond as well to take 2nd place, and the whole station over the bridge. But that's graphic in your bottom right-hand corner. That's how they'd line up on the grid for the final. Right now, Masiokas not adding to championship points. Here goes Crawford down the inside to take the race lead. Great stop on the apex of hairpin number 1. Barber's going to throw it round the outside, potentially on Dean Singh Pahal. Benedictas Masiokas is up the inside, and this is what Masiokas has been doing for the last couple of rounds. Not necessarily needing to go on full attack, letting the others do the hard work as Dean Singh Pahal back down the inside of Sebastian Crawford. This is close. Through Bobby Gaiman, Harris Barber takes the race lead.
Yeah, Pahal was, he was not fully outside. He had committed. Crawford didn't want to give the corner. Otto Amy now comes through. Crawford fighting back. The field, come on to the start-finish straight. There's another question in the Alpha Live poll. How old will Alpha Live be in May 2026? 7 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old, or 10 years old? As you look at the lead group coming over the Litchfield Bridge, Barber from it's Masiokas in second place. Here comes Dian Pahal.
That's important.
And Dian is Ralph Martin's under investigation. 5-second penalty for Ralph Martin. So the investigation is over and conclusions have been reached. Martin gets a penalty, and here we go, 13 micros all in one lovely train. Well, they've now split into 2 carriages. The top's 5 and then the rest. Oh, there's a move going into the Mike Wilson complex. Otto Amy at it again.
So in terms of championship points, the target perhaps for Benediktas Masiokas is to take his championship tally beyond the max possible for the likes of Pahal, for the likes of Garrett. To do that, by my calculations, we're looking at 645 championship points. As things stand, Masiokas would be on 643. So the championship would continue on to the final, particularly if Dean Singh Pahal could take another 65 here. He's looking down the inside of Harris Barber to retake the race lead. Charlie Page is going to try and follow through there into second. Barber holds the inside line. That could open things up for Masiokas to return back up to third place. And another smart move there. Nice positioning from Benediktas Masiokas. But the bigger problem for Masiokas right now is once again Dean Singh Pahal trying to keep this championship alive, leads this race and leads in the intermediate classification.
The other problem for Dean Singh Pahal is that he is under investigation for the move on Sebastian Crawford a couple of laps ago. All Dean can do now is just, well, he's not going to break away because look at the train. Second, third and fourth. Page back to P3. Great slipstreaming from those 3 drivers. Garrett also catches back up into P5. Crawford is 6th and leading that second train, although Timmy Uzunov, yesterday's winner, now moves to the head of the second train. The funny thing is, the Azerbaijan Grand Prix is happening right now. It is, but you're not watching that. You're watching the proper racing. We've had more overtakes in this Micromax race alone than we'll see all day in Baku.
I tell you who's got an important role to play in this race, Henry. We'll come back to that just after this exchange for 7th place.
Chloe McGill.
Chloe McGill running a little bit wide. Dimi Uzunov, who's absolutely flying. Dimi Uzunov, if he can catch this group, it's going to be hard because he's there on his own in the black helmet. But if Uzunov can catch, it's Otto Amy out of the race, and Sebastian Crawford is gone from contention in this one as well. Why is it important? Because Uzunov can and has gone past Masiokas in the intermediate classification. That takes a championship point away from Masiokas.
Yeah, I can see Masiokas has dropped to 5th in the intermediate classification. That would be 58 championship points. No spoilers from the Grand Prix. We did mention this earlier on. Don't spoil it for the others watching this as we look at the lead pack in Micromax. Isaac Barker, our sort of live driver guest on the live chat, points out, Uzunov is flying. There he is in the yellow flags waving. Not quite sure why that is, who that or what that is for, but Barker can see that Uzunov is bridging that gap, and this is a remarkable thing. And look at Dimi Uzunov with no help is closing the gap.
Oliver Woodall, I think, had a bit of a delay on that last lap. Ralph Martin plus 5-second penalty. That's further down the order, so isn't going to change things right at the front here. Dean Singh Pahal and Harris Barber trying to work together, trying to break away from Charlie Page there in 3rd. Masiokas 4th. Garrett 5th. I think this might be the point where Alfie Garrett's chances of mathematically staying in touch with the rest might be ending. But it's still been a really good run so far this season from Alfie Garrett, and it's pretty much odds on for a high seeding, a high ranked plate at the end of this this championship campaign. There are the drivers in Minimax getting ready. Leo Living's having a stare down with our camera operative. Meanwhile, Harris Barber's going for the race lead. Dean Singh Pahal
Brilliant
holding
racing,
on.
brilliant
needs
racing.
to win this. Dean Singh Pahal cannot afford to fall down into the clutches of Charlie Page and Benedictus Masiokas in this race. That's why 4 points is the advantage. Dean can fall behind Harris Barber because, again, remember, tiebreakers would go back to TQ performance from this morning, which Dean would take a tiebreaker with Harris Barber. But if he slips to third, that's when things change, not just in terms of this race, but also intermediate classification and therefore championship points. Dean Singh Pahal holds the lead off of hairpin number 2, checking left, checking right, into the Fullerton S's. Barber right on the tail of the number 23. There is Charlie Page having a little look as well. Benedictus Masiokas, Barber trying to go around the outside. This could open things up for Page. Could also open up things for Masiokas. We'll do the maths. That could be a move for the championship leader that equates to championship points. Dean Singh Pahal, though, after the disappointment of less than 24 hours ago, will start the final on pole. It's a double heat victory for RCE.
And that move from Masiokas moves him from 5th in the intermediate standings to 4th. But by the skin of his teeth, subject, of course, the investigation that he's under, Dean Singh Pahal keeps the championship alive. He keeps it alive by the skin of his teeth.
There we go. Dean Singh Pahal takes it. As I say, provisional scores. I have Dean as still able to score 644 points. With the provisional result, Masiokas will start the final on 643, needing at least 4th place again to keep this. Well, at the moment, you know, to further improve his score, needs to be on the podium later on today. So it's gonna go potentially down to the wire. I gotta say, really good performance though from Benedictus Masiokas. I thought the same at Wilton Mill. Yes, he hasn't won any or been top of the table.
Just looking, sorry.
That's
the,
okay.
the O plate, the nose of that O plate cart. I wonder.
Well,
there was a big gap between
Yes.
the bottom of the NASA panel and the nose of that cart, which could, I don't know. Didn't see any issues. Now there is Sebastian Crawford trying to explain what happened. Otto Amy is not listening. Certainly he's a little bit upset there. Now what happens there? Now, there's a discussion going on. Something is... Let's listen in.
An excited discussion going on there between Charlie Page and some of the other drivers.
Now, the bracket at the bottom of the NASA panel looks like it's moved up. And they're obviously discussing it and talking about it. Interesting. That can only be one driver. The clock is ticking. The Cheshire Cat is grinning, probably because the Cheshire Cat has just seen an F100 UK race. Maria Roberto and Alice in Wonderland. Well, we have all been in Wonderland here with the karting that's been put on for you this year, especially in the ROTAX classes, and Minimax has been at the forefront of the action throughout the season. Could Emerson McAndrew-Uren seal the championship? Let's cross over to Andrew Mather for a live bit of mathematics coming to you after this.
Thank you very much, Henry. Heat 2 then for Minimax 950. This could be a title clinching race or see it go to the final one of the season as there's trouble for one driver. Riley Morrow has pole position for this one. I hate to use this phrase, but I do think this is a must-win race for Riley Morrow. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, a solid result here. Doesn't necessarily need to win it, but keeping himself as he did in Heat 1 in that top 3 could do the business. Sebastian Behrman and Alfie Mayer, they start on row number 2. On row 3, it's Josh Cormack and Ryan White. Josh Cormack could have a big role to play in this race. Josh Cook and Nelson Taylor, they start from row 4.
Row number 5, Lucian Smith and Tom Reed, Maximilian Abrahart and Max Jolly. Alfie Ward and Austin Oman. On row 7, Harry Radcliffe and James Roots are next.
Row number 9, Arthur Farrow and Otis Cleary. George Quinlan and Christian Sanguinetti go from 10. Aidan Hammond and James Devereaux on row 11. Dax Farrow and Jensen Walker on row 12. Leo Livings concentrating from row 13 alongside Noah Hammond, and Maria Roberto completes the 27-strong field.
The camera operative won the steering contest with Leo Livings, only because Leo had to go and get in his go-kart. And the question, mathematics?
Mathematics tells us P4 is what Emerson McAndrew-Uren needs in the intermediate classification to take his score beyond what Riley Morrow can achieve with winning through the heats and winning the final. That is provisional, of course. This could be a big one. 8 minutes plus 1 lap are, of course, going to pulse start on the first attempt. We'll go round again just to build the tension a little bit more.
I think that this race is the reason why I'm opening a fresh bottle of Iron Brew for this one.
And if you missed the first race earlier,
go back and watch it.
And in due course, this was your result. So sorry, spoiler alert on this one. Morrow won the first heat, so currently leads the intermediate classification. If he can hold that position, he'll score 65 championship points and get rid of his 33rd place finish from Warden Law round 1. Sebastian Behrman was second, so has 2 points in the intermediate scores. Emerson McAndrew-Uren third, 3 points. Joshua Cook 4th, Lucian Smith 5th, Tom Reed, Alfie Mayer, Austin Oman, Max Jolly and James Roots complete the top 10. Remember, it is wherever you finish, whatever position, that's your intermediate score, apart from if you win the race. Therefore, you get a 0 score, you get that little boost. This is going to be possibly one of the tensest heats of the year. And as we say with Minimax, they have raced very hard, very entertainingly throughout the year. Think of some of those heats that made Race of the Week at Kart Masters earlier on in the year.
They've been entertaining everywhere. They've raced very hard, including Dax Farrow racing very hard on the dummy grid, because we saw him slow away. That's because he spun on the dummy grid.
Oh.
Yes, very, very impressive for Dax.
That's a novel way of warming your tyres. Okay then, Riley Morrow with his championship rival Emerson McAndrew-Uren alongside on the front row. Get ready for this one. 8 minutes plus 1 lap are underway again at PF International. Even start across the front row, but it's going to be advantage to those on the inside column. Morrow leads, Behrman up to second place, and Cormack's had a good start as well. Josh Cormack could have a big role to play in this race for his teammate if he can get, and he has got track position ahead of Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He could act as a defender. And there is a battle as well between Josh Cook. Cormack's got in on everybody and taken the race lead from 3 counties back. And what a move that was. Nearly ran into his teammate Riley Morrow, who's lost track position now to Emerson McAndrew-Uren. How we have seen some sends, Henry Baudet, into hairpin 1, but that's got to be one of the best.
I mean, Josh Cormack started that move in Nottinghamshire. He was that far back, but there was a gap, and he went for it. It did help Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who I've got to say, at the start, I watched that start, Emerson was very tentative at the start, and it all comes around, and he takes the lead a lap later. Emerson, he sort of, Cormack, Cormack, again, this is the situation. Do you know what, Emerson? You've got more to lose than I have, so race me accordingly. I know what's at stake for you. I just want to win a race on my birthday. Emerson McAndrew P2 ahead of Morrow. Tom Reed in 4th. No, Sebastian Behrman in 4th. Mayer 5th. Then Cook Smith, Abraham, White, Ward, Taylor, Oman, Ratcliffe, and
Tom Reed.
Okay, so there are 2 tickets to the grand finals available in this class. Tom Reed was in line for the second of those tickets at the start of the day. His nearest rival was 22 points back, Max Jolly.
5 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go. Riley Morrow leads this one and, of course, leads the intermediate classification. Emerson McAndrew-Wren, second place right now, would also be second in the IC.
That would
be title picture done. Josh Cormack, though, has overtaken the championship leader off the bridge. Here comes
Morrow.
Sebastian Behrman, and Alfie Mayor's not giving up. How about Alfie Mayor? He just keeps chipping away. He wants one of those big plates. He's up to third.
Okay, sorry, that was Josh Cormack defending again. Cormack really wants it today. He really, really wants it. It's his last race in Minimax. I think he'll be moving up next year. We have seen him take it to the limit of defending a couple of occasions. Think about this though, it's your birthday, it's your last race in a class, it is a circuit that you know you could do well on, because again at the O plate at the start of the year, Josh Cormack was again in the chance of victory, got a penalty, and so you can understand why he just so determined, you know. There's a lot on your mind, you know, the family around him, it's your birthday, and a lot of these drivers, they realise how much their families sacrifice for them. You think, right, it's my birthday, you know. You can just understand a little bit about the mental side of what happens and what the drivers go through, and then you can understand a little bit more about why you see them being, you know, with Gian Pahal in Micromax, being so aggressive, because he knows how important it is, you know, for him, for his family. Cormac, desperate to win, pushing it to the limits.
He just saw James Roots is sadly out of this race. We'll see him in the final, but no longer in this heat. Pharaoh moving down the inside of Nelson Taylor there. 4 minutes of this race to go. Let's count them through. Morrow leads from Alfie Mayor. Lucian Smith third, Sebastian Behrman in fourth, Emerson McAndrew-Wren in fifth. Emerson McAndrew-Wren still holding one of those positions that would give him the title. He's third at the moment in the ICs. Here's Behrman having a go at Smith. These two went wheel to wheel last year, of course, in the finale of the Micromax Championship. They've been 2 great drivers to have in Minimax 2025. Through went Behrman there. This is a chance for Emerson McAndrew-Wren. This is what he's been doing all week. This is the same kind of calmness that we saw him take the GP plate with back here at PF International in August. Not necessarily being at the front of the field, but having the trust in his own abilities, Henry, to race through, not panic. Pick off the drivers one by one. That's him back up to P4 now. That will give him another point in the intermediate classification. I don't think he'll change position in the intermediate classification. He'll stay third, but he's extending the gap that he's got to the likes of Lucian Smith and Alfie Mayor and Joshua Cook behind. Those are the drivers that, if they run well in this one, could mean that the title race goes on to the final race of the season. Mayor with the new fastest lap of the race. Emerson McAndrew-Wren, we saw it yesterday. I like it that when he's in this position here, he reads the situation and goes, yeah, that's at least 85%. I'll go for it. I'll be positive. I'll be on the front foot, not sit back. Here he goes again, down the inside, takes P3 from Behrman. Good driving.
Weighted at the risk, unfortunate. Well, Riley Morrow is under investigation. So, you know, that's nothing, no penalty yet, but they're looking at something. You can see Alfie Mayor. You've got to give credit to Morrow and Mayor. They know they're on the back foot, so they're just... It hasn't got to them. That Mayor, who's been leading the championship most of the season, you know, has it got him down? No. He has got his head down and just done all he can do as well. And that's, you know, these young drivers, that's all you can ask from them. Lucian Smith in P4. Tom Reed under investigation as well. Ryan White is looking good for a ticket to the grand finals at the moment. but he came...
Behrman and Smith get together at hairpin number 1. Oh, that is a really, really sad one to see. Behrman gets going again. Smith is out of the kart and goes to safety. But, well, that was simply two drivers going for one piece of linkage. That doesn't work down at hairpin number 1. That brings Cormac back up to and was 4th place. He's lost it now to Ryan White. Ryan White continuing to chip away.
And it brings Emerson McAndrew-Uren up to 2nd in the intermediate classification. Behrman was there. It's now Emerson McAndrew-Uren into P2 in the intermediate standings, P3 in the race. I think, Andrew, we are looking at the defining race of the 2025 Wera Tools Motorsport UK Minimax Championship. Murrow and May are going to dispute the victory in this heat on the road. McAndrew-Uren has done enough. He's not home yet. Under investigation, number 137, Sebastian Behrman. Well, we saw the incident happen. Lucian Smith is up and out of his cart. Behrman did continue. Christian Sanguinetti is the last driver running, the Canadian driver in P25. Okay, final lap. Alfie May versus Riley Murrow. Alfie May, let's say it together. Slim Shady round the outside, taking the race lead down towards hairpin number 1.
Well, that's the move that Riley Murrow has made his speciality here over the past few weeks. Murrow has been Murrowed. Alfie May takes the lead then on the final lap of this race. Emerson McAndrew-Uren can start to count the corners down now. He's still holding 3rd place in this race. He's still holding 2nd place in the intermediate classification. He needs 4th or higher by our maths to secure the title. Alfie May will go into the final race of the season from the inside of row number 2. It's going to take heat to victory. Riley Murrow will start on pole position, but Emerson McAndrew-Uren 3rd on the road. That's it. That's the British title for Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the scene, on the track where he took that emotional GP plates victory a few weeks ago. He can now add the number 1 plate to the list of achievements in Minimax. It is his 2nd Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship title. He won Micromax in 2023.
Watch this, Andrew.
In Minimax 2025, he is your champion again.
You know, I mean, the fist bump from Josh Cormac when Emerson won the Kart Masters, the amount of drivers that congratulated him. Now, he will do a great job of thanking the entire team, family. There's one person that is responsible more than anyone else for who is now a double British kart champion, Emerson McAndrew. That one person is his older brother, Aston. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Aston was the older brother. He started racing. Then Emerson got old enough to have a little go. And it became clear that maybe Emerson was something special.
Yeah.
The family looked and said, you got the money to run one. Aston said, okay, I'm going to not kart anymore. Mum and Dad, put the money behind little bro. Little bro, there he is, has now won the British Championship in both classes he has ever competed in. He was the first ever Micromax champion, and now he is his second, he has his 2nd title in Minimax. And his brother Aston, if it wasn't for his brother Aston saying, okay, we'll step back, we never may have seen Emerson McAndrew-Uren in this position.
Wow, wow. What a story Minimax 950 has been this season. It's not done, of course. The final will be at 4:15. We've got to move on, though. Next out on circuit. Big race this. 2nd heat of the day in Senior ROTAX. So let's head to senior Rotax world. What are we going to see in this one? Well, we'll start with Lewis Goff. He'll have pole position alongside Macaulay Bishop on the front row. Then it's an all-Welsh row 2, Matty Hingley and championship leader Matthew Higgins. Cian Geraghty starts on row 3. It's joined by Kai Beach. Harry Bartle must move forward in this race from row 4. He's joined by William Antrobus.
Geraghty has the onboard camera. Lewis Gilbert and Jack West, row 5. Archie Walker, Pearson Bullock Carter, row 6. Then Jack Lilly, Hugh Moulton, Finley Jones and Brandon Truman.
Next up, it's Ewan Charman and Joshua Graham on row 9. Harrison Crowther and Charlie Smith complete the top 20. Charlie Cox and Jamie Perilli can move forward from row 11. Kai Hunter will be on full attack from row 12 alongside Adam Wooden. Completing the field, Guy Cunnington, Freddie Ingram, DeJean Bennett, Miles Roby take us to 28th. Sam Kelbrick, Deacon Russell and Mikey Walker complete the 31-strong field. Result from heat number 1, Bishop 0 points, virtue of the heat victory. Higgins 2, Hingley 3, Gilbert, good second half of the race, finished P4 ahead of Goff, Bartle, Geraghty, Antrobus, Hunter and Smith. The key bit there, though, being that Higgins was the highest ranked driver amongst those going for the title.
I don't think we're going to see a champion crowned in this race. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're not. What we will see in this race is how many drivers have a chance of the title in the final. Who's going to race their way out of contention over the next 8 minutes? Lights are out, we're off and racing. Higgins has to just take it one corner at a time. It is on, the pressure is on Bartle, it's on Walker, it's on Gilbert. 4 remain for the title. Walker needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat because he had the worst results in heat number 1. Geraghty sends it to the inside of hairpin number 2 behind his teammate Bartle. There's a birthday boy, Harrison Crowther, 17 years old today. Harrison Paul trying to make a move.
7 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go then. Still plenty of racing to do. Lewis Goff has hit the pace hard in the early stages of this one. Will lead at the end of the first lap. Macaulay Bishop holding second place. Right now would start on pole position for the final. Under the bridge they go. Hingley holding third. Good start for Archie Walker. Up 4 places to P7. He needs to go all out here. Higgins sticks it down the inside of Hingley. That is a top quality, world-class move from Matthew Higgins, and his teammate Bishop's gone for the race lead. Bishop to the front. Higgins nearly outbraked himself into hairpin 1. Bartle's trying to move through as well. Harry Bartle, we said he needed to move forward. The reigning junior Rotax champion, he'll hand that plate over to Jacob Ashcroft today. Here he could potentially still do the back-to-back junior to senior Rotax crown campaign, the same as what Macaulay Bishop did from 2023 to 2024. He's on the attack here up to third place. He's got a rear gunner in the shape of Cian Geraghty there now as well. Archie Walker, does he have a go? And Matthew Higgins, yes he does. Here he goes.
Gilbert
Higgins has got to stay calm now. He's lost position to Lewis Gilbert now as well. This is where 2 hard weeks of racing could start to tighten up for Matthew Higgins, but he's still got a decent position in this championship battle. Down towards hairpin number 1. Bishop leads from Goff, Bartle, Geraghty, Walker, Gilbert, Higgins. Pearson Bullock Carter's having a good race as well. Is up to P8. Down the inside goes Gilbert. Lovely move once again. The Diamond of Dalry on the attack, and Higgins. Bartle down the inside of Goff for P2.
It's just incredible that in the case of Harry Bartle and Lewis Gilbert, they've not had the best weekends, but the level of experience they have, even though Bartle's in his first year as a senior, when the pressure is on, they improve, they do what they absolutely have to do to get themselves into a potentially winning position. It's good. Well, it's not all bad news for Higgins. It's like, you know, you can see the sharks are circling around the swimmer in the water, and Matthew Higgins has got his trunks on. They know that it's that Higgins has to sort of play it a little bit cool. Bartle is now in front of Higgins in the intermediate classification. Higgins is still going to take points off Walker and Gilbert. Bartle and Stuart Wright is Harry's mechanic. He was saying to me yesterday, he goes, by the end of this weekend, I'm going to need, and then he stopped. I said, what, 87 pints of lager? He went, no, the defibrillator.
4 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. This could be a spicy battle. Bishop versus Bartle. Bartle needs the points. I currently have it 5 championship point difference between Matthew Higgins and Harry Bartle. But if Bartle could find a way through, he could change that once again, as there's a scrap between one of the Coles race, and that'll be in Hugh Moulton firing himself up the order.
Now, it's going to be Archie Walker. Archie Walker lost a place. No, Goff is going backwards now. Now that is going to actually help Matthew Higgins. Matthew Higgins, without passing anyone on track, has actually picked him a place in the intermediate classification. Walker is now directly behind Matthew Higgins. Archie Walker, again, we're likely to see Archie be aggressive to try and pass Matthew Higgins, and Matthew Higgins then going to be like, okay, yep, that's fine.
Off you go.
You go, off you go.
3 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. And not only is it that Higgins has gone back up a spot in the intermediate classification, it's who he's taking the spot off. He's taking it off Bartle. So now, as things stand, those are your intermediate points. The crucial thing to know is that would convert through to a 10-point lead for Higgins going into the final race, but still possible for Bartle to turn things around, and for Gilbert to turn things around. He's not mathematically out of things yet either. 2 minutes and 40 seconds of this race remain. All sorts going on up and down the field. Brandon Truman right in the middle of things. Was very quick in free practice on Friday, but had difficult qualifying pace, and that's just made the speed that he's had in the races difficult to make his way up through the order. There down the inside is Jamie Perilli, takes another position away from a rival. Yeah,
you can see Kai Hunter's Hunter Motorsport Kart has a different graphics kit to the rest of the team. You need to ask his mechanic Alfie Lawrence why that is, because there may have been a set of bodywork left over.
Oh, this is key, this is key. This is Gilbert and Higgins fighting over third place now, because they've got past Cian Geraghty. Here on board now with Cian Geraghty. Is there a switchback on out of hairpin number 1? No. Door shut there by both Gilbert and Higgins.
You know, and Gilbert less than 2 minutes to go. It's quite within Lewis Gilbert's right now to defend for all you're worth. Back Higgins up as far as you can. Higgins will then be maybe forced to go for a move and that isn't as on as he would like it to be, and Gilbert can say, well, you know, it's down to you, Matthew. Do you want to Gilbert's checking all the time as where Higgins is. Gilbert playing a canny tactical game. It's all fair in love and war. It's less than 2 minutes to go. It's not as though Lewis went out there and started defending with fight. No, he's waited the final 2 minutes, and then it's like, okay, you know, we've raced. Now I've got to try and use other drivers to my advantage.
Permeyer, Calix Henry, Bartle has got to get past Bishop. He's got to get through. Bartle's
easier said than done.
Well,
Here comes Matty Higgins, though. Higgins! Oh, makes a move. Fantastic. He committed. He loses a place to Geraghty. Well done, Matthew Higgins. That was the risk that he figured. It's worth it.
Not just worth it, but it's put Lewis Gilbert down the order. Lewis Gilbert's going to lose intermediate classification position here to Harry Bartle. It all changes once again. Bartle now back up to 3rd place in the IC. This actually is looking pretty good now for Matthew Higgins. Gilbert drops to 6th as things stand. Oh, it'll be tied. Oh, Lewis Gilbert, by winning the final race, could still tie the points up with Matthew Higgins. And remember, tiebreakers are done on the last race of the season. Time is up. Bartle's still in this situation. If he wants to keep himself alive in championship contention, he's got to find a way through. Oh, and here again, Garrity, Higgins going wheel to wheel. Archie Walker trying to do everything he can. Here comes Archie Walker down the inside, takes Matthew Higgins' 4th place. That could be important. The maths are going to go wild in the end of this race. Time is up. Last lap board is out. Macaulay Bishop, he can't keep hold of that number 1 plate, but he could very much be part of the destiny of who's going to succeed him as British champion. The leaders are coming round onto the bridge now. This is the fight for 3rd place. Garrity, Walker, Higgins still there in 5th place. Higgins still holding on to 2nd place in the intermediate classification, but only by 1 point from Harry Bartle.
Bartle has to make a move. We're looking there at Archie Walker. Garrity defending. Is this going to open the door for Matthew Higgins? Up at the front, Bishop leads Bartle by 1/4 of a second. Oh, Harry Bartle jinks a potential move into the Fullerton S's. Bishop doesn't fall for it. This is going to have to be something special from Harry Bartle. If he knows how important it is, he doesn't make the move. This could, well, Bartle will still be in with a shout.
No, I think he's going to be out.
No.
He's going to be out.
Yellow flags waving. Is this game over for Harry Bartle or not? Bishop wins. Bartle P2. Who comes home in 3rd? Where's Higgins?
5th. So, Bishop will start on pole for the final. Higgins, that 2nd place, gets rid of his 17th from Dunkerswell, puts his tally, by my calculations, up to 623. Bartle, 3rd, improves, gets rid of his 18th from yesterday, moves him to 613. Should stress this is very, very provisional, folks, but by my calcs, Bartle winning the last race will move to 622.
Oh.
He's not, that's why he needed that position against Bishop to do the swing on Higgins. I think Bartle might be mathematically out. And, well, we'll see, because, of course, this is a provisional race result as well. Bishop from Bartle, Garrity, Walker, Higgins, your top 5. Where does Lewis Gilbert finish? He's 6th in the IC. Again, by my calcs, I think Gilbert is still in it in senior Rotax, but has to win the last race.
Yes,
and hope that Higgins drops.
So Higgins' next worst score is
a 12th.
So 11th place is good enough for Higgins.
Yep.
We think, ladies and gentlemen. I wish they taught mathematics in school, because then I wouldn't have been so thick. It's provisional, ladies.
Provisional, with a capital PROV, you get the rest.
Archie Walker, we think, is out.
Yeah.
Archie Walker, his maximum is now 621. However, British Championship is one thing. The 2nd ticket, Andrew Mather, at the moment, what do we think the points situation is for the 2nd ticket? That is going to be, you've got Gilbert, Bartle and Walker are still very much in the conversation for the 2nd ticket.
Oh, yeah.
Hingley as well, maybe?
Maybe we'll do the maths during the lunch break to confirm all of that, but it's going to be a toasty one when we get to 4:40. I think we can bring you an interesting replayer here in my ear. Now, what are we seeing here? This was Lewis Goff slowing down round the bowl.
And retiring, and Janie Perilli very
pushing him back to the pits,
helping him back to the pits. Oh, it's like Senna and Mansell at Silverstone in '91. It's like Piquet with Arnoux and Prost in an Alio at Mexico '86.
So there we go. That's Senior Rotax heats done. We will, of course, bring you updates as and when we receive it. What a race there from Macaulay Bishop. Let's not forget that. That he has got pole position with a perfect set of results so far here today, looking to end this season, but a difficult season on high. There is the copper from the 1980s, also known as Kai Hunter.
Yeah, try not to look at the top lip of Kai Hunter, please, please, please. He's something is growing on him. Oh dear. And there's the strapping that Matthew Higgins has got on his wrist. in his hand after that incident a couple of weeks ago. Well, we've got a little bit of time now. There's Paul Klassen, just having a look around. Archie Walker and his dad Darren. You know, said.
Good sportsmanship there.
Yeah, good sportsmanship. Said that Archie's obviously going to university. He's got a work placement as well to go and earn some money to pay Darren and Darren's wife and Mrs. Walker back. And Darren goes, "It's okay, I've got the spreadsheet."
Let's take a short break. One more heat to come up. Junior Rotax A versus B is after this.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back, everybody, to PF International. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties for you today for the last day of the season in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Keep your comments, keep your messages of support coming in if you're watching from home or around the circuit on your mobile devices on YouTube for both the Karting UK YouTube channel and the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed yet, click that button. Click it now, or Henry will come out and find you. Of course, we've got one more race to go on our schedule for the heats. It's Junior Rotax, and it's an A versus B race. What a calm piece of racing for us to simmer down with before the finals. I'm joking, of course. It's a race that will decide the pole sitter, or who is the pole sitter for the final later on today. Just a quick reminder of the final times, because after this race we will go into the break here at the circuit. Don't go anywhere in terms of your broadcast. We'll bring you last night's paddock show if you've not watched it already. 3 o'clock for the F100 O plate. 3 o'clock for the F100 O plate, 3:30 for the repercharge for Junior Rotax, 3:50 for Micromax, 4:15 for Minimax, 4:40 for Senior Rotax, and then 5:05 for Junior Rotax. Henry returns, having suitably got, I'm sure, a number of people to subscribe to the YouTubes on their phones.
Well, what I have noticed is Adam Mulvaney, who is he's here, but he's obviously done himself a mischief because he's been wheeled round the paddock by his good lady in a wheelchair.
Oh.
He said it was he wanted to do a Little Britain sketch, but I mean I'm not quite sure what the thing is. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so Adam Mulvaney is here and he's injured, so I hope Adam gets well soon.
Get well soon.
I saw Emerson McAndrew Uran's dad, Wayne.
Yeah.
I say congratulations. Well, we're going in the office at the moment. I'm not sure if they just want to congratulate us or we've done something wrong.
Right.
So, yes. And we missed the cameras, missed Jordan Baines running. Which, if you think I'm out of breath from running, oof, my word. So, yeah, that's all going on behind the scenes. One more race to go. Now, this is what I was thinking to myself. How is it possible that producer James Fitzhugh could go and get lunch before the queue? I mean, certainly. I mean, what's your lunch order, Andrew? Maybe
my
we can
order.
click our fingers, and whoever went and got James his lunch can then get us our lunch because we're going to spend the lunch break doing championship things so that we can bring you and the Alpha audience the up-to-date championship picture and all the calculations.
I've got packed lunch today.
Oh,
the advantages of
don't say that.
being
All
at
I've
your
got
mum and
is half a
dad's.
bottle of Iron Brew now. Come on, Andrew.
This race, though, 26 drivers will be on the grid for this one. There's a quick look over at Cian Bernard, who will start this race from... that's why I'm confused, because, of course, Jacob Ashcroft is not in this race because he's sitting this one out, has got enough points in the championship, has got his 20 bonus for attending and competing in every single round, i.e. did qualifying. So everyone from Cian Bernard back has shifted up one spot. That's why he's on the outside of row number 1.
Parents, families watching. There's Mike Chalk in the black jacket. Callum Bradshaw sitting down watching. There's Mike Spencer. Everyone's on the way to the camera. Mike Spencer sitting next to Donna Peake from MLC Motorsport. Other force. David Sullivan was here yesterday as well. Mark Kimber in the centre there. Mark and Callum. How many? Well, 2020 World Champion, the British Champion Mark Kimber, a 4-time Grand Final champion. Yes, bit of glaze for you guys. You know, this is where you should have. He's got a Tiller jacket. Why hasn't he got a Callum Bradshaw Drivers Academy coat on? Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's missed out. He missed the trick. He just realised, oh yeah, why haven't I got one? There's Mr. Straubs himself, Paul Spencer. Watching now, that's the mechanics. So, well, there's one of several positions.
Galleries.
Yes, galleries. The main grandstand is really interesting because the team there is Josh East from the photographer, one of the photographers here.
I don't think Josh East's hat is bright enough.
It's
slipping standards.
So there's the main grandstand. It's really interesting. The teams have their own spot in the grandstand. Oh, and there's the Gilbert family. Oh, with Poppy, in Poppy the Spaniel. There she is. Now, Dan Holland Racing. The far side, near the pit exit, they go on there. KR Sport, they traditionally stand in the middle. Sam Pollitt, and they go, I mean, Sam Pollitt is on the first, you can just see there that near side barrier, which is sort of directly underneath the commentary box, just past the start-finish line. That's where Ultimate R, the Hingelys, and Sam Pollitt tend to go. They do have their own place in the grandstand. You think, why is that? Well, obviously, if they need to communicate to a driver, the driver knows where to look. You know, so it is. And I mean, how they all decided to, you know, where they stand. I mean, there must have been some sort of, you know, discussion, violent discussion, maybe. I don't know, to get those positions. But you go down there, and the teams are always in the same spot.
Yeah.
It's not because they like that spot, it's because that is where...
It's the process.
The process, part of the process. John Buchan, there he is. He's our onboard camera cart. He has... Well, excitement is guaranteed in the Craft Motorsport team.
John needs a good race in this one. Had problems in heat 1. Doesn't want to be in the repercharge again. Here we go then. Last heat of this part of the day. It's Junior ROTAX up next. Let's take you through the grid then for this heat. Charlie Wolford will start from pole position. Jacob Ashcroft does not start this one, so everybody moves up one. Next up, Cian Bernard and Joel Dixon-Cohen. Starting a little bit further back, Archie Lovett and Sebastian Clark. Ellis Bell and Noah Barham have decent starts for this one also.
Luca Holmes-Ballock and Alfie McBain are next. John Buchan will now start 10th ahead of Eva Morris. Harry Freeman, Rayan Gandor, they're fighting for a ticket, provided Rayan changes his nationality on his licence for Bahrain. Jack Beasley and Charlie King are next.
Jensen Chalk and Samir Paul in the middle of the pack there. Ewan House and Sam Kohler up next. Top 20 is completed by Oliver White. Jared Fox-Whiteley overtaking Machine this weekend.
Yes.
Starts from row 11. Nathaniel Gray and Josh Bomber-Smith are up next ahead of Leon Hasty and Zach Turner. 25 drivers start this race. As noted, Ashcroft does not start.
David Whitehouse, Motorsport Magpie, on there, he says he has some interesting facts for senior ROTAX we might like. Then he says, no, I'll keep it to myself. He doesn't want to jinx anyone. No, David, give them the facts, because then instead of blame the commentator, we'll blame the moderator. How does that work out? So please, Motorsport Magpie, fill us with facts. Charlie Wolfett and Cian Bernard. Last heat of the 2025 season is go.
Good start for Charlie Wolfett. Good start for Bernard as well. Row 2, a little bit of sleep there off of the lights. Wolfett leads in the early stages, round the bowl for the first time, looking clean in the second half of the field. Very open situation here in terms of who takes pole, because both heat winners whilst in this race start from further back, Freeman and Fox-Whiteley. Freeman was a little bit wide there, coming on to the Litchfield Bridge, down through hairpin 1 for the first time. All good, no incidents, that's what we like to see. Through hairpin number 2 now, let's hope we can say the same. Yes, we do, but from one of the KR Sports, just running a little bit wide in the background. But it is Wolfett leading this race in the early stages, looking to establish himself on that pole position.
Yes, Jared Fox-Whiteley, as you can see in the lower box there. Now you can see Cian Bernard. We're on board with John Buchan as he comes through the final corner out onto the straight, the main straight past the grandstand. Yes, to answer Block T, Formula 100, it's a guest class. We've had a number of guest classes. Usually when that class isn't usually a part of the Wera Tours paddock, they have their special event, a Motorsport UK plate event, like the O plate, or a national qualifier for a global competition. They come and they do that as part of a guest round or a guest class in the championship. Yellow flags waving at hairpin number 1. It is an SPR kart. It is 218 Sam Kohler.
Change for second place. Joel Dixon-Cohen took second place away from Cian Bernard through hairpin number 1. At the moment, nobody able to get on top of the pace that Charlie Wolfett has got in the early stages of this one. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that Charlie's got this race won. Could be a setup thing. Could be that the pace of the 295 is good in the first half of the race, but we have seen quite often here at PF International in 2025 in particular, those who start quick don't finish quick through the course of these races. 5 minutes and 40 seconds of this one to go. Down the pit, down the back straight we go. Challenge for second place. Cian Bernard takes second place away again. Henry, this time from Joel Dixon-Cohen.
Jen Wade Media watching this. Jen Wade from BRP ROTAX watching as the field come in, saying how much talent there is in the UK. Of course, I'll be in Bahrain for the grand finals. Jen Wade will also be in Bahrain bringing you coverage of the grand finals. Wonder who else might be in Bahrain for the grand finals. Who would you like to see in the live chat? Who would you like to see providing the world-leading coverage of the ROTAX grand finals in Bahrain? Just maybe throw a couple of names in the live chat.
On board here with John Buchan. How's John getting on at the moment? Not bad. P10 at the moment. That kind of result, I think, would offset what happened in heat number 1. And remember, it's the top 28 in the intermediate classification who goes straight through to the final. Everybody else goes in the repercharge, has some fun for those last 6 places. We're having some fun here down towards hairpin number 2 in the middle of it all. Howie Freeman in that 278, trying to move himself up the order. Right now, though, not holding the lead in the intermediate classification as Ewan House goes wheel to wheel with John Buchan.
Mark the time stamp right there, ladies and gentlemen. It was at 1:55 p.m. on September the 21st, 2009, that Andrew Mather said the word repercharge and fun in the same sentence. It might be fun for us. It is certainly not fun for anyone who happens to be in it.
There's your live points in terms of intermediate points. Wolfett right now would be on pole for the final. Henry Gregory tipped us that Wolfett would be P1 at a stage this weekend.
Yes.
And now his prediction is turning out to be true. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Unfortunately, Gold Chain Charlie isn't in contention for a ticket to the grand finals. Too old. There is a different age restriction in every other country than there is in the UK.
Ages,
yes, FIA ages. Out of the Mike Wilson complex we go. Wolfett. It's been a while. I think the last time the MLC Motorsport stood on top of a British Championship podium was Kim Bolton 2021 or 2022 with Darrell DeLeon in Junior X30. Of course, Darrell DeLeon now British touring car driver.
Not long in this race to go. Luca Holmes-Ballock needs a good result here after his black flag in race number 1. It's well controlled by Archie Lovett off of hairpin number 1. This is all over 4th place. Back on board with John Buchan, teammate Leon Hasty a couple of positions ahead. And oh, hello, Ollie White down the outside there in the
so
224.
Close, so close. Brilliant stuff there. Love that. Gives you an idea of how accurate these drives have got to be. That was maybe not the Coles on Coles. That was the two. That's the
Ewan House and Ellis Bell.
Yes, Ewan House and Ellis Bell having a discussion. Let's have a little look there. Into turn number 1 we go. Haven't seen Motorsport Magpie Senior Rotax facts. Want to see them, please, just so that we can blame you later on.
2 minutes of this race to go. Charlie Wolfett continuing to turn a really good turn of speed at the front of the field. Just set a PB down into hairpin 1. 4th place battle. Here comes Luca Holmes-Ballock. Squeezes there. Howie Freeman has to back out of that one. Loses 5th place. Lovett defending again. There may be a switchback opportunity now for Luca Holmes-Ballock towards the Fullerton S's. Lovett tries to get back over, but he's not stopping the 228, firing through into 4th place. Battle behind as well between Ewan House and Noah Barham. This is over 7th place. Jensen Chalk having a decent run as well, up 7 places in this heat so far, Henry. And also the fastest lap of the race last time around.
Now, Eva Morris has gone the wrong direction. She is back to 21st. Actually, she's up to 18th now. Sebastian Clark down to 21st now. Charlie King has dropped down the order a little bit. Jared Fox-Whiteley up to P14. There he flashed across in that sort of light green and white Jack's Motorsport kart. Well, of course, in heat number 1, Jared Fox-Whiteley had the assistance of the top 4 drivers in the race, all collecting each other and crashing out at the first on the banking.
On to 25 seconds to go then. What kind of pace have Bernard and Dixon Cohen got at this stage? Have they got enough to close in and give Charlie Wolfett a bit of a headache on the final lap? We're going to have 2 more laps of this one. Pace for Wolfett on that last lap, 58.03. That's what's impressive for me about this run from Charlie Wolfett. He's controlling things very nicely. Each time these two kick on, get another 10th, get another 10th, try to close in. Wolfert just goes, yep, I'll do likewise. I'll bring the times down to a 58.0. He's keeping that gap at 0.8 of a second. It's a very high race pace in this one. Meanwhile, fight for fourth place, Luca Holmes-Ballack ahead of Archie Lovett. That's a nice move off of the first hairpin from Harry Freeman, who immediately goes on the attack into hairpin number 2. He's made that work of sorts. Luca Holmes-Ballack protests, but through goes Freeman into P4, drops his intermediate score a bit, but still not taking pole position away from Wolfert.
I've got to say, Harry Freeman, at the start of the day, Harry Freeman was 3 points in front of Ryan Gandor for the second tickets to Bahrain in this class. Albie Lapper has pretty well secured the first ticket. The second ticket is between Harry Freeman and Ryan Gandor. Ashcroft has already qualified. Hasty, unfortunately, is too old. So is Noah Barham. Kai Clark already has a ticket. So it comes down to... Oh, and there's a little bit of pushing and shoving going on into turn number 1. So Freeman. Oh, and that's Cian Bernard. Again, the Wera Tools back driver, you know, pushing defensive driving to the limit against Joel Dixon-Cohen, who's having an outstanding drive. And again, likewise, Luca Holmes-Ballack against Jensen Chalk. And it's difficult, but Charlie Wolfert, it's P1 for Gold Chain Charlie, and that secures pole position. Maximum championship scores for the MLC Motorsport driver. We should listen to Greg's on legs more often. Henry Gregory predicted it, and it came true.
Best performance of the season then from Charlie Wolfert. His best score up to now was a 4th place finish in the final at Warden Law. He'll start today's final from pole position. A 1st and a 3rd has given him that result. Cian Bernard second there on the road, ahead of Joel Dixon-Cohen, Harry Freeman, Archie Lovett, Noah Barham, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Jensen Chalk, Ellis Bell and Leon Hasty, all in the top 10, up 15 places there for the O-plate holder. Jared Fox-Whiteley, decent run there again, up 11 to 11th. Ewan House, Ryan Gandor, Alfie McBain and Ava Morris all in the top 15. Zach Turner up 10 to 16th. Will maybe make it through to the final direct. If not, I think Zach will be in a decent position for the repercharge. Charlie King, John Buchan, Sebastian Clark, Oliver White, they were all in the top 20 in that last heat of the day. Last heat of the season. Last time, I'll say 8 minutes plus 1 lap in this particular part of 2025. Joshua Smith, P21, ahead of Jack Beasley, Nathaniel Gray, Samir Paul, Sam Kohler, all 25 drivers who started the race, finished the race. I think a few of those in the bottom half we'll see in the repercharge later on, which will be at 3:30. But in the final at 5 minutes past 5, Wolfert will be on pole. Freeman on the outside of row number 1. Lovett and Buck row 2. Fox Whiteley and Bernard row 3. Barham and Gandor row 4. Lapper and Chalk on row 5.
Question in the poll: how many years old will Alpha be in May 2026? 33% of you said 10 years old. 33% of you were correct. Alpha Live will be celebrating their 10th birthday. In May 2026, I've got to say they've come a very, very long way from James Fitzhugh standing with a microphone at Wilton Mill for the Elk Karting League, or the
Northampton Karting League?
The NKL, the Northampton Karting League. Yes. Come, like the words of Fatboy Slim, come a long way, baby. We have got one more lunch break, one more set of finals, and one more opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to show you last night's paddock show. 'Tis a good one, and Bowen Kent fans will be quite pleased. Hello and welcome to the last paddock show of the 2025 Wera Tours British karting season. Oh. But we're going to make it a really, really good one. So, lots of reasons to be happy. I'm really happy because these are here. Formula 100 UK. The Screamers, the 21,000 RPM ICA Super Libre karts, they are ear-splittingly gorgeous. And by this time, you're watching this on the Sunday lunch break, they will have done their heats and they'll be ready for their final, and they are outstanding. But it's been a pretty good day today, hasn't it? Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, no, some really good racing in the ROTAX categories. The weather's played its part massively, you know, across the course of the day. But in terms of coming in and out, it's not been one of those like, oh, rain, driving rain all day that everyone gets kind of, you know,
it's
makes you sink almost.
Just enough changing conditions to make it really, really interesting. Now, it's obviously myself and Andrew Weather. We've had a special guest today who you would have seen yesterday, Corey Chapman, just come in. You've had a really good day. Now, we're going to wander down to see the Formula 100 guys, but before you leave us, what have you learnt or what have you made? Have you enjoyed your day in the Wera Tours British paddock?
I have. It was very fun, and I had to meet you two, which was amazing. I met the cameraman. He's a nice man.
You met James Fitzhugh, the producer. He's nice.
Yes. And I know how they all work now. I know how the penalties work. I know how the cameras work. And I know how to commentary now.
I know we're going to be out of a job. Jag Rotax have given you a Bell Crash helmet.
Yeah.
Where are you racing next? Because you do rental kart racing and you do a little bit of Rotax testing as well, don't you?
Yes, I do.
So where's next for Corey Chapman?
This Tuesday at Ella Park.
Ah, Ella Park down in Norfolk region way. Brilliant. Well, Corey, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here in the paddock. Good luck with your racing, and if you are, like I said, if you if you're on the autistic spectrum, do not ever let it stop you from trying to achieve your dreams. What would you like to say if there's another young boy or young girl out there has autism? What would you say to them? Look directly in the camera. What would you say to them about not giving up?
Just do whatever you want to do. If you want a car, that's excellent. And if that helps you grow, then it helps you grow. And you have to just believe in yourself.
Excellent.
Very well
Thank you very much, Corey. Corey, I will see you again. Have a safe journey back. You have got to go and take all the stuff and the shirts and the caps and the stickers and all the photos you've had with the drivers back to your house. You've got a 2.5-hour drive home.
Yeah.
Thank you for being part of the paddock here today.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Right. There goes Corey. Great. Now, let's talk to some of these hooligans. Mr. Bowen, come on in. Now, explain quickly the Formula 100, the rules and regulations. What are the karts? Where are they from? What engines have they got? And generally that sort of thing for the people that have never seen this before.
So basically, what we've got running here today is we've got two classes: the Formula Super A's, or the or Super Libre, as you've named it, and the Formula ICAs. The Super Libres use rotary engines and 30mm slide carburetors. The ICAs use 24mm butterflies. All the karts are pre-2000, so anything before the year 2000, I think with the exception of one or two.
Best decade ever, as we discussed.
Isn't it just?
Absolutely.
Isn't it just? And yeah, they max out. I think we've had one or two of us in the past do nearly 22,000 RPM. Of course, with that comes a lot of seizures if we run too lean on the carburetor. But yeah, it doesn't take any ounce of the fun away. So it's honestly, in my opinion, the best, the most fun you can have this far from the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay Fairbrass is over there. Now, Jay, I commentated on Jay Fairbrass when he was racing in the Dadson Challenge,
Masters. Yeah,
the Dadson Masters.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about what we've got here. We'll go and see some of the equipment as well, won't we?
Of course. Have you ever wandered down?
Why not?
Yeah, the Dadsons was great, by the way. Thanks for looking after us on that. We really enjoyed them years in that. F100. So, as Bowen just told you, homologated chassis, homologated engines from the 90s, and some of them earlier, to be fair. All air-cooled, all 100cc, all period equipment. So everything you see on screen today and tomorrow will be as it was raced back in the day. Nothing, no replicas. They can do repairs and stuff, but everything's as it was raced back in the day. Even some of the equipment and the PPE as well. You know, the race suits are all period, and they look fantastic with all the so-on labels and stuff. Who do you want to see? Should we have a chat with Matt? Have you seen these guys? Or
we had a chat with Joe yesterday. I think we'll have a chat with Matt because we didn't see him yesterday. Although I think Henry's found someone there. Henry, who have you found?
I found ex-vice champion in the Wera Tours KZ2 class, Tom Longfield, and somebody apparently I know, although I've got very little recollection about it. Can I just ask, what's your name?
My name is Joe.
Joe. Portimao 2017. Apparently, this gentleman and I had a really good night in Portugal.
A Jägermeister competition, I think it was.
Anyway. Right, enough of that. Talk about this. Tom, what are we looking at and what goes on between each race to keep these running as crisply as they can?
Coffee. Plenty of caffeine. It's a proper piece of kit, isn't it? They shake themselves to bits like most go-karts, but the biggest thing for me in this category, Joe will confirm it, is motors. They like to grenade themselves, so you need a big arsenal of engines, and if you're not au fait, let's say, on the carburation and feeling what the motor's doing, you've got some homework to be doing because they are very sensitive.
Because that's the beauty of these karts. You can see the drivers working the engines as they're driving. You look back at any footage on YouTube of the 90s, of some of the world championships of the likes of Manetti and Trulli and all that. You can see the drivers working
every corner.
Every corner. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not good enough for that, but I do my best.
But I mean, this is obviously the O. So it's the Motorsport UK O plate for this class, and as you can hear, it's just started raining again. So we might end up spending quite a bit of time talking about this. So what is this? It's a Tony kart, year
97.
It's a 97. Yeah. I've also noticed there's a lot of you. You're getting retro stickers made up so they look like they do in periods. That's part of the fun, isn't it?
Why would you want something from said era that doesn't look like it was from said era?
Exactly.
I heard you say earlier on, karting was at its best. They're light, they've got grip, they rotate, the noise, standing in the grandstand hearing these things, nothing. I remember being 8 years old in that grandstand, looking up to this category, and I never got to race it. Even KZ is a lot more physical, a lot more full-on, a lot more intense, but there's so much to this, and these are so nimble. They're alive,
There's something visceral. During the qualifying session that took place today, I stayed down on the dummy grid, and I actually stood on an empty dummy grid, and the noise as you came out of the final corner, it was a slippery track, it was unbelievable. It reminds you why you love karting. It really does. You obviously do this, say a bit of fun. A bit of fun, yeah.
A bit of fun, yeah. I'm too old to do anything else now. And then when this started, this is my 10th year in this now, which makes me feel really old. But I keep coming back to it. I say, I'm going to retire, and they all... But I come back, and I still come back, and I come back again. Jay, Matt, I thought you were retired, I come back again. You just can't stop. It's nothing like it.
And the beauty is that more and more of these karts are appearing as people sort of go back into their garages and take the frame off the wall. So, I mean, what are the grids like in F100 away from this event?
Previous years, it's been a bit hit and miss because we are getting towards, like 10 years now, kit's getting harder to find. Like engines, we've only got a certain regulation on engines, piston sizes, trying to find liners, and that's all the technical side of it. So there is obviously other championships. I raced in Denmark 4 weeks ago, and I think
we spoke about that.
No, we don't speak about that. But we, there was a full grid there. Matt came over and Tyler over here as well, and we'll do that. And they go to Italy as well. There's France's championship front. They're racing everywhere. But add to what you were saying about this, I walked past Kai Hunter and he went, I want to go in that. And I was so tempted, like, take it, go on, go try a real kart, see what you think. Because as soon as you jump in it, it's the best thing you've ever driven.
Can we get Mr. Hunter in a Formula A, and then I've been asking him for many years to come and have a go in a proper kart with 6 gears and front brakes. But he doesn't seem interested, you know, so
Well,
Mr. Hunter, give me a ring.
Well, Kai Hunter is too busy growing a moustache at the moment.
But isn't it fabulous? 9.5 out of 10 on the moustache?
I mean, it's got it's Nigel Mansell-esque.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Basil Brush, something like that. Right, let's have a little look. Thank you ever so much.
Great to see you.
And you guys.
Joe, pass your motor up.
Oh, so have a little look at the engine. Andrew's a technical person, so
Yes.
You know, so Andrew,
We'll have a look. We'll have a look away. So what have we got here, Jake?
This is a ROTAX DS or D or E?
That's a D.
DSD. Okay, ROTAX DSD, 1998 homologation. This is the power unit. This is everything. No battery, no starter, no clutch, no nothing. Ignition is that. It's a CDI ignition, driven from a rotor on the back there. That is it. Hook up the exhaust, pop on one of these beautiful slide carbs, and then you've got more power than you can shake a stick at. They're amazing. A very light, nimble chassis. Stick a drive like Joe in it, and then
We go backwards.
yeah, you're going backwards. That is it. That is the lot. That is your machine. And back when we first started this series, these were changing hands for just a few £100. Gone up a little bit now, but it's still very reasonable. Makes the series very accessible and grassroots, to be honest. So from top flight Formula A and Formula ICA back in the day, very similar, you know, comparable to OK now. This is now a grassroots race series.
And as you say, the accessibility for it, because you haven't got, you know, oodles and oodles of different parts, and sure, the settings and what you have to do, there's always been a bit of a dark art with that one. But in terms of man hours, you know, to work on, to prepare a kart like this, how many man hours do you think you would need to get ready for a race?
These drivers, when they turn the engines right up, they go in strap mode, whatever, they wind them right up. And they'll probably be looking to change a piston 2.5 hours, most.
40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Yeah, well, I did say Joe turns them up much, didn't I? So yeah, they're quite keen. The pistons are relatively cheap to buy. You can maintain and service them yourself. No seals, very simple set of regulations, and it's very much a hobby karting craft. You know, for everybody, it's really accessible.
Very good. Very good. So, well, say if you want to get involved with F100, F100UK.co.uk is the website for all the information.
can we just look at this? This could be the first and only time we see this logo on the paddock show. PDB, Peter De Bruyne Racing Team, and this could be one of the last times we see actual British-built Gillard, one of Tim Gillard's creations, not the OTK brand that it is now. So catch them while you can. Weather check? Doable. Thank you very much, guys.
Have a look, chat with the guys, we're all friendly, they don't bite.
It's fantastic. It's even things like the side pods.
Yeah.
Those are the bodywork that I raced. You know, we got a Merlin chassis there, and a Merlin engine. You know, there's people there. There's who's that? Is that Rick? That's not Ricky Grice. There's Niels Christopherson is here helping out that. Tell us a little bit about the Merlin chassis brand.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
They were quite a small company, relatively small, back in the 90s. Mr. Merlin started off at DAP and in the 60s. It started off at DAP in the 60s, eventually ended up preparing engines for Senna back in his karting days, and started on his own and produced engines. I mean, it's a beautiful looking engine. Produced chassis. In the early 2000s, produced KF motors as well, and then just sort of wound down a bit, couldn't compete with people like Vortex and Rotax and all that sort of thing, and basically sort of wound it up a bit. But the factory's still open. I went there in May when we went to Lenato and said, can you make me an engine? He said, yeah, no problem. €800.
Fantastic. Now, Tyler, you raced contemporary ROTAX. Did you race in the British Championships?
No, I didn't have the money for that.
But you raced. I've commented on you in various championships around the place. Compare this to modern day, say, modern day direct drive karting.
I've never driven an OK or anything, but compared to a ROTAX, this is nothing like it. It's it just feels alive, really. I would never drive anything else again. I just love it, really.
Excellent. That's it. Just love it. Just love it. There we go. I like the. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Even down to the graphics. Hello, sir. How are you?
What are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
Yeah.
Well, I was maybe interviewing you.
No. Why are you interviewing me?
Well, because you might have something to say about this wonderful thing.
Oh, it's all right, but I've got nothing else to say.
Oh, fair enough then. Right to know.
You knew that I get you, didn't you, in the end? I said to my driver, in a minute, I already swore in the scrutineering ban. I said,
that's quite all right, because Joe back in there said the P word 3 times. Sorry, James, you're going to have to do a bit of editing.
You wait until he looks round when you wink at me and you'll go like that, and I with laughter.
Thank you very much, guys. There we go. Great characters in the paddock.
Don't worry.
We can bleep that bit out.
Yeah.
It's fine. Right, should we go into the main paddock now and talk a little bit about the ROTAX divisions? Now, are we going to let cameraman walk backwards, or are we going to do him a favour and walk backwards?
No, cameraman walk
Paddock Show Pooch alert! Oh. Paddock Show Pooch alert! Come here, Miss Daisy Barham.
Scared, Daisy.
Oh no,
She's skittish.
She's skittish. It's okay. Right. Well, hello. It's okay.
Well,
Daisy. Well, maybe it's. She's had a busy day because Noah is in with a chance of a top 3 in the championship, top 4.
Yeah, I think we're 4th after today. Wasn't the best of days, but at the moment I think we're standing 4th. I saw in the virtual championship. So we go again tomorrow.
We go again tomorrow. That's the key. That's what you've got to remember for everything. Now, of course, it's not just, obviously, drivers, parents. There are sisters and daughters here. Come this way, because you will walk and talk. Chloe? Hi, how has your day been? This is Chloe Fitzhugh. This is James's daughter, a producer James's daughter. We got to slow down so he doesn't fall over. And you, young lady, are?
Josh Cook's little sister.
And your name is?
Tilly.
Tilly. So these two are terrorists around the paddock. Everything. Well, aren't you? Oh, well, quickly, as we talk from 2 terrorists, Macaulay Bishop is heading that way, not to be a championship this year.
But a really good effort from Macaulay today. He gave it his all and got some good points on the board for getting back up the standings.
Yes. So Tilly Cook, Josh Cook's sister, and Chloe Fitzhugh.
Doing very good today.
Well, I mean, so how much of the racing do you actually watch then?
About 2 races.
2 races, basically the ones that your brother's in. What do you do the rest of the day apart from eat sweets and cause chaos?
We don't cause chaos.
Really?
And stroke my dogs.
You stroke your dogs and play and with your friends. Do you, even though you don't race, do you like coming to karting weekends because you see your friends?
Yeah.
Yep. And do you drive karts?
No, I used to though.
You used to, Tilly?
I used to, but I kind of lost confidence after I went backwards into a wall at 40 miles an hour.
Excellent. Karting, what a great sport it is. Right, thank you, young ladies. They can go off and here. There's the Cookie Monster. Let's talk to a driver, Cookie Monster.
Let's talk to Josh.
Yes.
Josh, come on in. Hey, we've just had a bit of a review from your sister.
Yes, apparently she said you were rubbish.
Yeah. From your perspective, how did the day go?
I don't know. Not great. Not really. Not very good.
How was it dealing with all the rain coming in and out? It looked very tricky out there.
Yeah, most of our sessions were quite dry, but in the final it was very dry, but we were all on wets. And I found that quite difficult, so we didn't do very well. And then we had a little come together, and we ended up something like 17th or something. So yeah, bit of a meh day.
But the nice thing about doubleheader is you can do it all again tomorrow, and you've learnt a lot, haven't you?
Yeah, refresh tomorrow. Hopefully we have a better day.
What's the thoughts going further on? We always talk about the end of the season and what drivers are doing next, where they're racing next. What's the plan for you?
So we haven't had a great British campaign, but I think next year we'll do it again, aiming to get some high positions and the Euro Series as well, and just trying to get to the grand finals and see what happens there.
Absolutely. Josh, thanks very much for talking to us. Best of luck for tomorrow. Henry has found another pooch.
Well, this is Chester Cook. I think Chester could be our last paddock show pooch of the year. What would you say about that, Chester? Yes. Are you happy? No. Are you cold? Yes. There we go. There's Chester Cook, everybody. They've got to go to dinner. Thank you, Cook family. We'll keep wandering down now. KR Sport.
Yes.
Mixed day, Harry Freeman winning on the road. A lot of coulda, woulda, shouldas. Kai Clark, I think, was, unlucky. He's been quick enough to win. Maybe just, I think a lot of drivers today, they maybe got ahead of themselves a little bit. The pressure, not got to them, but the occasion may have got to them.
I think a bit of a microcosm of the whole season for some of KR Sports drivers. As Josh alluded to just there, you've got a lot of drivers in this awning this year who it's their first year at division level X, and we have seen a lot of speed from their drivers. Harry being a really good example. It's not the first time we've seen Harry at the sharp end of a field, but yeah, just and that's the nice thing, I think, particularly for their junior drivers. I'll be interested to see how the juniors race tomorrow, now that everybody knows Jacob's got the title, it's all done. Do they change their mindset almost a little bit to go, it's last day of the season, championships out the window, have a bit of a hack?
I think if everyone in junior ROTAX was being honest, and we're gonna avoid Canada's Ryan Gandor and Toby George. Stay. Right. Sit. Paul, how's your day, Ryan?
Yeah, it's been a bit average, really. Just struggling really with pace a bit, and just trying to get my head around stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I think we were saying about before you rudely interrupted us. No, I'm joking. If you're being honest, everyone in the class knew that Jake was going to win the championship. So in that case, I don't think anyone's attitude is going to change tomorrow because the championship's gone. You pretty much knew that anyway, didn't you?
Yeah, obviously Jacob's already won the championship. It was quite obvious that happened. But then it's quite a scrap for the second ticket for the world.
Yeah. Now, a question. I think this is a record. I think 3 Canadian drivers is probably the most Canadian drivers you've ever had. And you finished best of them.
I mean, I've obviously spent the most amount of time in the UK, so I've just adapted more compared to all the other Canadian drivers here.
Okay, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Should we head into Coles?
I think we should.
I didn't go into Coles yesterday.
Had a very, very good day, and a podium for somebody in this awning. I think it's possible. Whoa! If you turn round. What a nice guy I am, preventing cameraman from drowning in an 80-foot puddle here at PFI. Now, luckily, you're not Anthony Jordan, otherwise I'd kick you. But no, we're going to tiptoe away into the Coles Racing awning. I tell you what, you bring a driver out, tell them to turn the music off, and I will pick on this random person here. Please tell us who you are and how your day has been in whatever role you are doing. Come and stand outside. Show the world your face. Right.
I don't really have any roles. I'm just chief supporter, I guess.
Okay.
Hugh Moulton.
Oh, Hugh Moulton. Cousin Moulton. Have you been following the season? Have you come to every race?
Every single race.
What's that like as just a supporter then? Because, a cousin, it's not like mum, dad, sister, it's a sort of, yeah. I'm sure there are lots of drivers with cousins, not many of them are here. No. But you are?
Yep. I use all my holiday up for it for work, travel all around the country following him. It's difficult when it's not going so well, but it's good when it goes well, and today's been a good day for us. So.
But you must just like being part of the paddock.
Yeah, I love it. It's brilliant. I wouldn't change it. Never.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Cousin Moulton.
Cheers.
There we go. Right, Andrew Mather, there's a star.
I found a Ewan house. Ewan, really good day for you. Out at the sharp end. How's it been from your seat?
It's been good. We've had a very good day because we've proved, I think, more to me than everybody else that I deserve to be where I am. Because the past few, like the start of the season, we were not making finals, finishing right down the bottom. Now we're sat deep inside top 10.
What's made the difference? Is it, just a bit more seat time? I think you had a good run here in club meetings as well.
I'd say a bit of seat time and a bit of just motivation in general. So.
And again, the whole season for Coles Racing, whenever I've been in the awning, it feels like there's a really again this evening, a really upbeat atmosphere.
Yeah, everybody's really happy again with what's happened today because everybody's been right at the front. Everybody's had a good day. Depends where you look, but everybody still has had fun.
How do you tackle the last day of the season?
Last day, we're just going to try and do exactly what we did today. Go at it and try and go for a podium and not crash into a barrier this time.
Fantastic stuff, Ewan. Thanks for your time. We'll bring Maximilian Eberhardt in as well. Max, it's really tough for the minis today. You've had some awful weather to deal with.
Yeah, it hasn't been our best day this year, but we move on. Tomorrow's another day, and hopefully we can do better.
Out of 10, how would you rate your season? Stepping up from Micromax, a competitive Micromax category last year, into an arguably even more competitive Minimax category, what out of 10 would you give you?
I think I would give our season a 6. It started off not the best, so I was still getting used to the class in the first couple of British rounds, and then as the season's developed on, I've really progressed as a driver, and so then it's shown on the board, and we've actually started to get better results. Today just wasn't the day. 18th, it's not a good result, and hopefully we can bounce back tomorrow.
What's the plan ahead of after this round? How early do you start turning towards 2026?
We're doing 2 more, the last Wilton Club rounds, and then I think it will be just straight to 2026 and focusing on what we're doing next year.
Good stuff. Well, Max, best of luck. Well, will you have a good day tomorrow? Thanks for your time. Thanks for talking to us. What on earth is happening here?
Some of us just have, ways and means of avoiding wet weather conditions. I'm with Kev. Kev is one of the most familiar figures in Trent Valley Kart Club at PFI circuit. You do everything, don't you, Kev?
I try.
How much pride do you take at presenting the circuit like you do for every time we come here?
Just try and keep it right, keep it clean.
Excellent. Now, if you don't mind wandering along, we're going to go down to our next interview with Gold Chain Charlie Wolfett. Bye. Onward, driver.
The things he gets up
It's
to.
quite good, this. Right.
Right, we'll take the long way around and walk down towards MLC. Big thanks to Coles Racing, all of their help today.
Thank you, Kev. Right.
He's getting on in his age, so he's had a refresh. He has to sit down, carefully sit down, and he's found a Charlie Wolfett. Henry, over to you.
Well, I mean, I arrive in style to meet karting royalty. Gold Chain, Charlie Wolfett. Does this chain get bigger and bigger every paddock show?
No.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, poor qualifying. I spoke to Henry Gregory, who said if you found something to do wrong in qualifying, you did it. But then you seemed to get everything out of the way and did okay then.
Yeah, today wasn't too bad, to be fair. Good championship points. Hopefully looking for a ticket to the Worlds, but we'll see how it goes. We had a good final, to be fair, so not too bad.
Wet or dry tomorrow? What do you prefer?
Dry.
Dry. Okay. Does the Gold Chain weigh you down?
No.
No. Okay, fair enough. Right. Where's Mather gone? Is he trying to one up me by getting some form of funny transport to make a joke? He's definitely not in there. Well, MLC Motorsport, they'll come there. Where is he? Nice new MLC Motorsport support vehicle. Mr. Mather.
I was having a wander to see who I could find.
Well,
I think Sam
well, there
might
be
something.
just how much we got? A few
got
minutes.
about 5 minutes.
A few minutes. Well, let's tell you, Ultimate R.
Yes.
Came into today with an outside chance of senior Rotax glory and didn't quite make it happen. Random driver alert. You are Mr. Calvert, yes?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Say hello.
Hello.
How has your day been, and what's the atmosphere like in Ultimate R? Matty Hingley, and outside of the championship, pretty much that's done now, but how was your day?
Made a few gambles today. In the final, we were the only ones on wets, I think, so ended up a lap down, and it was just a bit of a gamble, really. But
I've got to say, everyone who gambled today lost. That means if you gamble tomorrow, you're going to win.
yeah, hopefully, I mean, keep going with the gambles, and one day I'll win a race, maybe. So
Exactly. How would you characterise your first season here in the British Championship?
yeah, it's been good. I really like the format of it, and the drivers here, the driving standards are very good. So yeah, I've enjoyed it a lot.
Excellent. Well done. See you tomorrow.
Very well said. And yeah, you'll see what happens tomorrow for the Ultimate R team.
Now, look, Jack's Motorsport are down there. So Strawberry Racing, first things first. Albie Lapper, win in junior, excellent. Luca Holmes-Ballock could have won in junior. At one point, Harry Bartle was your senior Rotax Championship leader. So there's a lot to be positive for from Strawberry. It's been a mixed season for them, but today they have been excellent. But as we're walking down,
And the display you made, it's good that you raised about Harry Bartle there. Obviously for Bartle and for Lewis Gilbert, I don't know if we've got enough time to cut
I mean, I've got to say, Scotland have been heavy in the chat. They've had a shocker.
But Higgins could have a shocker tomorrow. We saw a 27-point swing from Gilbert to Higgins in one race day. If it happened in one race day,
it can happen in another. 20 points in senior Rotax is nothing, because there are 20 drivers that can easily win. Now, I think it's, well, we're going to go into Jack's Motorsport. I think Jared Fox-Whiteley, what a drive. He hasn't got the result to show for it, but today, Jack's Motorsport with Jamie Pirilli and Jared Fox-Whiteley, I would say that even though they haven't got the results, it's probably their strongest day in the British Championship. You've got, George Quinlan didn't have the best qualifying, came storming through in heat number 1. He's the only driver here on an energy chassis. George's day, how was it?
Yeah, pretty good for him. Good starter for the British. So.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, what's it like working with the energy core chassis?
Oh, so easy. Like, best thing on the grid.
There we go, best thing on the grid by far. Jamie Pirilli's down there. One of a number of a season, a number of drivers have had injuries this season. We haven't been walking along singing a song in a Mikey Walker Wonderland today. Two unsung heroes of the day. I'm just saying, you haven't got the results to show for it, but my word, Jack's Motorsports have put themselves on the map. You managed to throw it off about 7 times in the final, but you were leading, and this man down here, Jared, get off your phone, come here. The gambles. So, take the results out of the question. What was the performance of the team and you guys like today?
Oh, brilliant. We've had a massive step up recently. The powers felt great, so we feel like we're in contention again finally. So it's all going really well. I'm really happy with everything.
How are you physically? So what happened at the start of the year?
I broke my collarbone and rolled over, but luckily it was all okay, and we're back to speed now.
Okay, well, tomorrow, come rain or shine, you're going to be a contender. And the good thing is you can use this to your advantage. You're not in a championship fight, so everyone else has got to maybe play it easy. They can't take too many risks. You can go hell for leather.
All or nothing.
All or nothing. Speaking of all or nothing, Andrew, can we just take them? I mean, let's. Jared, you pop in there a minute. Right. Okay.
What can we say?
Well, if 3 more minutes. 3 minutes is all you needed. But you came from 22nd?
Yeah.
To the lead, pulled a 7-second gap. All the while having to dodge. How tricky was that to come through?
Yeah, it wasn't easy. Obviously, there was just one distinct dry line, and if you dropped a wheel on the wet, well, you wouldn't have much grip. So you just had to navigate all the karts, try find out
where the grip was and just get past in the places where you won't go off.
Did drivers sort of help? Were they trying to guide you onto the wet bits as you passed them?
I don't really know. I didn't really pay attention to that. I just tried to drive.
Just go, go, go.
Yeah.
So the painful question, Andrew, when the first spot of rain and the second spot of rain hit your visor with about 3 minutes to go, number one, how did you feel? But number two, how did you not then overreact and throw it off? Because you didn't. You kept it on the island.
I just stayed calm. I thought if it's only a little bit of rain and it's not that much of a performance disadvantage for me, I'd be able to keep it on the road, and because I built a bit of a gap, I might have been able to keep it and hope that the rain had stopped and then it'd dry up. So I just kept calm, tried to keep my cool, but then obviously the rain got worse and the grip got worse with it.
Those that, you know, the what ifs of what could have been. Now, 2 years ago, Wilton Mill, we ended the paddock show for the season in the Project One racing awning with Gerard Cox, and it really talked about family because Gerard's team, Project One Racing, always kept their drivers for a long time. You know, Jack's Motorsport, Jack Marshall here, come in, Jack. So Jack was very close with Gerard and Project One, and you sort of took on the mantle of the Jack's Motorsport Project One group for a time. We talk about family a lot. There's lots of similarities. Your drivers have been with you for an awful long time, much the same way that Gerard kept his drivers.
Yeah, correct. It's just about being as a family. We go to the races, we're all as one. We enjoy it together. We win together, we lose together. Like today, Jared. Unfortunate that he didn't win, same as Jamie. But for us as a team, we've led both finals. Unfortunate circumstances, but we've all come back and we're all happy.
Yeah, exactly. And you go again tomorrow. So tomorrow, this crazy, frustrating, annoying, intoxicating sport that you just get addicted to throws up highs and lows, more lows than highs. Yet, through the last 10 events, the whole season, this multicoloured, multicultural family from all corners of the United Kingdom, on track, off track, in the commentary box, behind the cameras. We always travel together, we win, we lose together, you know, and we will win together, I'm sure, with Jared Fox-Whiteley, but that is what makes this sport so amazing, isn't it?
And yeah, it's a very poignant moment and a bit of a sad moment that we don't get to do another one of these till March, April next year. But thank you very much, everybody, for joining. Thank you for your support of the paddock shows, the build-up shows, all these drivers, all of these teams. We couldn't do it without you. And we're not quite done yet. If you're watching on Saturday night, we've got all the racing Sunday. We go again for another round. And if you're watching during that Sunday broadcast, we're about to see another set of British champions crowned here at PFI. Don't go anywhere.
And one final thought. If you're not part of the karting family, but would like to be, as a young man, Corey Chapman, found out today, we're all right. We're quite a friendly bunch, really. Well, we're a bit weird, but come on, join the family. We'll be here. See you tomorrow morning. Let's crown 3 more British champions.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Paul Fletcher International. If you're around the circuit listening to us on the public address, good afternoon. Great to have you here for what is the final afternoon of the season for the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. If you're just joining us, my name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the box, well, will be alongside me in the box. At the moment, there is a vacant space that will be filled by Henry Baudet in a little bit. But first, we'll have Henry down on the grid. Let's take you through the timetable for this afternoon. 3 o'clock is when we'll be seeing the F100 UK O plate final. 2 classes in that one, 2 O plates titles in terms of the class victories to hand out there. So really looking forward to that one. Repercharge for Junior ROTAX. 6 spaces on the grid for the final later on this afternoon. That goes from 3:30. Then we get into the finals for our ROTAX categories, where there are still some of the British Championship titles on the line this afternoon. Micromax will be the first one of them. That one still has the British title on the line for our youngest drivers in the paddock. That will be at 3:50. Then 4:15 for Minimax 950, where we're still just waiting for the formal results to come in to rubber stamp our calculations in the box that Emerson McAdoo-Wren is your new British champion, second karting title for Motorsport UK levels in the British Kart Championships for Emerson. Then the Senior ROTAX final. That's another one that we reckon, in terms of the championship picture, is going all the way to the final race of the season. That will be at 4:40. Our season will complete will be finished with Junior ROTAX at 5:05. Conditions here at PF International, pretty good in comparison to what we had 24 hours ago. The rain has gone. There's a few clouds in the sky, but the sun is out. The air's nice and cool. It's good racing conditions for our drivers here today. There's a very green circuit this morning. A lot of rain overnight washed away some of the rubber put down across the course of yesterday's racing and the free practice sessions on Friday. But as I'm just looking at the circuit now, it looks nicely bedded in at the end of summer. Very autumnal feel here today at PF International. Keep your comments coming in as well. Hello to JJ Russell in the chat. Hello once again to Isaac Barker. Isaac, hope you get well soon, mate. I know what a rib injury can feel like. Many karters do. It's not a nice one, but good effort yesterday in that junior repercharge. Hello to Josh Turnbull as well. Hope you enjoyed the paddock show. That was from last night. And happy birthday to Harrison Crowther as well, who's just got a very, very good 17th birthday present down in the paddock. F100, as I say, will be up first. Really, really looking forward to this one. 20 drivers set to go at 3 o'clock, so about 10 minutes away from the green flag. As I say, we will be down on the grid in a little bit with Henry Baudet for gathering the thoughts of the drivers, how they're feeling ahead of this O Plates race. First time that we've been able to welcome the F100 UK Series paddock into to join things here, the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It's been fantastic to have them here across the course of the 2 days. If you're new to F100, you're wondering what is it about. It's a retro historic kart series. It's not demonstrations. It is proper racing with karts from the 1990s. So karts that, you know, will have competed around this circuit for British Championships, for international titles over the years, about 30 years ago. It's been great to have them back. 21,000 RPM is the number that we keep quoting. That's the engine speed for many of the competitors. So it sounds very different to the other categories that we've got here this weekend. But I say their final will be first out on track here this afternoon at 3 o'clock. As I say, keep your comments coming in. Hello to JF. Keep an eye on Motorsport. Magpie's got some great stats for this afternoon in the chat. But I think we now can head down for the first time this afternoon to the grid, to the pre-grid, and over to Henry Baudet.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, we are here at the start of the last afternoon of action in the 2025 Wera Tools British Kart Championship, event 10 of the season. And this colourful circus of drivers, their support crew, their families, their teams, the mechanics, have traversed the nation from Dunkerswell to Kimbolton to Lark Hall, Glanagorse, Wilton Mill, and of course here, the home of British karting. And the home of British karting will crown 3 more champions. Well, they'll crown 2 more champions in the next few hours. Emerson McAndrew-Uren now can confirm himself as the Minimax British champion for 2025. Jacob Ashcroft got the job done yesterday in junior. We've got Micromax to decide and senior ROTAX to decide. We've also got 2 Motorsport UK British O plates to crown. That is in Super Libre and ICA. The drivers are just sitting under the grid waiting to be called out. Now this is going to be the longest race of the day, 15 minutes for these drivers. How many of these wonderful machines will make it to the end of the race? I know Kato Adams is thinking about getting his old Formula 100 car out of the garage to join the party when they come back. It has been a really popular addition as a guest class to the championship. Before we get underway, obviously there are drivers who are going to finish today being heartbroken. All the work they have put in, they've tried their very best, and they will still come up a little bit short of the British title. To those drivers, their teams, their families who have to then deal with the disappointments, because again, you look at the standard of the sport in this country and then you realise this is an adult sport. The majority of the participants are children, and they will go away, they will lick their wounds, and they will be back, because of course karting continues week in, week out. By the time that we reconvene wherever the 2026 championship starts, the family will be back together, a little bit older, a little bit taller, and there might be some new members as well. Please keep looking at British Kart Championships website for all the information of how you can enter the 2026 Wera Tools British Championship. Now, behind me, there has been another signal to be given. Now, just at the right-hand side, the gentleman with the grey hair there, that's Jay Fairbrass, who has been overseeing Formula 100 UK. We've already established that the 1990s were the greatest decade of all. When you finish watching today's Alpha Live broadcast, go back on YouTube, look up the 1995, 1996 FIA European Karting Championship, the World Karting Championship, to see the Masters at work. So, for the final time in 2025, here come our drivers. And Joe Scory will be on pole position. Joe and his mechanic Tom Longfield, an ex-runner-up in the British Championship. There's Matt Parker going through. Let's have a quick chat with you, sir. Number 528, how's your day been so far, and what are you thinking about getting through this 15-minute final?
Well, I happened to seize under the bridge. I think.
Yes, we did see.
Yes, yeah, that was a bit of a moment, but luckily everyone missed me. Yeah, I think the pace is there. We'll see where we go. Second race, finished second overall, so yeah, it was quick, yeah.
It's good.
15 minutes is a long time.
50 minutes is a long time, so tell us a little bit about how, and we'll make sure that, that Luke and Kieran, our camera crew here, don't give themselves a mischief. How do you, as a driver, then sort of caress that car? Because you cannot go flat out for 15 minutes, can you?
No, I am known for seizing the engines, so I just got to get on the jets and make sure we wind them out a little bit and make sure everything's okay. It's not going to be 100% the whole race.
No, but you're working the jets, you're working the carbs constantly, aren't you?
Yeah.
Around this circuit, how often in the lap have you only got one hand on the steering wheel because you're adjusting things?
You're choking through the first one, down into the hairpin again, down into the right hander. So probably 3 or 4 corners, you've got one hand on the wheel.
That's good. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
No problems at all. Now, we've had a lot of people asking about Mr. Bowen. Bowen Kent, come this way on a Fullerton chassis. You've got Simon Diffie's, sign there. Tell us a little bit about that. Now, you did a lot of e-sport racing, I believe, for the Williams Formula 1 team?
Yes, hello, Robin. I can see you on the live stream. Yeah. Basically, at my university, which is a music school, I found an old Formula 1 simulator lying around, and
as you do?
Yeah, as you do. And it turns out they wanted to do some student esports with it, and so we entered the Williams Student Esports League, and I got a podium this year, which I'm pretty proud of.
Nice. Tell us a little bit about the wagon. Talk us through it, because it's been cooperating-ish, hasn't it?
Yeah, this and that. I mean, first heat wasn't too bad. Second heat we had a bit of carburetor trouble. Now it sounds much better. But yeah, 1999 Fullerton Lion, Perillo Reject, 100cc, ICA. Got gold on the side pods for my mate Simon, who I lost in 2022. And yeah, I always run with gold on my kart now to remember him, and now that everything's looking much better than it was in the heats, we're hopefully going to try and go through the pack.
Good to go. Excellent. Well done. Just that question. What musical instrument you play, and what song is this going to be singing?
Well, I've played piano for 13 years, same amount I've been karting actually.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm mindful of having Steve Stapley. Everyone is an absolute legend of the sport, but he's a very colourful character. No, he's not swearing now. So let's move forward a little bit. Thank you. It's great to see so many people back in the paddock as well. Niels Christopherson is here. Steve Stapley, again, if you know Steve, a long time in this sport. We're moving up the grid now. We're going to get to the front of the grid. Noel Brennan in kart number 141. Now this, of course, Noel, he's got a great old school Tony Kart race suit. Now I said earlier it was Peter Kern on the side. No, this is Marion Kern, who was Tony Kart Works driver. This is a vintage Tony Kart race suit as well, isn't it, sir?
It is indeed, yep.
How are you finding have a look, say hello.
Hello.
How are you finding life in this paddock?
Yeah, good. Listen, we're having fun. That's what it's here. That's why we're here. Have a bit of fun. That's it.
But you want to try and win a Motorsport UK British O plate, don't you?
Yeah, well, that'd be a bonus. But listen, once we're enjoying it, that's why we're here.
Excellent. I only wish that I could still fit into my race suit from when I raced back in the day as well.
I only barely fit into it.
Best of luck. Best of luck. Noel will be starting on the outside of row 2. Up at the front, Joe Scory, Tom Longfield. Considering that you keep trying to retire, your talent seems to not let you.
Age will, I reckon.
There's nothing in karting beats old age and treachery, does it? 15 minutes, it's a long time to sort of keep the kart running smoothly. Have you had a chance to sort of think about tactics?
Lap by lap, these are a grenade. They could be fine for 1 minute and then they can blow up the next. You literally just got to take it lap by lap.
I've got to say, the response on the live chat that we've had to you guys has been absolutely phenomenal. In terms of the guest class, we've got 1 minute to go. Your favourite to come back whenever you can.
Thank you.
Good luck, good luck. So, there's Joe Scory, Richard Faulkner on the outside of row number 1. We've been given the 1 minute to go board, but that means we can have a very quickly. Long way to go down to turn number 1 and a long race ahead of you, Richard.
Yeah, it's just good about kind of keeping the engines going and, yeah, trying to survival of the fittest.
Survival of the fittest. Who?
Or the fattest.
Fittest, fattest, last driver standing could be the one that wins the O-Plate today. Let's go up to the commentary box. It's ICA Super Libre, the O-Plate final, coming up next.
Thank you very much, Henry. Welcome everybody to PF International for race number 26 of our final event weekend for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We kick off the last finals afternoon of 2025 with something a little bit special. The F100 UK Series Motorsport UK O plate for Super Libre and ICA. Here is your grid. Joe Scory starts on pole position and, of course, has class pole position in Super Libre. Class pole position in ICA is held by Richard Faulkner. Richard will start on the outside of row number 1. Matt Parker and Noel Brennan will form up the second row, both of them in the Super Libre category. Row 3, Rob Halls and Andrew Brunton have had decent runs through the heats earlier on this morning. Chris Jiggins had a very good heat 1, but then problems in heat 2. So he starts on row 4 alongside Matt Dobson. Onto row 5, Bowen Kent and Paul Warrener complete the top 10. It's Tyler Whedon, who had a good qualifying but difficult races so far, forms up row 6 with Will Barnes. Row 7, Richard Plummer and Cliff McDonald. Peter Dunn had a very strong heat 2. He starts on row 8 alongside Thomas Royal. And then row 9, Aurelio Alberici and Nino Piccoli in his first final here at PF International since 1999. Stan Warrener and Stuart Guess complete the 20-strong field for this, the F100 UK, Super Libre and ICA Motorsport UK O plates.
Once again, early in the race, we will bring the volume of the cameras up and we'll bring our volume down. And already a hand in the air for one driver. Oh, and somebody spins on the start line. Oh, that is Alberici, who's been collected. I can't see who is the driver. That is, hang on a second. They are going back to try and get a driver restarted. Now look at this. This is sportsmanship, ladies and gentlemen. The innocent party who got caught out there, both other drivers are trying to get the number 51 kart of Stan Warrener out and racing. The spirit of karting is alive and well in F100, ladies and gentlemen. That is what you want to see, and that is what I would like all the drivers and all the classes to take note of.
It's Paul Warrener as well, who was out of contention. I think that was the driver in trouble in the middle of the pack from the 5th or 6th row of the grid. End of the first lap then. Joe Scory leads from Richard Faulkner, Matt Parker, Noel Brennan and Rob Halson. Oh, there are problems again for Chris Jiggins, as we saw in race number 2.
We're not going to be getting Jiggins with it. And someone's up. Oh, into the barriers. That's Matt Parker out of the race. And Slav on the camera there was able to avoid an errant kart. Well, good luck in getting it up the hill and back in the race. So here we go. There's a side-by-side for the race lead. Faulkner to the inside, passing Joe Scory. Now, at the end of this lap, we will bring our volume down, turn the camera volume up, and let you, the viewers, listen in glorious surround sound to the sound of the 90s.
Mega, just mega. 11 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go. Richard Faulkner has the lead by half a second from Joe Scory. There was a great move for third by Noel Brennan into the Fullerton S's.
Cool, side by side.
Side by side onto the bridge, off of the bridge. Who is going to hold this position? It's still Brennan. The number 16 of Peter Dunn. Peter Dunn, who's had so many technical issues so far this weekend, but it's just starting to tingle. It's just starting to come together now for Peter Dunn. Up to 4th place, having started this race 15th. Another of the Irish contingent on the move here, side by side between Rob Halls and Bowen Kent. Through goes Rob Halls, takes 6th place overall. You'll note, of course, the difference in number boards. If you haven't been with us so far this weekend, the ones with the yellow number boards.
As long as you're not colourblind, you'll notice the difference in the number boards.
Yellow ones are the ICAs. The whites are the Super Libres. Here we go, Tyler Whedon down the inside and through goes Dunn. So Dunn takes 3rd place now, away from Noel Brennan.
But did you see Noel Brennan? He deliberately he's eased back. He was working the jets, and he's this is one of the lulls. This is when he's thinking, oh, the banking goes to number 44 of Bowen Kent Morris. And he's Stuart Diffie is Simon Diffie, sorry, his friend. That's why on the top of his pods he's got his name written in as well. And and there's a nose cone. That's Andrew Brunton out of contention. And sometimes, when these karts slow down suddenly, you just get caught out. Brunton's race is over. As there is the 51 kart, and that he's still running is Stan Warrener. Now Joe Scory coming back at the race leader. The battle for 3rd has, the numbers have dwindled ever so slightly. Still 10 minutes to go.
As I say, this is now into the part of the race where time remaining is the time they had in the heats. Unfortunately for Andrew Brunton, it's going to be the end of things. We've gone a little bit further back than the 90s there than with the front fairing off. Here is he fight for the race lead. Richard Faulkner in the number 5, Joe Scory in the number 71. ICA versus Super Libre at the moment. Technical flag has indeed gone out for the 528, so Brunton will have to come in.
Even though it's old school, he won't be singing "Nobody Knows It Better." Wah, 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 wah. And I can't. Jiggins, is he still in the race? No, he's not. I can't even use the getting Jiggins with it. No. Yes.
New fastest lap of the race from Joe Scory, 58.75 seconds. 0.4 is the gap. Here is the run 3rd, 4th and 5th. Noel Brennan there completing the top 5. There is the 528 of Andrew Brunton.
I thought
it was good fun while it lasted.
Yeah, I thought he was going off screen to maybe get another nose cone. But no, the gloves were thrown into the seat. That is game over. Here's the battle for the race lead. Faulkner, and you can see Scory just again easing back a little bit. He said 3 or 4 times a lap. Now, of course, he said in the paddock show, he was, very self-depreciating, self-deprecating, saying that he's not talented enough to do all the adjustments that the drivers in period did. Well, you're looking at him now, and he's certainly adjusting away under the Litchfield Bridge, through the Bruno Ferrari S's with one hand on the wheel. Take a bow, son. And good battling going through. Now, how many have we got left? We have got
14 still running.
14 out of 20. 14 out of 20 still going. And this battle is Peter Dunn and Tyler Whedon. Now, that's Scory again. Faulkner said, it's who's going to be survival of the fittest, the fattest, and also, last driver standing. But again, they tune the karts as best they can. There's the battle now for 6th position. Matt Dobson against, in the number 20 kart, Bowen Kent in the number 44. Now, I know you're looking and thinking, well, the ROTAX karts, they're all still together. These are all quite spread out. I know, but this is real racing. This is karts coming and going. This is drivers somehow getting a go.
Peter Dunn, and that looks to have been a seize because he's facing the wrong way on the entry to the bowl, was running in 3rd place.
I mean, Joe Scorey said it perfectly. He said these things are grenades, and you've just got to try and keep the pin in for however long the race is. These are drivers working, massaging, tuning their machinery in race to, because these karts, they do not want to run for 15 minutes. No. They want us to go wee pop. That's what they do. They're grenades. So the drivers working, thinking, driving, one hand on the wheel, one eye on the finish line, as well as trying to manage gaps and also win a British O Plate title.
6 minutes of this race to go.
Scorey's gone.
Joe Scorey is out of the O Plate final, the early event favourites.
The grenade went off. The grenade went off.
And that's one of the parts of the circuit where the engine revs the highest, just from the underside of the Litchfield Bridge. And another one has gone on the entry to the bridge.
We're into now, so we've done 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We've done a heat race, and now we're into uncharted territory as far as the machinery goes and the equipment goes. Again, Glenn Guest watching on the live chat.
It was Rob Halls. Hall's the number 19 who's gone. So Richard Faulkner now has a 9-second lead with 5 minutes to go. Your heart goes out to Joe Scorey. He's been so quick all weekend.
They say they're doing it just for a laugh. They're lying. It means everything to them. It means so much.
So this race continues. Tyler Wheaton's now up to 2nd place. Noel Brennan up to 3rd. Look at the commitment there from Matt Dobson. This is the fight for 4th place. You never know. It could become a battle for a podium position. This is what motorsport in the 1990s across all different categories was about. To finish first you have to finish.
Yep. You can remember there were Formula races where 26 cars would start and 7 would finish. It's a real test of, in the 90s, in that era, you'd say man and machine. You've got to say driver and machine. Now, as Dobson on a Gillard chassis, British-built kart. The Fullerton kart, so that's just not the Birrell in disguise. That's one of Terry Fullerton's own karts. As a blue flag waving because they're coming up to lap Stan Warrener. But, the one take that people may not remember the winner of this event. They will remember watching 2 drivers who had just had a problem getting behind another driver and pushing him back into the race. That will be the abiding memory. And if you're that way inclined and you believe, hey, that's what karting should be about, and it's not anymore. What it is, you just need to look at F100UK.co.uk and find out how you could join the party.
As the number 14 of Cliff McDonald briefly on your screens. That's a good race at this moment. So I hope I'm not putting the commentary curse on this one, but Cliff's up 7 places from where he started. Richard Plummer up 5. Thomas Royal as well up 7 places.
Love that. Just the inside wheel sort of cocked in the air still from Bowen Kent like an excited puppy as he crosses the start-finish line. These karts. Angus Fender makes a very good point, saying that Motorsport UK, we should get like a Goodwood revival style meeting for classic karts. Well, they got one in Italy in Solo, but you could have one in the UK. Do you know what? It'd be great if we had a brand new kart circuit somewhere in the UK at the highest level, FIA level, that we could do that. Wouldn't that be something? Isn't there one in silver, no, Goldstone, no Bronzestone, Silverstone? That's the one.
2 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. Faulkner extending the lead. Now 13 seconds ahead of Tyler Wheaton. Will Barnes there in the number 37. Cliff McDonald in the number 14 with the old school Haase race suit on. They're closing in on this battle for 4th place between Dobson and Kent, so it could be quadruple battle here as here goes Bowen Kent down the pit straight. Can he take 4th place? Yes, he can. Great stuff there in the number 44 Kart. Maybe just anticipating that Will Barnes was closing in. I think those two had a good scrap in the second heat, if my memory serves me correctly. And yeah, it's good stuff to see Sue Bowen going up the road now. Now Will Barnes knows he's got to make the move pretty quickly. Goes down the inside of Dobson into hairpin 1. Nice overtake up into the top 5.
Now, Glenn Guest used a phrase that I haven't heard in karting for some time. It's Richard Faulkner, leading by 15 seconds nearly, has to choke it home. Choke it home, ladies and gentlemen. That simply means that we're going to minimise the power and just, and if Glenn...
Back it off.
Yeah, Glenn, in the comments, just what's for the layman who's out there, who's not used to see this, what does choke it home mean? Glenn, please tell us, or tell the viewers what you mean by that, because that is that's a dying, it's not lost because we're still doing it, but that is a term that you won't hear in modern day karting.
Yeah, great to hear from you, Glenn. I had a good chat with Glenn at Shennington a few months ago, and he's running in another historics event with a supercar. It was a lot of fun that day as well to talk over. 30 seconds of this race to go. Richard Faulkner continuing to lead.
Just a question. James Fitzgerald was looking at all the cameras.
Yes.
Noel Brennan. That number 20 Kart. Now, obviously, you should quit smoking. It's bad for you. There's Nino Piccolo. But that's not necessarily a kart that's about to go pop. That is, again, the choke. Obviously, the mixture is quite rich. I wonder if the mixture switch might have broken, because he has dropped back quite a bit. And of course, that's very rich. It's running very rich at the moment, which is why it's belching out nice clouds of white two-stroke smoke. I love the smell of two-stroke in the morning. Smells like victory.
A great effort from Nino this week. I think we'll see Nino back in F100. He's had a great season in KZ2, coming back to karting after 24 years away in a competitive sense. And it's been great. And I hope we see F100 again as a guest class, and I hope that we see other drivers, other regulars in the modern
like Kato Adams
to come back to have a go, and that would be an absolutely fantastic scene. This is a great scene as well. Richard Faulkner over the line to take the final lap.
So he's choking it there, so he puts down to choke it, so he's choking the air box at the end of every straight, or halfway down every straight, to make the car run richer. Obviously, the richer it runs, the slower it goes. You know, when you lean things off, that's when you get the most power, but also that's when you get the most potential chance for a seize. So he's now choking the car off, coming down there. There he is. Just every time it gets to, say, maybe 80,000 revs, it's no. Shh. There we go. Nice and smooth. Richard Faulkner. Noel Brennan is third, but he leads the Super Libras. I'm going to go down and interview these people, haven't I?
Yes, you have. Richard Faulkner is in there. He's got that excited, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I tell you what, Richard Faulkner's about to get pretty excited as well, because out of the final corner, kart number 5, Richard Faulkner wins the O-Plate final in Super Libre in ICA. What a great drive. Controlled it from the front, is going to win this race by around 13-14 seconds. Tyler Whedon comes over the line to take second place. The Super Libre class win goes to Noel Brennan, and look at this on the line. Bowen Kent, 4th place overall, 3rd in class. Will Barnes inside the top 5 overall, ahead of Cliff McDonald. Matt Dobson finishes 7th, Richard Plummer 8th. And then what's going to be a great scene as well is Stan Warriner, who got restarted with the help of 2 other competitors. They walked so he could fly, and comes home inside the top 10, which will be completed by Nino Piccoli on his first race weekend back here at PF in over 25 years. 10 finishes in the end for the F100 UK O-Plate, and it was won by Richard Faulkner by 13.35 seconds from Tyler Whedon. 1-2 for the ICA category, Third for Brennan, wins in Super Libre. Fourth for Bowen Kent, finishes on the podium in the top 3 in ICA. To note as well, your second and third place drivers within the Super Libre category. 7th overall, Matt Dobson will take second place. And Thomas Royal was the third of the Super Libres to go as far as lap 11 or further. So the retirees from that one: Thomas Royal, Joe Scory, Rob Halls, Peter Dunn, Andrew Brunton, Matt Parker, Chris Jiggins, Paul Warriner, Aurelio Alberici and Stuart Guest. Well done to all 20 drivers and their mechanics who've been working behind the scenes. That, I think, goes down as one of mine and Henry's highlights of the year, having F100 here at PF International this weekend. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one, from that 15-minute final. Started off, good one for Joe Scory from pole position. Drama in the early phase, though, and then the great scene immediately after of Stan Warriner in that number 51 Kart, who was an innocent bystander in all of that, got restarted. This was the end of the race for Matt Parker. Driver okay, our camera operative okay as well. Noel Brennan got on the move up the order on his way to third place. Richard Faulkner had the early lead at this stage of the race. Peter Dunn was really quick in the opening half. Look at that from Bowen Kent up on the grasscrete there. This was the moment Andrew Brunton's race would effectively end. Would see the technical flag for the front fairing being off the kart. That was the end of the race for Peter Dunn. A seize just coming out from the underside of the bridge. The engine singing at 22k RPM. Same story for Joe Scory. That was the end of Joe's hopes of winning this O-Plate race. That was a nice move from Bowen Kent on the way to third place in class. But it's Richard Faulkner's day. The Irishman takes the win by just over 13 seconds from Tyler Whedon and Noel Brennan in third. If you want more information, www.f100, so f100uk.co.uk. All of the details on how to get involved are over there, and their next event on the website is on the first weekend of November. The club will be at Rye House Kart Circuit, one of the older historic circuits, a great circuit down in Hoddesdon. Of course, World Championships were held at Rye House some moons ago, so they'll be there for the London Cup entries opening soon. So we will turn our attention back in a few moments to our contemporary classes, our modern-day ROTAX classes of the repercharge going off from 3:30. We'll hopefully be down with Henry Burdett in a few moments' time to have a chat with our class victors. Remember as well, we then have the finals for Micromax UK, Minimax 950, Senior ROTAX and Junior ROTAX in that order. At 3:50 for Micromax, 4:15 for Minimax 950, 4:40 for Senior ROTAX, and 5:05 for Seniors. Keep your comments coming in as well. Hello to Kato Adams, who said he'll definitely be back next year. Hello to Darren Brady as well, who enjoyed that one. Jen Wade, hello Jen, and yeah, noting that a really good result there for Noel Brennan, who's also a big part of Grand Finals history, who will be going to Grand Finals from the modern classes. We'll see across the course of this afternoon. But let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Henry Burdett.
Okay, well, joining us down here in Parc Fermé, we're going to speak the winners, but Motorsport UK doing a tyre draw, both for Super Libre and ICA. Noel Brennan has drawn a name. Can you read?
Oh, no glasses.
Oh, no glasses. Well, you didn't draw your own name, so Matt Dobson. Matt Dobson has won a set of tyres. Congratulations.
Thank you, Henry.
Well done, well done. And the next set of tyre draws, Dan Parker here from Motorsport UK, Karting UK, Aurelio Alberici, who may have escaped already. There we go. But if you have a look, pan round, Luke, and just see the drivers all gathered together at the end of the Motorsport UK O plate. We're going to bring Noel Brennan in first. We got another draw, another draw. So this is ICA. You don't get that in Monday karting generally. At the end of a really competitive race, the drivers all gather round together, and the next winner of a set of tyres, Will Barnes. Will Barnes. The cheering is amongst everybody is good. You win a set of tyres.
Oh.
Well done. And
I wasn't listening anyway.
I wasn't listening. You got it. And the last set of tyres goes to our race winner, Richard Faulkner, which is great. Sorry, Noel. You just right. We'll come to Noel in a minute. Well, Richard will come and collect a set of tyres. Thank you, Dan. Richard, come this way. 2 O plates. First of all, congratulations. 1 on the road. Tell us a little bit about the fight with Joe until obviously Joe went out, and that left you could choke it home. Is that right?
Yeah, very much. Like I said before at the start, just it's about kind of preservation because they're just fairly fragile. So I had problems qualifying. I was down the back, so I hadn't raced Joe all day, so I didn't know how quick he was. So I tried to do him early and then kind of manage the gap, and I just couldn't brake away from him. And then I didn't look behind for a while, and then I looked behind and he was gone. So yeah, then the choking started and just relaxed a bit.
Yeah, because our Alpha Live audience are learning lots of new tech terminologies for how you sort of control and sort of make these wonderful machines last for what was a very long race. Were you one of the drivers that when they said it was a 15-minute final, did you think to yourself, "Ooh, that's quite a stretch"?
Yeah, but we definitely had less pints in the pub last night just to prepare for it. So yeah, but no, I kind of knew that it's about preservation. So just yeah, it sounds boring, but that's what wins the race.
Well, it certainly was not boring for the viewers. So if we could have to present you with the Motorsport UK O plate for your Open champion for the Super Libre class, no, ICA class, Dan Parker. Congratulations. I'm sure that we will see Formula 100 UK back as a guest class next year. Just what have you got? Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Noel Brennan, who looks after the kart, Peter Dunn, who supplied kart, engine, everything, and then my mechanic Darren, and then also a big thanks or shout out to my granddad Michael McLaughlin. It's his birthday today and he's back in Ireland.
Oh, well, happy birthday. I noticed Richard said they had less pints last night, not no pints, because so, now, thank you very much. So that was one class. Noel Brennan finishing 3rd on the road. Noel, now, you were a ROTAX champion long time ago. Jen Wade from ROTAX is mentioning that. You now obviously prepare and look after a lot of these karts. Number one, how much fun did you have this weekend? And number two, most importantly, congratulations on winning the O plates.
Well, I got a bit lucky now with Joe. I think Joe seized. I think he was probably under pressure to stay with Richie. But listen, Richie did me a favour by winning and putting Joe under pressure maybe. I'm not sure. I got lucky. Probably enjoyed it. We had great fun.
Yeah, the Irish eyes are definitely smiling in this race. More importantly, because several other people have been talking about how they'd like to come out. As a family, as a fraternity, and as for something that has fun, how would you describe this group of drivers that you travel the country with?
Sure, it's amazing. They're all brilliant. They all help out, and it's about fun. Fun is the main factor in it, and then we enjoy the sport, and that's why we're still doing it, because we love the sport.
Yeah, and I think one of the most important things is that at the very start of the race, two drivers had a problem, and I think it was Mr. Warner at the back of the field just was caught out. The two drivers that happened. They got up out of their karts and they pushed Mr. Warner back into the race. Sportsmanship that you don't see it much anymore.
No, it's true. The sportsmanship is all through the grid, to be fair. They're really good guys that race these classes, so long may it last.
And long may it last. Well, we've got one very important thing to do, and that is for Dan Parker to come in and to give you your British Open Championship. Well done. Who else would you like to thank?
Just my family at home for letting me come race. My wife Mary, Jacob, Sam and Robert. Yeah.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And once again, you guys and girls have done one thing. You have Paul Klassen has been beaming in the technical area at you guys, as have all the other officials. Thank you very much for coming. That was our first taste of ICA and Super Libre at the Wera Tools British Championship. We cannot wait to have them back. The 90s are still alive and well. I'm going to go get some curtains now and put on some Lynx Africa, I think. We're going to go back up. Our next race is the Junior ROTAX repercharge.
Thank you very much, Henry. Indeed, yes, it's the repercharge for Junior ROTAX. Who of these drivers is going to go through to the final? Nathaniel Gray and Alfie McBain will start on the front row. Sebastian Clark and William Archer are nicely positioned on row 2 to qualify through. Remember, it's the top 6 that go on to the final. Zach Turner and Samir Paul would like to stay there on row number 3, but Sam Kohler and Oliver White are going to be looking to move up the order. Isaac Barker does not take the race start. Neither does Jacob Ashcroft. Probably one of the only times you will see Jacob Ashcroft's name on a repercharge list. But oh dear, off the road there, that is Sebastian Clark. Now Sebastian is meant to be starting 3rd. We've gone past the red line there for forming up the grid. So Sebastian is going to have to start this race, if it does start at this time of asking, from the back of the grid. Good job that it's only an 8-kart field here with 6 to go through. Here we go then. Time is on its way. 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a good start for Alfie McBain from the outside of row number 2. Takes the early lead of this race. Round the bowl for the first time, onto the Litchfield Bridge. Off of it again. Alfie McBain looking to break away in the early stages. Nathaniel Gray there in the orange, white and blue of Craft Motorsport. Under a bit of pressure through hairpin number 1. More pressure out of hairpin number 1. Gray off into the dirt and falls to the back of the field. That's good news for Alfie McBain. Gives him a chance to break away a little bit. William Archer, a bit of a surprise to see William in this repercharge, but he had problems in heat number 2. His second heat ended through the middle of the Fullerton S's. That's why the driver of the 261 is in this race. At the end of lap number 1, top 6 at the moment look like this. Alfie McBain, William Archer, Zach Turner, Sam Kohler's had a decent start, up 3 places to 4th. Oliver White and Samir Paul, if the race was to end like this, they would go through to the last final of the year, the Junior ROTAX final, which will be our last race of the whole season at 5:05. Downhill, here's a move. It's the 224 Hunter Motorsport machine of Oliver White, through past Sam Kohler, up to 4th place. Well-read situation there by Sebastian Clark to, for a few moments, take 5th place. And look at Samir Paul there with the plain sticker kit. Oh, it's out of the race. Out goes Gray and Kohler. Well, Samir Paul might have been able to continue there, the privateer in the 213. Yes, he was. And well, actually, he's still going to be in the top 6 here. But that was a heavy clout into the Fullerton S's. Top 5 breaking away now. Well, really, they should just bring this home in a very calm manner. It's not necessarily about winning. Well, it isn't really about winning this race. It's about being in one of those 6 transfer spots through into the final. That clash at the Fullerton S's has surely calmed things for McBain, Archer, Turner, White, Clark. They have a near 4-second advantage over Samir Paul, who I would not be surprised if Samir Paul has got some at least slight vibrations on the rear axle of his 213, because that was a hefty hit. And then for Kohler and Gray, credit to them, they are still running.
Yes, they are.
So if there was a problem for one of these top 5, they still might have a chance, Henry, of making it through.
Yes, it took time to get back up here. The Super Libre and the ICA family down in Parc Fermé, they just wanted to show me around. I was like, I'd love to have an in-depth look at your cars. We got a change up at the front. William Archer goes through, and Zach Turner getting a little bit close there. But they all, again, they were just so happy. You never see that. All the drivers standing around, just chatting, talking to each other. A lot of which couldn't ever be put on air. They are old school throwbacks all the way, and you know, that's really, really good to see. The top 4, there they are, with Sebastian Clark in. Now, Samir Paul, 7 seconds off the lead, so he's 5 seconds behind, and getting further away. We have had Sam Kohler, whose NASA panel was virtually off the kart, into the pits, so I think he has retired. So Nathaniel Gray is there in 7th place. He's just got to keep running. You never know. The way these 4 are battling, he could end up in 6th place on the road. Turner now leads.
Good move there from Zach Turner up onto the bowl. Into the second half of time, nearly. Battle between the 2 Hunter Motorsport juniors, McBain and White. And McBain holds on to that 3rd place at this moment. Keep your comments coming in.
Isaac Barker is correct and incorrect. Correct, he says it's going to be chaotic. Incorrect, because you didn't spell chaotic properly.
Chaotic. Yes, cross-eyed line. This is a separate round to yesterday. So yes, there are drivers in this race who did pretty well yesterday. That's
Absolutely.
what can happen on a double-header weekend. One day good, one day bad. It can go the other way as well, of course. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Sebastian Clark. Sebastian Clark, who had that spin on the formation lap, but right now it's not costing him his spot in the final. Sitting at the back of that train in 5th place, it was a 57.73. Here goes Archer down the inside of Turner into hairpin number 1. Routine overtake there. McBain has retaken 3rd place away from White, and White has also now dropped back behind Clark. Out of the race, Sam Kohler. End of the season, unfortunately, for one of the novices. End of a first campaign for Sam Kohler in this repercharge. Will hopefully be back in 2026 to improve further.
As we look at the 4 minutes to go, now this should be the most boring 4 minutes of racing of the weekend. If the drivers do what they need to do now. We don't need to see any overtaking. There's no need for it. No need. You're all safely through. And the reason I say that, well, Samir Paul is 9 seconds down, and he is, and this, I'm overtaking. It's great to see. Oh, if it goes wrong, then this is where there are going to be mechanics and teams saying, when I get that in so-and-so back to the on, I'm going to find a large stick and beat him with it. Now, Samir Paul is only 4 seconds in front of Nathaniel Gray with a hobbled kart. Should Samir get a nose cone penalty, obviously I don't know what the incident was or how the thing, then Nathaniel Gray is just about within 5 seconds of Samir Paul. All these 5 are well clear as things stand. So even if they were to get a nose cone penalty, anywhere in the top 5, it would still keep them in the top 5. But they do need to finish.
They do need to finish.
They do.
There is a 5-second penalty, but it's for one of our top 5, so it's not really changing things because of the gap back to Samir Paul. It's the 215 of Alfie McBain. Now in the plain white crash helmet. So yes, it would lose him
position to his teammate Oliver White, but yeah, Samir Paul a few seconds further back. And again, it's quite possible that Samir Paul, because it was quite a lot of air that the 213 got on the entry to
well, you say that. Let's have a look back at see how much air Samir Paul got from that earlier incident into Fullerton S's. And, oh, yeah, Paul Nathaniel Gray on the outside. Let's have a little look.
I mean, Sam's quite lucky there.
Yes.
You know, the rear axle has got very close to the steering wheel.
How close did Samir Paul's right rear tyre get to the steering wheel and hands of Sam Kohler?
Too close for comfort.
Too close for comfort. Now, our friendly weather app, AccuView, which is the weather app that correctly predicted the rain yesterday, is saying that we could have rain in the next 30 minutes. But the cell currently is scheduled to just miss the track. Just by a smidge.
Well, this is where everyone needs to run around the pit lane and produce as much heat as possible to push that rain away. Because we don't want rain today. We had enough of it yesterday. Just over a minute to go then in this race. And William Archer still has the lead ahead of Zach Turner. But that's changed. Through goes Turner into the race lead for Coles out of the final bits of the bridge section. And here comes Archer again, who's got a good bit of speed down the hill, retakes the lead of the race, might have some support in the shape of Sebastian Clark, who is nearly back up to where he was due to start this race. Out of the second hairpin, still Archer from Turner, then Clark, McBain, White. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, covered by 3/4 of a second. They've got now a 10.5 second advantage there or thereabouts over Samir Paul. Still not done as yet, though, for Nathaniel Gray. That Nathaniel Gray is within 5 seconds of Samir Paul. 15 seconds to go on the clock. There'll be 2 more laps here in this repercharge into the Bruno Ferrari S's. This is where Zach Turner's been pretty strong across the course of the last few laps, but at this moment, unable to find a way through.
As we watch Archer, who, you know, he's in this situation not through a lack of pace, just through a lack of luck. So, to be fair, is Zach Turner. And as the clock strikes 0 in the repercharge, why not change positions throughout the top 5? Then start defending. I mean, great to view, not great for the heart rate of anybody that is involved in running any of these 5 karts into. Now, I say, and I try not to criticise drivers, and if any of these 5 don't make the main event, then they've only got themselves to blame, I have to say. And the sun is beginning to get a little bit lower in the sky. The junior Rotax repercharges karts are silhouetted against the asphalt here at the home of British karting as the teams and mechanics watch on again. This is the last lap. They're still at it.
Good stuff, actually, from these 5. It's been clean racing throughout in this repercharge. Sebastian Clark leads this one. How about this? A bit of a story. From spinning on the formation lap, unable to retake his spot on the second row of the grid. Started from the back, now leads this one into the last couple of corners, into the Mike Wilson complex. Looks like it's going to be a KR Sports 1-2 as well. Going through to the final, the last final of the year. Sebastian Clark, in quite unorthodox fashion, wins the repercharge ahead of William Archer, Alfie McBain, Zach Turner, Oliver White. They all go through despite even a plus 5 second penalty for McBain. Samir Paul is in the final again. 2 finals made for Samir Paul. Great effort from the privateer. Maybe a little bit of work to do on that kart after that incident at the Fullerton S's, but Samir Paul is through. Sadly for Nathaniel Gray, that's the end of things for Craft Motorsports 214.
Nathaniel Gray will go no further. That will be the end of the season for the Scottish driver. Sam Kohler was a retirement after 3 laps in that one. Non-starts for the injured Isaac Barker, and the champion-elect Jacob Ashcroft, who did not need to risk any kind of sporting infringements today, so has elected to not take the start, which is the normal procedure for champions who are a long way ahead in the points. But that is the repercharge done. Sebastian Clark will be on the grid for the final later on today, with William Archer alongside him. A KR Sport 1-2, a professional job from them. Alfie McBain there in 3rd place. Will be joined by Zach Turner and Oliver White. There is Alfie McBain. Apologies, I've got my hunters mixed up there. Oliver White through. 2-1-4 from Nathaniel Gray. We'll hope that there's some form of post-race change. Otherwise, that is the end of this meeting for the 2-1-4. Samir Paul through as well, and there we now see the next final. The drivers for it coming out onto the pre-grid. It is, of course, Micromax UK, and what a way to get our ROTAX finals underway. This will be a British Kart Championship decider. 2 drivers still have a chance of winning the title. Benediktas Masiokas, the O plate holder, he won that plate here at PFI right at the start of the season, back in the early spring. Dean Singh Pahal, the other driver who mathematically can still win it. But plenty of drivers in this one will be hoping to get first wins, further wins, first podiums potentially in this last race of the season. Harris Barber there in the number 12 was your winner on a Sunday. No, not on a Sunday. It was the Rotax weekend. We were 24 hours ahead. He was your winner at Wilton Mill, though. That's where I was going with that one for the last closer of a meeting final. There is Dean Singh Pahal. Dean, a hugely improved driver in the past 24 months. I remember seeing Dee race at Warden Law, now has a chance at winning a British Championship. Let's head down, though, to catch the thoughts of the drivers with Henry Burdett.
Thank you, Andrew. Imagine this. You're 9 or 10 years old. You've got one race that you have to win and hope your nearest rival finishes 4th or lower to be a British champion. That's a lot to take in. That is what faces Dean Singh Pahal right now. Benediktas Masiokas, this year's British Open champion for the SFR Motorsport team, sitting in his kart. He has got one hand on the title, but to lift it, you need 2 hands. Benediktas knows what he has to do. We're not going to speak to Benedict. What we'll do, we'll speak to Benediktas' dad, Mr. Masiokas. Now, I know we'll leave Benediktas to his thoughts. You know what you've got to do. It's now down to Ben.
It's like a lottery.
Like a lottery.
Yeah,
I mean,
only 2 points, but you know.
It's so close. How do you sort of calm Ben down?
He's calm now.
He's calm now. Well,
It was very stressful before, but now it's calm. It's fine.
Well, he's looking round to see where you are, so I tell you, I'll let you go and give it a fight. Do you know what? We might actually speak to some of the championship contenders, because I've got to say, they are magnificent professional athletes. We'll go up to Dean Pahal to start with. We'll let Benediktas' dad have a few words with him. In fact, no, let's go and chat to Benediktas. Okay, you started this year by winning the British Open Championship with room to spare. You've now got one race to win the British title. How are you feeling?
Good, and I just really want to win this.
I mean, the racing has been spectacular all year for you. The whole grid, it's always so close. I'm going to ask a strange question now. Have you had fun this year? And are you having fun right at this moment?
Yeah.
Good. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. So, Benediktas Masiokas, top 4 finish. But he can even afford to finish wherever if Dian Pahal doesn't win. So we've done it to one title contender. Here's the second, starting from pole position. Dad Cully gets out of the way. Okay, Dian, on the back of your crash helmet, there is the sword of Kanda, symbol of Sikh strength. You're going to need a lot of strength here, aren't you?
That is definitely true. This has been the hardest weekend of my life.
Well,
I'm going to need all the strength I can get.
Okay, good luck. Do you know what? There's 30 seconds to go, and these two drivers have just spoken to a global audience. You don't get that in Formula One. Let's go racing. We're going to decide the third ever Wera Tools British Micromax champion in the next 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Henry. So, as it was in 2024, the Micromax British Kart Championship title goes to the final race. 12 months ago, it was Luke Millward who took this title in a nail-biting finish with Austin Oman. Let's take you through the grid for this last final of 2025. Dean Singh Pahal, second in the championship, can overhaul Benedictas Masiokas' points tally, but only if it's a win and 65 championship points for the number 23. Second place would not be enough. Harris Barber, winner at Wilton Mill, starts on the outside of row number 1. Alfie Garrett, the GP plate winner here at PF in August, starts on the inside of row 2. Could have a very important role to play in his teammates' fights for the title. Benedictas Masiokas starts P4. Row number 3, Dimi Uzanov, winner yesterday, didn't qualify this morning, has moved himself up from the back of the grid, clearly has very good race pace. He could be a factor in this final. Albert Farrow, Farrows have a record of winning in finals around this place. That's row number 3. Charlie Page and Sebastian Crawford, they look to finish the season strongly from row 4.
Freddie Walker, Ted Hayward, Chloe McGill, Oliver Woodall round out the top 12 with Arlo Gamble, Otto Amy and Ralph Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, are you sitting comfortably at home? We're joined on the live stream by NXT IndyCar future driver Fast Frankie Mossman, watching on, imagine, in Newport Beach, California. Welcome aboard, Frankie. He's one step away from being an IndyCar driver, is Fast Frankie. What does the future hold for these 15 young men and women? We're going to find out. It's going to be one heck of a ride. They're into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are off and racing. Pahal loses the lead to Barber on the first corner. Everybody through cleanly. Benedictas Masiokas. How cool and calm was he down on the grid? In fact, both Pahal and Masiokas, SFR Motorsport, reforming this year. The red and black attack are now beginning to form. There is one driver for Richardson Chassis Engineering. That's Dian Pahal. There is one driver here on a British-built go-kart. That's Dian Singh Pahal. He says it's been the hardest weekend of his life. He said he's going to need all the strength he can summon. And he's going to need it because they are queuing up behind. He had, for Pahal to win, he must win this race with Masiokas 4th or lower.
Well, this is a bit of a tricky position now for Dian Singh Pahal because, yes, D is leading this race, but Masiokas is there in second place, and Masiokas has his rear gunner in place. Yep. How many times this season have we talked about Masiokas and Garrett working really well together as teammates? They've many racers in this championship They've run into 1-2 situations and kept it clean. Dean Singh Pahal is understandably going to try and back things up, but Masiokas is going to go through. Look at Sebastian Crawford on the inside in a GSF car parts machine, nearly taking third place, but that could be a critical moment. Masiokas now leads this race. If he wants to win this title, he's more than likely going to need his teammate to help him. He wants to win this one in style. He has the lead of the race for Masiokas. Dean Singh Pahal in third place, but as Chloe McGill looks down the inside of Charlie Page there for a position, I'll take us back to Dunkerswell, where Dean Singh Pahal had that breakthrough victory, had a really tough time through the heats and fought back. We have seen from Dean Singh Pahal that age ability to be able to race through and take positions. It's not done yet. 9.5 minutes to go. There is the attack from Dean Singh Pahal. Down the inside, takes second place. Masiokas still in a position that would give the title to SFR Motorsport, but that 1-2 duo has now been split up, Henry.
Yeah, and Dean needs to get Barber, Uzanov and Crawford in the mix, because he knows, just as everybody knows I'm overweight Welsh and drink iron brew, he knows that Alfie Garrett will not pass his teammate. Garrett, the GP plate. Oh, there's a spin of it. So there's one of Dean's potential allies out of contention. Garrett, of course, Garrett wants to win. If it's down to a 1-2, then Garrett can afford to pass Masiokas to take the victory. If Pahal is in the frame, though, Garrett, you know, he will have to support his teammate. And that's fine, everyone knows that. Pahal to the inside again.
Good attempt there and up to second place. Just a real shame for Sebastian Crawford there. The results won't show it at the end of this weekend, but this has been a big step forward in terms of performance from Crawford in this final weekend of the season. So full credit to him. Hope we see Sebastian back for 2026. Also keep an eye on Dimi Uzanov, that number 62 Kart, the black helmet, the white and green suits as well. Who was that going out wide? Harris Barber in the number 12. Dimi Uzanov, as I say, has had very good race pace, has raced through from both of the heats from the back, moved up the intermediate classification, now sits in third place. Alfie Garrett's been shuffled back a bit into fifth now. Charlie Page, who we know is quick in the second half of races, is there in fourth place. Masiokas is still in a position here that would give him the title. Dean Singh Pahal still, first of all, needs to get through and take the race lead. But as I say, Dimi Uzanov could play a big part in where that number 1 plate goes. There is the live point situation. 8 points is the advantage for Masiokas. Some of those points would swing back into it. Singh Pahal does exactly that. Takes the race lead. Takes the race lead from Masiokas. Masiokas is now back down the inside. Making a bit of an assist. Now this is not a good moment for Dean Singh Pahal. Dean's on the outside. Through goes Uzanov. Through goes Page. Something's happening. Hairpin 1. Oh, all of a sudden, Dean Singh Pahal, you can understand why D went for the move on Masiokas to take the race lead, but it could be the moment that puts Dean Singh Pahal just a little bit too far down the order.
Well, I'm not sure. The moment came coming into hairpin number 1. Dean Singh Pahal had about half an inch of tarmac between his left rear wheel and the grass. Half an inch further over, Pahal would be backwards into the barriers, and he kept it pinned. Oh, the sun might be setting here at PF International, but there's still bright light shining out on the circuit. Now, Masiokas had to defend because he doesn't want to be behind Pahal, because in a pack race situation like this, Masiokas doesn't want to be in a situation. There's the first moment. Pahal, Masiokas absolutely side by side, and they kept it clean and respectful. Masiokas doesn't want to be back there. He wants to be leading, because the worst thing in the lead, you can control things to a point. When you're in the middle of a huge pack, and we have got 10 karts separated by less than 2 seconds. Masiokas knows if I run wide, I'm not going to lose 1 place, I'm going to lose 4 or 5. He can't afford to do that. Dimi Uzanov and Charlie Page are now 1 and 2. Pahal is 3rd. Masiokas is 4th. Now, what did we say? If Masiokas finishes in the top 3, it doesn't matter. If Masiokas finishes 4th, then and Pahal wins, it's Dean's championship, I believe.
It's yeah, we'll keep you updated on the points as and when the change. Now, there is going to be a change from what you see on your screen because just been made aware, plus 5 second penalty for Kart 33. That's Charlie Page.
Wow, that's great news for Masiokas.
Charlie, who's not been on the podium since Warden Law. I think that run is going to continue because whilst the number 33 is second on the road right now, 5 seconds would drop Charlie all the way down to P10. I tell you what else it's good news for at the moment in terms of Masiokas, because we often see this at the end of a season when someone's got a plus 5. Charlie Page, well, I was about to say is being a bit of a ghost kart at the moment. The presence of Charlie Page is stopping Dean Sigbal go for the race lead. Dean Sigbal's got to get through. Dean Sigbal on the inside has got to be really brave here and goes through.
Now, Benedictus Masiokas, I don't know whether he would have seen the board that says penalty for Charlie Page, whether he knows that he's actually in 3rd place or 4th place, and this could be important. Garrett gets back behind his teammate, or does he? Because Ralph Martin was thinking about the crossover, so Masiokas now has a 2-kart buffer. He's not only got Page in front of him with a penalty, he's got his teammate behind him. Pahal, well, he's just got a win out. There's 2 things at play here. He's asked me never to commentate on him again because he always wins when I'm not here and he never wins when I am here. Could he win a race but lose the British Championship? He'll probably still never want to see me again, but that's just standard. 2 points are in it at the moment, but that's with Page currently in 3rd position. So, the championship picture, here comes Dean Singh Pahal.
Through into the race lead. That could be a big moment in this race because Masiokas is in set 3rd. Uzanov's going to go back down the inside here to retake the race lead. So, back goes Pahal by another 3 points. Page is on the outside. This could be... Oh, that's really clever driving from Charlie Page. He just backed off there because he knew on balance that he wasn't going to be able to run around the outside. Dean Sigbal down the inside takes the race lead back from Dimitar Uzanov. So now, well, let's just wait and see.
Pressure's back on Masiokas now. Masiokas has driven so cleverly. Masiokas has done everything he needs to do. He's put the pressure on Dean Pahal. Dean Pahal's been the highlight reel. Dean Pahal is the one making all the moves, creating all the highlights. Masiokas is just calmly, coolly controlling things. Now, that's not actually correct. That still shows the points if Charlie Page were in 3rd position, which he is on the road, but in reality, it's Masiokas' championship still. It's now Masiokas' championship again because Uzanov is back in the lead. Pahal, he cannot wait any longer. 90 seconds to go. And Page, okay, so Page is dropping back the order. There goes Masiokas with Garrett in tow. It's down. The next question is, will Garrett pass his teammates? We saw it in Honda Cadet, and it cost Ronnie Jones a British championship. Will we see it here? Have SFR Motorsport communicated correctly to Alfie Garrett that this is the situation? Now, you know, so the top 4 on the road are Uzanov, Pahal, Masiokas and Garrett. The top 4 on the road, the top 4 in the race. What Dean Pahal needs now is he is looking to Ralph Martin. Oh my goodness me. The clock has 30 seconds to go. I'm gonna head down. I'll be interviewing the race winner and the champion. I might need to hang on because I don't know who's won what. Pahal to the inside again. Masiokas tries to go through.
Garrett stepped through.
Garrett's now in P3. Masiokas. Dean Pahal was leading the British Championship for one straight, and it's all getting chaotic. They're going to come to the line. It's going to be one lap to go, Andrew Mather, and we don't know who the British champion is yet.
But we're just going to see, because there, I thought that was going to be the situation.
Wow.
If it's tied on points, the tiebreaker
Pahal
is the
would get it on a
final race
tiebreaker.
result. Dean Singh Pahal leads this race, is now tied on points with Masiokas. 6:44 versus 6:44. Masiokas has got to overtake Uzanov. He's got to get through, or hope that Uzanov can overtake Pahal. They may not know this at this stage. Uzanov's checking over the shoulder. Dean Singh Pahal is running away from the field, but is it going to be enough? I think the best strategy for them right now, Henry, is stay organised. Don't fight. You've got to push back up to the rear bumper of the number 23 to potentially displace Dean Singh Pahal from first position. Time is up. Final lap board is going to be out.
With one lap to go, Dean Singh Pahal wins the British Championship on a tiebreaker. If Uzanov passes Pahal, it's a title to Masiokas. If Masiokas passes Uzanov, it's a title to Masiokas. And here comes Benedictus Masiokas. Uzanov could decide the British title as he looks for his second win. Dean Pahal has been colossal in this race, and Garrett could also have a part to play. Andrew Mather, I'm going to go and interview a British champion in a minute. I don't know who that's going to be.
For the second time in 3 weeks, a British cadet karting title has gone to the last lap of the race. Masiokas is now out of position, and for the sake, it's like Honda Cadet at Wilton Mill. Garrett's gone through. Garrett, I don't think he had much option there. He had to take the position because Charlie Page was right there. Dean Singh Pahal, round the final 2 corners, needed the perfect day, has had the perfect day. Dean Singh Pahal wins at PF International and wins the British Championship. Once again, PFI delivers. The gap is 1 single point. After months and months and months of racing, Dean Singh Pahal for the Richardson Chassis Engineering Team. 24 hours ago, it was despair after scrutineering, and we should stress this is a provisional result. But Dean Singh Pahal raced his heart out there to take race victory, only race victory. Could have allowed for this moment. Dimitar Uzanov did have a part to play in where the number 1 plate ended up. Second place for Uzanov. Third for Masiokas wouldn't have done it. It would have been still Dean Singh Pahal on a tiebreaker. There is Dean's dad, Cully. Absolutely delighted with the result. And it all got going, of course, at Dunk as well. That first breakthrough win, 2024, was often the case for Dean, where Dean would be very strong in the heats, and it just wouldn't happen in the final. At Warden Law, it was a continuation of that theme, but the win at Dunk as well set alight this championship bid that ends in the final race of the season. Dean Singh Pahal, you have won on a day where Henry Burdett is here with us, and not just to win a race, but to win a British Kart Championship in, once again, we saw it with Honda Cadet at Wilton Mill a couple of weeks ago. These young racers delivering drama right onto the last lap. There is the pose that we've seen from Dean throughout the entire season. Whenever it's been P1, Kart number 23. How about that? Your heart has to go out to Benedictus Masiokas. Benedictus Masiokas has led this championship at every single stage of the 11 preceding this final and misses out by 1 point. It's still been an absolutely fantastic year from Benedictus Masiokas. A no plate at the start of the season, a double victory at Warden Law through the heats and the finals. There's Jordan Baines, Dean's engine tuner. That is a very talented team that never, ever, ever gave in. As I say, 24 hours ago, they thought they'd taken a big step forward. But a change in the results at the end meant that, as I say, they had to score 130 points from a possible 130 today. That is exactly what has happened. Let's have a look, before we head down to Henry, at some of the highlights from that race. This was the race start. Dean Singh Pahal. It wasn't the best of starts for Dean. Harris Barber got an absolute flyer from the outside of row number 1, took the early lead. But this is what Dean's been doing for the last 2 years. Whenever you get overtaken, straight back on the counter-attack. It's been one of Dean's great strengths so far in this racing career. This was the good moment for Benedictus Masiokas. At this stage, it was all looking good. Masiokas had the race lead, had his rear gunner in the shape of Alfie Gout. That was the end of the final for Sebastian Crawford. But again, the tenacity of this young driver. If there's one thing that has given Dean Singh Pahal this British title, it is this ability here of, whenever overtaken, to keep fighting back. Dimitar Uzanov came through, took the race lead, held it ahead of Dean Singh Pahal. Charlie Page for a while was up in second place, but had a +5 second penalty, so was always going to fall down the order. This was one of the key moves, down the inside, to just take the race lead for a moment. Dimitar Uzanov came back, Charlie Page holding on for second place. That was the key one. That was the ultimate one to get Dean Singh Pahal. No, I was mistaken. There's so many lead changes in this one. It was this one through the Fullerton S's that gave Dean the lead. And at this stage, Masiokas there in third, just got swamped there. And again, there was nothing. Garrett had to go for that one. It would have been more dangerous to try and back up and hold Masiokas in third, which wouldn't have been enough for the title anyway. If they had tied on points, it would have still gone the way of Dean Singh Pahal. The tiebreaker is the final round result. What a celebration over the line for the whole cool-down lap. Dean Singh Pahal takes a second round victory of the year, but more importantly, wins the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship in Micromax by 1 single point. Let's hear from our champion, who's with Henry Baudet.
Well, here we are. It's been a long time coming. I want to take you back to the end of the ROTAX Grand Festival at Warden Law last year. Dean Singh Pahal had just missed out on a ticket and he was devastated. That day you said, oh, but I won't be able to go next year to the Grand Finals. Well, you're going to the Grand Finals, and you're going as the Wera Tools British Micromax champion. How does that sound?
It sounds pretty good, if I'm honest. To all your foreigners at the Grand Festival, be scared, because the tiger's coming.
Now, that race, talk us through that race. You said on the grid it's been the most stressful weekend of your life. You knew you had to win. Talk us through some of the moves and what you thought when you moved back in the pack.
It was just nerve-wracking. I got shoved back in the pack a little bit and I was pretty scared because the two S4 Tigers, or whatever they are, were rapid and they are a bit. I thought Ben was going to win. I mean, I was like, right, let me look at my pocket. It's not full yet, so I took some stuff out of it, put it into my medicine or something, and then I winged it and I was fast.
You were fast. What have you got to say about Benedictus? You fought with him all year.
He is a stupidly good driver.
A stupidly good driver. Well, I tell you what. Now, a couple of things. You are going to the ROTAX Grand Finals for the first time. You're going to be the very first Sikh driver to ever represent the United Kingdom. Now, I know that you don't speak too much Punjabi, but you will have a lot of people out there that are new to karting. Why should they be supporting you in the grand finals?
I'm a door to many other ethnic groups and family members, so once my door opens, this paddock will be full of ethnic people, and it'll be great.
It'll be great. It will indeed. Well, Tina Shield from Jag Rotax, you have got one thing, but I want to just, before you come in, who was riding with you on your rib protector and on the front of your kart?
Well, there's quite a few people riding with me, not just on the kart, out of it too. First of all, my late nan, Jag Rotax's parents, Jean, and my late great-granddad, late other great-granddad, late other great-grandma, and there's many new people. But
There are indeed, and do you know what the one thing is? You made Jordan Baines cry.
well, that's great, but has Mark Baines got a British champ yet?
Mark Baines never won a British Championship, but his son has. Tina, please do the honours and present Dean with provisional, subject of course to post-race tech, to our new British Micromax champion. There we go. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that was a race that we will remember for a long, long time to come. We've still got two champions to crown, one champion to crown rather. Minimax is up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to PF International. Getting ready then for Minimax 950 and their final. The title may be decided in this one, but we've still got one more final this year from arguably the most entertaining category in British karting in 2025. There are your drivers on the grid. You will note there is no GP plate on the front of this grid. This is because Emerson McCandy has got enough points already that the points haul that the GP plate holder has cannot be overhauled by any driver in this field. So you will not see Emerson McCandy, your new 2025 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart champion, on pole position. Everybody shuffles up one, so Alfie Mayer will be on pole. Joshua Cook will be alongside on the front row. Riley Morrow and Austin Oman will be next. Then Josh Cormack, Ryan White, Harry Radcliffe. Great run through the heats here today. Tom Reed going potentially still for a grand finals ticket is alongside Nelson Taylor. Max Jolly won the O plate here, of course. Can he finish the season strongly alongside Sebastian Behrman? Next up, Otis Cleary and Leo Livings. Lucian Smith and Alfie Ward go from row 8. Arthur Farrow starts on row 9 alongside George Quinlan. Aidan Hammond and Maria Roberto are inside the top 20 for this one. James Roots had technical problems in heat number 2, will look to move through with Jensen Walker on row 11. Maximilian Aberhart looking to finish the season strongly with Dax Farah. They go from row 12. Christian Sanguinetti. It's been great having another of the Canadians here in the British Championship this year. Starts P25 for this one alongside James Devereaux. Noah Hammond completes the field of 26 drivers because, as stated, Emerson McCandy does not take the race start. Same as Micromax in 2023 does not need to race in the final race of the year.
Giuseppe Meduri, who is in Italy and who watches Dian Pahal race and is a supporter, that there was, I've got to say, there was an awful lot of dust in the air that seemed to have got into people's eyes. It got into a lot of people's eyes as Dian was speaking. That was then, this is now.
Here we go then. Are you ready for this, folks? I think this is going to be a lot of fun. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. For the last time in 2025, we're going to go racing in Minimax 950 in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Alfie Mayer pulls into the tram lines, looks over to Joshua Cook, and we are racing for 12 minutes plus 1 lap here at PFI. It's a good start from both of the front. Oh no!
Josh Cook!
Joshua Cook, not a good second phase.
They're okay,
Spinners, but everyone's all right. No one hit the barriers, which is the best possible news from that situation. Oh, that's a real shame for Joshua Cook, who was looking for a strong finish.
He'd made a great start as well.
It means that it's an SPR 1-2. Because I think Moreau's come through to lead this race from Cormac, from Mayer. Josh Cormac, on his birthday, looking down the inside, stays in second place. But once again, Henry, a dramatic moment here in Minimax 950 as Mayer fights through into P2.
Yeah, there were 2 karts. It was the number 177, I believe, of Leo Livings, who also spun. Whoever, I will say this, OTK products get a bit of a slapping every once in a while because they tend to be built so that they can be replaced quite often, generally. They make very good brakes because both Cook and... Oh, you can't do that artwork, ladies and gentlemen. Because both Cook and Livings got on those anchors quickly and the kart stopped before they made contact with the barriers. Well done.
And well done to the drivers as well to think that through and go, yeah, just get on the brakes. Don't have any further incidents here down the inside. Look at this. This is going to be a good fight in this race. Ryan White, Tom Reed fighting over 6th place as Mayer looks down the inside of Moreau for the race lead. Has got through. Moreau points to Cormac, says, I'll follow you through for this part of the race, buddy. Look at Sebastian Behrman there in 4th place. Behrman, who just keeps coming back and back and back, had his breakthrough karting results at this place last summer when he took the GP plate for Micromax. Can't forget that this is still the first year of Minimax for Sebastian Behrman, and like last year, has had a very good second half of this season. Under the bridge, after the Bruno Ferrari S's once again, Josh Cormac looks to wind it up, looks to the inside. There's no speed there to draw alongside Alfie Mayer. Who else has had a good start in this race? Further down the field, George Quinlan up 7 spots in the Jax Motorsport Energy course. Up 10 spots is Jensen Walker for Sam Pollitt Racing. As through goes Ryan White on Nelson Taylor. That was for P5. Also gaining Maximilian Abrahart up 6 to 17th.
Now I wonder if we can have our first look at the championship point situation. We know that Emerson McAndrew is champion as we've got a new leader. It's Josh Cormac. Uren, Murrow and Mayer have got the tickets to the grand finals already. There are 2 tickets available. Ryan White on 598 points, 600 points, has the first of those 2 tickets. Tom Reed on 591 points has the second ticket. Austin Oman has 587 points and is only 4 points away from a ticket. It's not all bad news for Oman. He's still in a good position and is a problem. Oh my goodness me, how did the number 111 kart of Austin Oman save that?
Sebastian Behrman did well there also to see that coming and just open the steering a little bit to remain in this race. Nelson Taylor going wheel to wheel with Radcliffe there in the 125. Tom Reed back ahead now of Austin Oman. Austin Oman, who did go to the grand finals last year, if my memory serves me correctly, through the ROTAX Grand Festival. That's where he got his ticket after missing out in Micromax on the last day of 2024's British Kart Championship season. Good scenario here for Cormac and Murrow. Here's the battle for third. Oman pointing forward, saying, come on, let's get on with this. Oman trying to get down the inside. Oh, that got a little bit close with Tom Reed. Through steps Ryan White.
And that could be significant because Tom Reed needs to keep Austin Oman behind him. Oman still has a chance in the BNL karting series for a ticket, because I think he's second in that behind, I can't remember, behind one driver who's already got a ticket. So that is still a potential for Austin Oman. Tom Reed, though, the farmer, well, the farmer's got to get digging. He's got to get digging because he can't allow the 111 kart to get too clear of him. And back in front is Alfie Mayer in the 115 kart. Is that making a move?
It is indeed. 7 minutes to go of this race. Max Jolly's on the scene. We've not seen this kind of Max Jolly performance for a while, and it's a pleasant return into the top 6. White, Reed, Jolly, 4th, 5th, 6th. It's still at the moment in terms of those ticket battles. Reed holding on there, opening the door for his teammate Max Jolly. Ryan White's going to try and fight back there, but has the door closed in his face. Good racing there once again from Max Jolly. Here comes Behrman. Behrman down the inside. Mayer throws it in also to take position away from Ryan White. But again, we've seen so many races in Minimax 950, whether it be here at PF or in any of the circuits this British Championships have visited. This is the second half of the race where things are properly decided. Drivers, karts do have this ability through a little bit off the pace in the first half to just suddenly switch on song. 6 minutes of this race to go. Here is White at the moment looking like he's going backwards, but if he can hold position for me, Henry, and he can just get back into a rhythm, he still stands a good chance of taking one of those tickets.
Yeah, Ryan White, 596 points. Tom Reed, 594. And Austin Oman is on 592. Neither driver can afford to lose a position. Neither White nor Reed can afford to lose another position. If they lose another position, each of them, that could be the end. Austin Oman, he's the outsider. He has got to close a 2-second gap. Well, it's down. Oman can do no more. He's not going to close a 2-second gap to Cormac and Murrow. Can Josh Cormac win on his birthday? Riley Murrow to seal second in the championship. So, Austin Oman, now it's down to Tom Reed and Ryan White. They have to stand firm. That's all they can do. Max Jolly and Alfie Mayer. If Reed loses one position now, he loses his ticket. If he loses 2 places, he loses his ticket. If he loses 1 place, because the championship tiebreaker is based on the best position in the final race. So if Tom Reed loses 1 place, his ticket to Bahrain goes to Austin Oman, provisionally.
So just over 4 minutes of this final remaining. This is a great job from the Sam Pollitt Racing boys, who again, last year was the breakthrough year up into, the first division of kart teams at this level. This year they have more than consolidated their position at the top table. Right now they're sitting on a 1-2 finish to round off the 2025 season. There is Tom Reed in 4th place at the moment, looking nice and calm at the wheel at the moment, slightly closing in on Austin Oman. Here's a battle further down the order. This is James Roots trying to fight through. James Roots trying to get through past Harry Radcliffe there. That was for 13th place. Jensen Walker continuing to have a good run. Just ahead of them has gained 10 spots.
George Quinlan going well on the Energy Core chassis for Jack's Motorsports.
Maria Roberto's up a couple of positions as well on a net gain across this race, inside the top 20 right now. As Reed had a little look there. A little look to the inside of Austin Oman in 3rd place. The others are just being patient right now. Alfie Mayer at the moment is securing 3rd place in the championship. The top 2 are actually done, by the way. Riley Murrow has already got 2nd place secured and done, but Alfie Mayer looking to take the number 3 plate home from the Silverstone Awards. That's where the big awards party in November will be once again this year. Very much looking forward to seeing many of you there. 2 minutes and 45 seconds in this race to go. Here are your race leaders. Josh Cormack, Riley Morrow, absolutely superb job at the moment here, Henry.
Yep.
Their pace, 60.71, exactly the same lap time to the 100th last time around. Flying formation here in this part of the world. They are clear by over 2 seconds.
Reed had just passed Oman and now loses 2 positions. Tom Reed, and here comes Alfie Mayer. Oman does the crossover. Look for the O plate. Max Jolly getting involved. Tom Reed has now got 2 minutes. 2 minutes for Tom Reed. We'll wait for the point standings to adjust themselves, which they will do when they cross the line. Has that cost Tom Reed? Drop scores obviously going to play a part. Where's Ryan White? Ryan White is still in 8th position, and Ryan is on his own. Championship positions. Who is 5th? 5th is now Austin Oman. 5th is Oman. That's the ticket, and it's a tie break between Oman and Reed. Oman gets it by virtue of currently being higher. Tom Reed has to now make something happen for himself, and he's got his teammate Sebastian Behrman making his job that little bit harder.
He has indeed, so that's going to drop him a point back. That'll help though. Alfie Mayer steps down the inside of Austin Oman, so Austin Oman will lose a point now in the championship. They're back to a tiebreaker scenario, which would still go to Austin Oman because he's higher up the road in this last race.
I think that move, I think Oman has just lost another position.
Oh, that definitely will change it now.
Here comes Reed. Now we'll see the championship points. Forget it's 4th, it's 5th place we're looking for. 5th place, it's now Reed on 592 points. Reed is back on the plane to Bahrain. Who's going to win the race, so Andrew Mather? We don't yet know.
And we've had a couple of lead changes. It's gone back and forth between Josh Cormack and Riley Morrow in the last lap or so. Understandably, we're keeping with this battle for 3rd place as here comes Austin Oman down the inside on Max Jolly, but through as well goes Tom Reed, so they both net gain a position. Austin Oman now looking at 4th place. That would move him up to 594. This is going to be so close towards the end of this race.
Yep.
Keep an eye on those points. Final lap board is going to be out. Is it going to be a Sam Pollitt Racing 1-2 here today at PF International? Could it be a 1-2-3? They could still have a podium lockout here if Austin Oman can close in on Alfie Mayer and find a way through. It's the birthday boy leading, going on to the final lap. The points update for us, and at the moment it's still Tom Reed in the pound seat on the plane to Bahrain. 2 points is the advantage. Austin Oman can gain another point or so.
Austin Oman can gain another point if he passes Alfie Mayer. He needs to pass Alfie Mayer. Tom Reed. Does he
That's
push,
a nice attack.
Does he push Austin Oman? Well, one thing that Tom Reed could do, he could force Oman to defend. Force Austin to defend. It doesn't matter, you don't need to pass him, but don't let Jolly and Behrman get past you.
Josh Cormack leads into the last couple of corners. Is this going to be a great birthday treat for the driver of kart number 9? I believe it is. Round the final corner. Here comes Josh Cormack. Josh Cormack wins at PF International. It's a Sam Pollitt Racing 1-2. Riley Morrow with that 2nd place confirms 2nd in the championship. 3rd goes to Alfie Mayer on the podium for the 2nd time this season, as he was at Lark Hall. Austin Oman gave that such a good go in 4th place. But the 2 tickets through these national championships into the grand finals will go to, firstly, Tom Reed, 5th in this race, 5th in the final standings, and Ryan White, 8th in this race, 4th in the final standings. another 2 drivers are confirmed on Team UK for the ROTAX Grand Finals, but it's Josh Cormack on top, and he has been rapid all weekend. A great moment. What a way to spend your birthday. Into the pits will head the Scottish driver. It's his 2nd career win in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, or at a British Kart Championship title level for Sam Pollitt Racing as well. That is one of their finest performances as a team. A 1-2 for them, a 4th win in the history of Sam Pollitt Racing. And there, the congratulations for Josh Cormack, and good spirit there between the 2 teammates. It also moves Josh Cormack up to P7 in the final championship standing, so he improves on his seeding position from 12 months ago. Cormack from Murrow, Mayer from Oman, Reed in the top 5, Jolly, Behrman, White, Quinlan and Roots all in the top 10. Some good drives there from George Quinlan and James Roots. Quick congratulations there from Chloe McGill, the Scottish drivers sticking together, of course, in this paddock. Here's some of the highlights from that race. Good start for Alfie Mayer. Such a shame. Joshua Cook would have loved to have seen the Cookie Monster fighting at the front in this one, but a spin on lap 1 took him out of things. Mayer going on the attack to overtake Riley Murrow. Ryan White quietly, as he's been doing all season, got on with things, got the points necessary, will be on the journey to the Middle East. This was a scary moment there. Alfie Mayer just about keeping things under control. Sebastian Behrman doing very well to avoid any further incident. Alfie Ward having a good scrap with his namesake. And then this battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th kind of got itself into gear. The top 2 disappeared off the front of the order, and this was all about who would be qualifying through the National Championship tickets to the ROTAX Grand Finals, the biggest party in world karting, between the likes of Mayer, Jolly, Owen, all of them in there. Austin Owen getting back down the inside, fighting hard once again, but Josh Cormack took the race win, part of a great result for the team, with Riley Murrow on the podium and Alfie Mayer there as well. We can pass down to Parc Ferme. We're ready with our race winner, who's speaking to Henry Burnett.
As 12th birthdays go, I think that's not a bad way to end a day. Josh Cormack, you won your first race in the British Championship by an entire lap. You won your second race, the British Championship, by an entire kart length. Which one feels sweeter?
Probably this one, to be honest. It's a birthday present, it's my birthday, and I've won it. I don't know what to say, it was a really good race.
It's your swan song in this class. It's been a tough year. The best way to finish it is on top. You've done that. Describe the year that you've had and what makes the struggles you've had, what makes this moment a little bit sweeter.
So at the start of the year we didn't really have much pace in another team. We just didn't really get treated right, and then in this team they've treated us so well, and I don't know if I would have won that without them. I appreciate them so much.
You had a rear gunner, Riley Murrow, but you know, he's second in the championship, and you would have had him anyway, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't think I would have won that without him, so I thank him so much. Like, oh my God, he's such a good teammate.
Who have you got to thank? We talked a lot about the Falkirk Tyre and MOT's backed entry this year. Who would you like to thank?
Obviously them, my dad, my family, obviously Riley for helping me there, the whole team, Nigel from HRS, and Anderson for the media and all that, and everyone that supports me.
Excellent, congratulations, well done. Finishing his Minimax career on top spot, the birthday boy, Josh Cormack, well done.
Thank you.
Now, we've got our race winner, but we've also got our champion. We're going to swap one driver by P1. Another driver comes into P1. I'll move around here. Okay, now try not to check the settings on the rivals cars. Emerson, you sealed the deal at the end of heat number 2. You're now a double British kart champion. You've got some of your rivals here watching. What would you like to say?
It's been a great championship. been really tough with Riley in the points and that. Just a really good championship, really good racing, and it's just been a good good year really.
It's been a pretty good year. International trophy, you know, now you've done well in the in Europe, now British champion again. And there's a lot of people to thank. I want you to talk first of all about your older brother for a moment, because it was him that gave up his karting to let you go racing, wasn't it?
Yeah, he had about 7 years in it, so he thought it was my turn, and then obviously I stepped in a kart. It was pretty fast, and then from then on I've just been in the kart, and I'm really grateful for him for everything he's done for me. And yeah.
Now, the Minimax racing this year, best in the world in the UK, most competitive grid. The UK, you got your ticket to Bahrain through the International Trophy. You've now got 4 or 5 other drivers from the UK. That's unfinished business, isn't it, Bahrain? Because you've been close twice before.
Yeah, obviously there's been a lot of people going to Bahrain now. Obviously there's people already out there testing, like Spencer and Krakovic, so it's going to be difficult. Hopefully just get quick and then see what happens from there.
See what happens from there. Well, we have one thing to do. Gary Shiel from Jag ROTAX has got a number plate in his hand. And Gary, if you'd like to present our 2025 Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Minimax champion with the number 1 plate. And Emerson, what have you got to say?
What up?
There we go. Next race up, I think, is Senior? Senior. Oof.
Seniors indeed. Right, hold on to your hats, everybody. This is going to be a very tense 12 minutes plus 1 lap race. First of all, let's take you through the grid for this one, as Macaulay Bishop will start this race from pole position. Matthew Higgins alongside on the front row. Harry Bartle and Cian Geraghty, they go from row number 2. Lewis Goff and Matty Hingley start on row number 3. It's then Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hunter starting from row number 4. On row 5, Guy Cunnington. First final for Guy since Dunkerswell earlier on in the season, back from injury. Jamie Bruley as well, first final of the year, inside the top 10 for this one. Archie Walker in what for now is his last final as a Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships driver. He's on row 6, joined by Hugh Moulton. Row 7, Brandon Truman and the Charmander. Ewan Charman starts 14th. Harrison Crowther and Charlie Smith go from 16. Row 8 rather. Deacon Russell and William Antrobus from row 9. Miles Roby and Adam Wooden go from row 10. Mikey Walker and DeJean Bennett on row 11. It's Jack Lilly and Jack West on row 12. Row 15, Charlie Cox and Pearson Bullock Carter. Freddie Ingram and Kai Beach go from row 14. Row 15, Finley Jones and Joshua Graham complete the top 30. Sam Kelbrick completes the 31 strong field. Championship points, 623 for Matthew Higgins, 613 for Harry Bartle, but his max score, drops are in play, is 622. He cannot win the championship. For Lewis Gilbert, 7th place. Oh, this may actually already be done as we're getting the updated points here. We'll keep you up to date as the race goes on into the tram lines. Away we go for the last time this year in Senior Rotax. Good start from both of the DHRs. Oh, it's out straight away. 4 drivers, Ewan Charman's involved. I think Harrison Crowther possibly in there as well. All drivers okay, that's the most important thing, but out of contention in this race. Down the hill then, it's Bishop, it's Bartle, 1 and 2 at the moment. Higgins P3. By our provisional maths in the box before we receive this latest confirmation of points, a solid top 10 will do the job for Matthew Higgins. He's still got that 12th place from Warden Law in the heats in play. So as long as he's 11th or higher, whoa, was off the road there, goes the ultimate R machine of Matty Hingley. But that was on the basis that if Gilbert started this race from 6th, he didn't. He started this race from 7th. Either way, round to complete the first lap of this one. Macaulay Bishop, we know that this is his last race with the number 1 plate. He leads for now. This is his race at the moment. He wants to win it. Oh, but Bartle's on the inside, and Higgins steps through. Matthew Higgins takes the race lead. He doesn't care about top 10s. If he's going to compete in this race, he's going to compete to win this race. Into hairpin 1 they go. Decent lead at the moment for the 364. Bartle second, and it's Geraghty on the scene as well. Cian Geraghty up to third.
Yeah, great new view of the drivers sort of coming out of hairpin number 1 there. That would be on the old Question of Sport. Where are we? You wouldn't have guessed that was PFI from the angle. Like that, do like that. Alpha Live just continuing to reinvent how this sport is covered. But we have, I gotta say, that I won't say there was an air of inevitability about this. Matthew Higgins, he carried himself not with an air of arrogance, he never does. There was an air of confidence about Matthew Higgins. I'll take it back to my son who plays basketball at a very high standard. He said, Dad, there's something you can't describe where something's got to be done, and you know you're the only one with the ability to do it.
Yeah.
I would liken that statement to how Matthew Higgins has been failing. He knows what's got to be done, and he knows he is the only one with the amount of talent in his bag to do it. Macaulay Bishop drops to 5th position. I saw Lewis Gilbert before the start race. He went, and that is, and into a KR Sport Kart going for a spin, and Jack's Motorsport Kart collecting it. That would be,
I thought it was. It's Adam Wood in the 347.
Yeah, and the Jack's Motorsport Kart would have probably been Pearson Bullock Carter.
Falling down the order now as well. It's a real shame for Pearson because he's had a good amount of speed this weekend, but hardly any luck. Goes no further in this race. Well, look at this. It's a strawberry 1-2 at the moment between Bartle and Geraghty. Higgins in 3rd place. Very simple way of putting it. He knows if he stays ahead of Gilbert, he's definitely got this championship won. Right now, it's still a 10-point advantage over Bartle. It's a 16-point advantage over Lewis Gilbert because Gilbert needs more points to close in that gap. Bit of detritus on driver's left-hand side. Heading out to the Fullerton S's there.
And look at Harrison Crowther popping up into the top 10 on his 17th birthday. Yeah, there was a 70-plate Seat Ibiza parked just a little bit away from the Guy Cunnington Racing awning.
All weekend.
And Harrison was busy, walking past it, as he does. In the zone, or in whatever zone he was in, not realising that the keys to it was wrapped up and said "Happy Birthday, Harrison" on it, and On Point Media had a media moment themselves there, Harrison's mum and Harrison's dad there, they presented it, and he said, I might actually drive good now. Well, look at that. He's, I'm in a good mood, I might actually drive good now.
I did say to Harrison's mum,
Harrison Paul's doing very well.
7.5 minutes of this race to go then. Bartle leads from Higgins. There they are, 1 and 2. Lewis Gilbert is driving through the fields. I just think that this British title probably got away in the middle of the season for Lewis Gilbert. The round at Wilton Mill just took him off the gas a bit, that 15th and 8th. But I tell you what, he has literally got his head down to finish as high up the order as he can. Winner at Warden Law earlier in the season, of course. Was Bishop a bit wide there? Yes, he was. And through goes Guy Cunnington. Guy Cunnington up to P4. What a drive this has been from Guy Cunnington this weekend. I know I've been waxing lyrical about it the last 48 hours, but this guy could have just gone, you know what? I'll see you all in March 2026. I'll get myself fully rested up. That's the end of things for Guy Cunnington and Macaulay Bishop. They'll get back into the race, but be out of contention. Higgins is taking the lead. Higgins takes the lead, but Gilbert now steps through. Bartle throws it back down the inside. It's the top 3 in senior ROTAX in the British Championships for 2025. They're going to give us one last battle here at PFI. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. It's still Higgins' title, but that move puts Lewis Gilbert back into second place. But here comes Bartle down the inside. Gilbert shuts the door. Gilbert shuts the door to keep the race lead. Geraghty comes in, takes third place. Oh, hello, Kai Hunter. Of course you'd come into play as well in this one. Kai Hunter trying to secure a top 10 place in the championship, has taken fourth. And look at that, Jamie Pirilli's on the scene. They're all having one last greatest hits tour of PF International here. Matty Hingley throws it in, gets through past Ingram, back up to P9.
And all I'll say is that, obviously with Archie Walker's announced his retirement at the end of this year, but I do hope they all come back next year, because this class proves that karting is a sport within itself. It's not just a stepping stone, it is a sport within itself. And you've got all these names. I mean, these are box office names. People are watching from around the world. They tune in to this race. They tune in to see Gilbert, Higgins, Hunter, Bishop, names like that. And the veterans of the sport. Guy Cunnington still out there doing it, obviously out of contention now. Gilbert just said anything can happen. Now he just knows he's got to win the race. The Diamond of Dalry has to win the race, which he is doing. Lewis Gilbert, I think this could be... he's not winning anymore. Harry Bartle. And Harry Bartle now takes the second ticket. Don't sleep on Kai Hunter. Tied with 15 wins. He hates me mentioning it, but I've got to mention it. This is the first year in the modern era of the British Championship where Kai Hunter has not won a final. He does not want that to be a thing. He wants to remain the only driver in history to have won a race every season since the start of the modern era in 2019.
Down towards hairpin number one. Oh, here comes Harrison Crowther looking round the outside. Out onto the grass screed. On the inside now for hairpin number two with Walker, with Higgins, with Hingley. How have they all managed to get out of hairpin two without tripping over one another? Harrison Crowther's not too happy about what's happened through that last couple of turns, but at least he's still in the race. 3.5 minutes of this one to go.
I've noticed something. Remember earlier on we said, look at how Matthew Higgins is holding the steering wheel.
Yep.
He's now holding it as he would normally do.
Yeah.
Which I think means, do you know what, to heck with it, it's going to hurt, but it's worth it. He's now adjusted his positioning on the steering wheel, I believe, and yes.
He's still got the 5 points advantage. Remember, Bartle, 6:22, we said this.
That was a move, that was a move. I'm wondering if Higgins is starting to think, right, it's getting a little bit pressurised. Where has Matty Higgins dropped to?
8th. That's okay.
That's okay. It's not perfect. It's okay. And of course, that is if Lewis Gilbert... Bartle's... Can Bartle win this?
No. Bartle at maximum can score 6:22. Higgins has already got 6:23.
And so Gilbert's the only one that can stop this. So Gilbert's got to win. Gilbert has to win this race. At the moment, he is 1 point waste. At the moment, he's not going to. Bartle's just got this habit of doing enough. I mean, he's going to take the second ticket as things stand. Who is going to... I mean, there is Jack Lilly having a look in the pit lane, the bottom right-hand corner. Kai Hunter he's going to go out to Abu Dhabi with me on Thursday, with Reese Hunter, because the United Arab Emirates starts their season next weekend, and Kai will be racing in that, as Gilbert is just not quite close enough.
So Keane Geraghty's got a big role to play here, Henry. Not only as a rear gunner, but he's got a plus 5 second penalty from earlier on in this race. So Kart 379, Keane Geraghty.
Okay, right.
So Keane Geraghty, on most accounts, can't win this race, but he could definitely stop Kai Hunter from winning this race. He can act as a proper rear gunner to his teammate Harry Bartle. Less than 90 seconds on the clock to go. Round the bowl once again. Kai Hunter, if he wants to win this race, he got his first podium of the season yesterday. but he's not here to finish third. He's here to win races, pack up and send them home. Down into hairpin one once again. Garrity, a subtle little defence there. This is good teamwork, but here goes Hunter. Down the inside, had to make that stick, got the move done. Classic Kai Hunter up to P2.
One person cheering more than anybody else for a Kai Hunter win here is his partner, Amelia. Because if he wins, he finally shaves the moustache off that he has been growing. He thinks it's a lucky charm. That's the problem. He's superstitious, and he goes, no. Since I stopped shaving, I've done quite well. I've got a podium in BNL, what have you, so it's got to stay on. It's going to stay on until he wins a race.
I was going to say, Kai Hunter, the Life on Mars TV. Oh, that's a brilliant job. Life on Mars TV series from back in the day called It Wants Its Moustache Back. Yeah. 19 seconds to go. At the moment, though, Harry Bartle's kicking again. He's kicking again. He's building the speed up now, and here comes Cian Garrity to say he's got that +5, but he can do that. He can put himself back up to second place on the road. Lewis Gilbert checking over the shoulder there. At the moment, is not taking second place in the championship. That's going the way of Harry Bartle. It's 6 points the difference between Bartle and Gilbert. Time is up into Bobby Game corner for the penultimate time.
Well, let's go and I'll head down to pit lane to interview a winner and a champion.
So final lap board is going to come out now. Harry Bartle sees it, looking to take his second win of the year. First win, first podium visit it would be as well, since all the way back at Dunk as well, in the late spring and early summer. Round onto the bridge once again. Some good race speed from Gilbert. Hindley and Higgins, they would have wished this race was going on for another 4 or 5 laps. Hindley defends to the inside. I don't think Higgins is going to get involved in that, though, because he has a 7-point advantage in the title. He is putting more points on his championship tally here today. As I say, it was a 12th place that was the next score to be dropped. Now, what's happening there? Hunter points Gilbert through. That has got me a bit perplexed as to why that has happened. Hindley's going to go through as well, as Hunter got some kind of problem. But out of the final corner, Harry Bartle through the final 2 turns will take his second win of the year, will take second place in the championship and the place in Bahrain. But Matthew Higgins, from 2 weeks ago, a horrendous incident could have put pay to his season. It didn't happen for him 1 week ago at the World Championships, but here at PF International, a circuit where he's had so many successes over the years. GP plate winner, World Championship podium driver. He can now say for the first time he is Wera Tools Motorsport UK Senior ROTAX British Champion. The Welshman has had to fight back. He's had some really tough moments, not just 2 weeks ago, but in this title as well. And he kept fighting and fighting and fighting on, and has done the business here this weekend. He got going at Wilton Mill 3 weeks ago. That was a hammer blow to his rivals, and he's continued that form. He's not been 100%, of course, but he has dug deep to win the British title. And for the Higgins family, it is a 5th time that across all the various disciplines of motorsports in the UK that the Higgins family has won a senior title. Matthew Higgins, his senior Rotax championship is added to his father David, his British Rally championship, of course, and his uncle Mark Higgins as well, a 3-time British Rally champion. But this young man is a champion here in karting. Oh, and a little wink there from Matty. Job done, and you can see it has not been easy. He takes the glove off. That's the hand that has, and not, of course, not been 100%. But wow, what an effort. I say he had terrible luck 7 days ago in the World Championship final. The World Championship final, I reckon he would have been a real competitor in. But unfortunately, technical problems took him out of that one. He had to dust off that moment, get himself ready, get him back to the UK here. He'll move his cards, of course, towards scrutineering. There is the final scores There it is, 629 points the history books will read for Matthew Higgins. 7 points, the difference to Harry Bartle. A great first season. We shouldn't forget, Harry Bartle, first year in senior competition. The technical platform may be similar, but the racing is very different. Harry Bartle second in the championship, your junior Rotax. There's his father, David. And once again, it's not just 3 Dan Holland Racing titles this year. It's 3 DHR titles where the dads are on the tools. How about that for Matthew Higgins, who gets the applause from his rivals. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. There's a moment with Guy Cunnington, who was a big part of that race. Let's see how it went down. This was the race start. Macaulay Bishop led in the early stages. Harry Bartle straight up to second place. Unfortunately, it would not go the way for a number of drivers off the start. Brandon Truman, Jack Lilly, Aidan, Adam Wooden and Pearson Bullock Carter would all retire from this race. Higgins actually had the lead, of course, in the early stages. I think that was quite key. Going on the attack in the early stages, asserting himself within the group. And that was until, of course, Harry Bartle would then come through, take the race lead. Cian Geraghty. This was the end of things, unfortunately, for Guy Cunnington and Macaulay Bishop. There, Higgins fighting through back past Bartle. This was a great scrap. These 3 drivers have been fantastic all year. Lewis Gilbert, that superb weekend, of course, that he had at Warden Law. Third in the championship. The Scottish Craft Motorsport team can be very proud of the efforts that they have put in across the course of this 2025 season. Racing continued. Kai Hunter there, and I'm still not quite sure what happened there with Kai. It was a definite hand through to Lewis Gilbert to take third. But Bartle there, taking the race win. Higgins with 6th on the road, does more than enough to seal a first senior Rotax British title. He succeeds Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter. 3 DHR senior Rotax titles in a row. Let's hear what he's got to say down and with our race winner as well. They're all down there with Henry Burdett.
Down with Harry Bartle. Harry, you threw absolutely everything at that race. Mixed feelings with the win. You're not quite sure what's happening with the point situation. Cian Geraghty had a penalty, so we're not quite sure where that puts you in the championship. But considering that this year you haven't done much karting, it's been mainly, looking at cars to finish the season, your first season as a senior, with another win. That's got to make you happy.
Yeah, to say my first year in seniors, got probably by far the least experience, and part-time as well, to be honest. And so to finish second in the championship, obviously it's not what I would have wanted, but yeah, it's been a pretty up and down weekend. Yesterday was pretty awful actually, but today I just did what I could, maximise the result, and hopefully we come out well.
Yeah, well, we're not sure who's taking second because of the penalty to Geraghty, so you might have second. It might be Lewis Gilbert. We don't know that for 100% certain yet. Well, regardless of that, how difficult has it been for you this year to maintain the level of everybody else whilst sitting in a Jetta half the time?
Yeah, switching from one to the other, it's definitely makes things a bit more difficult. And to say I've not really done any testing this year, did 1 pre-round and that was it. And then, so I think I've done pretty well for myself, and looking forward to next year, whatever comes out of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's something about this grid with all the experienced names on it that you know that when you get in a kart and you're going up against the names in the top 10, that it's going to be a workout for you and that it's going to sharpen your skills regardless of what the main goal is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 16 racing multiple years older, so I think I've got a few more years to get the best out of karting that I can, and hopefully I can get into cars, but yeah.
Now, there was a moment in that race coming into the out of the Fullerton S's and down to the Bobby Game corner where you, Lewis and Matthew were all chopping and changing positions. Did you know that you could be more aggressive than Matthew could?
Yeah, obviously he's got a lot more to lose than I did. I had nothing to lose, so I was going for the win no matter what. So I went for it. Obviously I came out in front, so yeah, it went well.
It did go well. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank all of Strawberry for the year, supporting me for the last 2 years, and Cream Racing Engines for the power. Stu on the spanners, last 4 years have been great, and all my sponsors, everyone who supported me, and special thanks to Keane for last race.
Yeah, I think you had a rear gunner. Well done, Harry Bartle, finishing his first senior season on a high.
Thank you.
Now, we have one more champion to give the number 1 plate to. 2020 Junior Rotax British champion, 2025 Senior Rotax Wera Tools British karting champion, Matthew Higgins, the terror from Trefeglois. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Was it a bit more nerve-wracking than you had hoped it to be?
No, I was pretty calm in that final, to be fair. We knew what we had to do going into it. So yeah, I just had a job to do as normal and complete that job as I had to.
Now, believe it or not, the first Motorsport UK MSA title that your family won was back in 1997. I think your dad's had how many British Rally titles? 3.
3.
Your uncle? 1.
1.
That makes?
4.
4 plus 2 for you, that makes?
5. No, 6. 6.
I'm glad you can drive. They've all been done in different machinery as well. Obviously, how is the hand feeling? You've got one more mission in Bahrain, haven't you?
Yeah, it was good until Aidan Neat grabbed it before. But
only to congratulate you.
Yeah, but other than that, it's good. It'll be brand new by Bahrain. It'll be like a Rolls Royce.
It'll be like a Rolls Royce. Well, he's driven like a Rolls Royce. Tina and Gary Shield, they've got something to present to you. Our new Senior Rotax British champion, Matthew Higgins. Yeah, hugs and not handshakes for Matthew Higgins, and it just goes to show that can't keep a good person down, and even driving with a lot of pain in his wrist. There we go. Okay, well, Dan Holland Racing have just taken a clean sweep in Mini, Junior and Senior. We've already got our Junior champion crown, but for the final time this year, let's go back up one more race, Junior Rotax.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, indeed. The last race of the 2025 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships is Junior Rotax, their 6th final of the year. The grid for it looks a little bit like this. Charlie Wolfett has pole position for MLC Motorsport. He has Harry Freeman alongside him on the front row of the grid. Archie Lovett and Finley Buck, they go from row number 2. Jared Fox-Whiteley, is there going to be more heroics from the 222? Starts on grid 5, has got Jensen Chalk for company on row 3. Leon Hasty likes a win here at PFI. He starts alongside another driver who likes a win here at PF, Albie Lapper, that's row 4. Joel Dixon-Cohen and Noah Barron, they're on row 5. Sebastian Luch and Kian Bernard trying to win there from row number 6. It's Ryan Gandor and Matteo Palazzo on row 7. Ewan House and Ava Morris on row 8. Pierce Wade and Kai Clark go from row 9. Charlie King and Ellis Bell on row 10. Benjamin Baker and James Kell from row number 11. Josh Bomber-Smith and Luca Holmes-Ballack will be charging through from row 12. They're ahead of John Buchan, who did make it through to the final directly today. Starts on row 13 alongside Louis Radcliffe. Connor Large and Jack Beasley, they go from 14, and then your repercharge qualifiers, Sebastian Clark, William Archer, Zach Turner, Oliver White, and row 17, Alfie McBain and Samir Paul. So, for one last time this year, the title is decided, but all of these drivers want to end on a high. We are lights out and racing once again for the last time this year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Fast start, good start from our juniors. Charlie Wolfett leads in the early stages of this one, 3 wide, maybe 4 wide in places in the second half of the field. So they run over the Litchfield Bridge for the first time, heading down towards the first hairpin. Wolfett has the race lead. It's Archie Lovett there in second place. Archie Lovett, who 1 year ago was part of the World Championship field here for the FIA Championships. He'd love to finish the season with a win. Oh, there's a spinner in the middle of hairpin 1. We'll track who that was through in a minute. into Bobby Game Corner and to the Mike Wilson Complex. Finley Buck, I think, has been a bit delayed, but still running through sector number 2. Good scrapping going on there in the middle of the pack. I think it might have been Charlie King. Charlie King's not come through sector 2, neither has Benjamin Baker. But it's Charlie Wolford at the front of this field. Archie Lovett didn't have the best of second halves of that first lap, so Harry Freeman's all over his rear bumper, and here he comes. It's all getting a bit tasty because Leon Hasty down the inside takes third place away from Freeman.
Yeah, Leon, he wants to end his junior career on a high. This performance is elevating him back up to P2 in the championship. At the moment, the tickets would be going to Albie Lapper and to Jacob Ashcroft, already has his. Albie Lapper and Harry Freeman, who has passed Rayan Gandor for the second ticket. But of course, that's just a secondary thing. I have just been told that the Team UK race suits and all team wear, they have a white rose on them in memory of Jean Gravitz, who of course passed away earlier this year, the wife of John Gravitz, who of course set up the Jag ROTAX firm and the Jag ROTAX company, and have responsible for so many thousands of drivers heading to the track. As Fletcher Jameson on the live chat. What a pleasure.
Hello, Fletcher.
What a pleasure it is to see you on the live chat, Fletcher. I hope your recovery is going very well. We've still got a go-kart race to decide. Oh dear, that is a very, very second-hand looking Tony Kart, I have to say.
Yeah, it was the 244 of Conor Large. He's not come through sector number 1. 9 minutes of this race to go then. Wolford still leads this one for MLC by just over half a second. Archie Lovett in third. Jared Fox-Whiteley there in fourth. Well, at this stage of the race yesterday, it looked like Jared Fox-Whiteley and the Jacks Motorsport team had played a blinder with their tyre choice. They were 3 minutes out on it, but they want to put that right today. They want to get back on the podium. Right now, Jared Fox-Whiteley's done... Well, if there's a league table for overtaking this weekend, he must be pretty high up there. It's just going to get one more move done than Archie Lovett, and he's going to be looking at a third place here with 8 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. This is great news if you're Wolford and Hasty. They're pulling away. They're charging off the front of this field, as there is a move by Benjamin Baker into the top 25, I think. 8 minutes of this race remaining. Let's count them on through. Wolford still leads. I reckon Wolford and Hasty will just hold position right now. You can see Jared Fox-Whiteley there pointing to Archie Lovett to say, what's going on here? Let's get on at the road. We've got a third place to turn into a second, maybe a first if we can work together. Harry Freeman had a little go there. Of course, Freeman was first on the road yesterday, but had a +5 second penalty, so the win went to Albie Lapper. Jensen Chalk pulls to the inside. Fox-Whiteley's gone down the inside, takes third place. I like that. I like that a lot. As Archie Lovett's on the dirt there, coming out of hairpin number 1. Jared Fox-Whiteley had to make that move. Archie Lovett gave him the width of a full-size kart to make the move. Jared Fox-Whiteley spot on the brakes, spot on and turning as Matteo Palazzo's in the middle of it.
Palazzo! And there's a kart coming off the banking halfway down towards hairpin number 1. And driver is not out of the kart.
And I think there was another problem there for Matteo Palazzo through the Mike Wilson complex. Jensen Short gets the move done on Archie Lovett. Lovett tries to cut down and finds Harry Freeman right there. I think we've gone slow procedure.
We've gone slow procedure. Who is that? It is a Craft Motorsport.
I think it might be John Buchan, but John Buchan's fallen down the order.
Yes. Now he's already got the red flags out. Yep. Red flags are out. The red flags are out. Instantly, the karts are brought to a standstill, and we will get the ambulance. The ambulance, as the blue light is on, and the last cart comes to a stop. There's one more cart coming off the bridge, and they will move that cart to the side of the road. The ambulance is rolling now, and down there it's John Buchan. So we will wait to see now. Where were we in terms of the race pace?
Yeah, so we've got to the end of lap number 5, 6.5 minutes of this one remaining. Charlie Wolfett, your race leader from Leon Hasty. Jared Fox-Whiteley in 3rd. Archie Lovett 4th. Jensen Chalk 5th at the end of the 5th lap. Harry Freeman, Kai Clark. A good start there for Kai Clark, up 11 places in the early stages.
I'm going to say something now. That kart is in the worst possible position in terms of he is the maximum distance, John Buchan, away from any marshal post. Ryan, the marshal, Fletcher Jameson is watching. Ryan is the
incident response marshal.
The incident response marshal, who was first on the scene for the Zach Starbuck Fletcher Jameson crash at Kart Masters, first on the scene again. Now, we are not going to obviously show the incident. The ambulance and a number of medical staff are there watching. Jensen Hookie has just won the last round of the NKC. Well done, Jensen, on the live chat. We don't have any information to bring you about the free start procedure, when we're going to get the restart, and let's have it. Well, we'll run down the order at the end of the last completed lap, which was lap number 5.
Charlie Wolfett from Leon Hasty, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Archie Lovett, Jensen Chalk. That was your top 5. Harry Freeman, Kai Clark, Finley Buck, Ryan Gandor and Joel Dixon-Cohen. Joel Dixon-Cohen, the top novice, as in first full run for a full season in this championship. So that was your top 10. Ellis Bell, 11th. Sebastian Lusch, 12th. Keenan Bernard, 13th, ahead of Albie Lapper. James Keller had a good start to the race, was up 7 places to 15th. Joshua Smith, likewise, up 7 to 16th. William Archer was really on the move. One of the drivers from the repercharge. Up 13 places to 17th. Eva Morris, Ewan House and Louis Radcliffe, they were all in the top 20. Noah Barham, 21st, had some difficulties out there, falling down 11 spots. Pierce Wade, Benjamin Baker, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Oliver White, that was your top 25. Sebastian Clark, Charlie King, Zach Turner, Jack Beasley, Alfie McBain, thumbs up there from Leon Hasty. In a nice position. The drivers will obviously wait for further instruction from the race officials. So that was the top 30. Matteo Palazzo, Samir Paul. Samir Paul was further off the back but still running. Then the 2 drivers who had stopped. John Buchan, who's just getting the necessary help from the team here at PF. Conor Large was a retirement from earlier on in the race. A little bit of a pause here, obviously, at the circuit. We'll take a short break and be back with more very soon.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back, everybody, to PF International. If you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions in the last race of the weekend, Junior ROTAX 6th and final of the season. We'll give you more news as and when we receive it. A few personal thanks from myself as it's the end of the season. It's been great for myself and Henry once again to be covering these Wera Tools British Kart Championships, but we couldn't do it. We couldn't do our jobs without a huge team behind the scenes. So I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank a few of the people who make this show happen. Firstly, my thanks to Nigel Edwards, Dan Ashton, David Manchester, Ian Rogers, Yaz Manchester, and the whole officiating team who keep this show on the road, keep me and Henry and Nicole very, very well informed across the course of the season. So big thanks to them up here in race control and timekeeping. Similarly, down in the paddock, Louise Brown, Michelle, Claudia, all of the ladies who deal with the drivers, do a lot of the sign-ons, run a great ship down there in Race Centre, particularly for Louise Brown, a great first year succeeding Danielle Short as Championship Coordinator. And happy birthday to Danielle, who's in the paddock. Quite a few karting birthdays here this weekend. On the media side, big thanks personally and from our team here to Adam Gums and Fraser Gladsby. Brilliant job from them on lots of the photography and videography that you see on the social media channels. They do all of that. They're two very talented young gentlemen, but they're also our secret eyes and ears for a lot of the things that are in the paddock. They often feed news back to myself and Henry.
That'd be Fraser and Adam.
Fraser and Adam. They've been absolutely invaluable this year. Of course, we stand in a box. We're two idiots with microphones on, but we talk over a load of pictures that are brilliantly captured by our Alpha Live crew. Too many names to mention. We'll be here till 2026 for all of the folks involved. But particularly, I would like to thank Daniel Wagstaff. Daniel has been on pretty much every single event this year. He is often our runner. He is our man tearing around the site to keep things running here on a Thursday as well, helping our main man James Fitchew to our right, our producer, keeps us two in check.
Well, he tries to.
He tries to.
Has more success with one than the other, shall we say.
But he's also the man who does all of your camera cuts and does an absolutely fantastic job. It's been once again a real pleasure to work with Alpha Live.
I will say that Alpha Live continue to redefine, up the ante, and produce better karting coverage than is ever had in the history of the sport, and are the best. And I can say this because I've worked with everybody. With age comes experience, and I will say that they are the best at this anywhere in the world, and they just continue to get better.
They do indeed. Big thanks, of course, to Minna Lane, the marketing and media manager.
Joking, only Minna,
so Minna does a lot of the work.
Branding.
For the branding, and work
stickers,
with us behind
branding.
the scene. Thanks, of course, to Dan Parker, karting manager for Motorsport UK.
Yes.
Not just for saying, come back, have another go, signing us off to be in the box once again. But again, keeping us well informed with everything that's going on. And then, as I say, this was a personal list of thanks from myself at the end of the year. Big thanks to Piers Pryor, who's been with us for several rounds this year, doing some great work. It was great to call racing at Warden Law with him earlier on in the season. Nicole Sutherland. Nicole's not with us this weekend. She's been pinched by that dastardly Anthony Jordan.
What?
I know.
Anthony Jordan's pinched Nicole? Someone call HR instantly.
So they're in Slovakia this weekend for another championship. But yeah, I said it last year at Three Sisters. It's been a pleasure working with Nicole, seeing her continue to develop. She's not going to be around here for much longer because someone else is going to take her away.
Can't wait to watch a Formula One Grand Prix with Nicole Sutherland and Alice Powell on commentary duty. That is something that I'm looking forward to seeing in the future, because they're both the leading lights, and Abby Pulling as well. There's a lot, the young...
Jamie Chadwick was on interview duties, or is on interview duties this weekend.
Can't wait to see that race with Nicole and Alice as the Formula One commentators. It's going to happen.
And last of all, I kind of had to put him in, didn't I? To you, mate, to Henry. Thank you so much for all of your help this year. When I moved on from engineering a few years ago, it's because I wasn't having fun with it, and I wanted to have fun with life.
Yes.
Every time I come to one of these meetings, it's so much fun with you, mate.
Thank you very much.
I think we'd like to try and do a good job and keep on top and keep everybody informed at home. So thank you once again.
Oh no, my pleasure. Yes, I wouldn't say that I'm the best person to for anyone to model life on, but you only get one go round on this planet. So while you're here, you may as well have fun while you do it.
And of course, thank you to you, the viewers at home.
Because
you,
the viewers, you.
So without you guys, we wouldn't get paid. They wouldn't come back.
They pay you?
Well, sometimes.
What?
But no, thank you everybody for watching. There's still plenty of racing to go across the course of the season. Here on Alpha Live, with us too, with other organisations as well. The season ends for the British Championships here, but it definitely doesn't end for karting.
You and you. By the time that the 2026 Wera Tours season rolls around, a number of these drivers, I'm convinced, will be champions in the IARMY Warriors final, the Rotax Grand Finals, maybe even Supernats in Las Vegas with sort of Alpha's sort of cousins, at Kart Chaser in the USA. The ambulance has left the circuit, so again, it's a huge thing. But not only that, Carlos Fuels, all the officials in the camera rooms, out on circuit, in the tyre bay area, that keep this, circus rolling, as it were. Now, the ambulances have left the circuit. John Buchan is in one of them. The drivers are sat in their karts.
1.5 laps warm-up is what I've just heard in my ear. As I say, the team keepers really, really well informed here to the second of what is going on out there for the drivers. So they'll be getting themselves in the zone for the resumption of this race.
Someone just said Mangoes. I mean, 6'7", tough. Has just said, got to get down myself to Rob Dodd's School of Casting, Forest Edge. Get me on comms for round 8 of that, in between, I think, when is it? Because I got next week. That's the one thing. Abu Dhabi next week, then Campillos, then Las Vegas, and Abu Dhabi again, Belgium. Can I fit a squeeze? Can I squeeze Forest Edge in? I mean, you would, wouldn't you? You
Why
would,
not?
Wouldn't you? But no, It's it's been great. It's been good. I've flitted in and out as I usually do. I was ill around. So, but we have got a restart, ladies and gentlemen. That was a world-class fill, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Mather, a world-class fill there. First week of next month. Oh, Mango 6'7", tough. Oh,
where are you?
Campillos in Spain.
Oh, well.
Christy Jimenez and the Campillos 30 hours. Oh, sorry.
It was 6.5 minutes.
Yes,
it'll be a super short heat, effectively, for this final. Charlie Wolfett, did a great job before the red flag of extending his advantage. The trouble is he's got to do it all over again now.
All over again. Right, well, he's going to, you know, grip that gold chain tight, and we're going to go again. At the end of this race, I'm going to go down to interview the winners. And then, here at the circuit, we have yesterday's podium and today's podium and the giving out of the tickets to Bahrain. We hope that John Buchan is okay. He is with the medical staff, and we will carry on. The restart order will be...
Charlie Wolfett will take us back to green after this warm-up lap. Leon Hasty there in second place. Jared Fox-Whiteley in third. Archie Lovett, Jensen Chalk, Harry Freeman. We take us down to sixth place. Kai Clark made up 11 places in the early stages. There is the championship situation. Ashcroft got the job done yesterday. Great performance. Those 2 fifth places, more than enough to seal the deal. He ran qualifying this morning to pick up his 20 bonus points for attendance at every single round. Leon Hasty at the moment holds second place in the championship. That's switching at the moment between himself and Albie Lapper. Kai Clark fourth, Harry Freeman fifth. Very close, actually.
Someone's trying to get me into trouble.
Again?
Yeah, they're trying to get me to say avocado, avocado, 67, 67. I like pomegranates. I'm going to say pomegranate, 67, 67, 67. Carry on.
Carry on.
Yes.
6.5 minutes will be ticking in a minute. Charlie Wolfett at the moment can hold on to this. Finished sixth in the championship. Noah Barham seventh in the standings. Ryan Gandor, Finley Buck, and Teo Palazzo. That's your top 10 in the standings. But here we go then. Charlie Wolfett will take us back to the green flag. Away we go for 6.5 minutes. The last final of the year in junior Rotax. It's a solid start for Wolfett, who leads through the first couple of corners. Up onto the bridge. Where does Leon Hasty try and make the move? Jared Fox-Whiteley there as well in third place. There's a move from the 227 of Ryan Gandor.
I've got to say, the sun is now low in the sky. You can see the shadows. Oh, somebody goes off
Finley
and
Buck
parks it in the barriers, gives the kart a kick. It looked like it could have been an ultimate R kart. Visibility is now going to say is now going to be a problem, because you're going to, especially, well, the sun coming down the main straight into the Bruno Ferrari S. It's just we don't want to have a problem with visibility, but you can see that there. Now, we're not going to be seeing any more bits of brain rot. Thank you very much, Rossi Costello. We're going to talk about some go-karting.
Through the first couple of corners, it was Finley Buck off at hairpin number 1. Yellow flags are out at Marshall Post 5, just for a bit of a barrier readjustment.
Now, has that cost Finley Buck 10th place in the championship?
Yeah, I think it has. Archie Lovett is now up into 10th place. There is Archie Lovett on the attack on Leon Hasty. So Leon Hasty's lost position here, has he? No, this is, sorry, a little bit further down in the order. Jensen Chalk at the front of this group that pretty much goes from, where is Jensen at the moment, 5th place, all the way to the back. That's getting a bit close. There is the 231 of Finley Buck, safely positioned out of this race, going no further. On the inside, nice move there from Harry Freeman. Harry Freeman, well, we said it with Albie Lapper, didn't we, across the course of the season, how much he's improved his racecraft. I'm going to give the same hat tip to Harry Freeman this weekend. Yeah, it's not been a perfect weekend, but it's been much better. Quite regularly we've seen Harry Freeman at the front, but then often fall down because of a +5, or others here. Not such the case here this weekend, although he's right in amongst it once again. These KR Sport drivers have quite often fought each other pretty hard.
And I got to say, at the moment, Charlie Wolfett, MLC Motorsport, change for second. Archie, no, that would be, who was that in P2?
Jared Fox-Whiteley.
Just Jared Fox-Whiteley. Now look, at the front there. Sorry, we're looking further down the path there. I was going to say Charlie Wolfett in the MLS. He's got a crash helmet that looks awfully like Jensen Chalk's crash helmet. Oh, that's because it's Jensen Chalk we're looking at. Because Wolfett has gone, Fox-Whiteley has gone. Lovett has gone, Hasty sort of gone, and then there's a big gap back to Chalk, Freeman and the rest.
Fine Gandor had a bit of a leery moment out of Bobby Game corner, got all on the curb, lost a position for his troubles. Under the bridge they go.
Charlie Wolfitz, I said the last time it was Kimbolton 2021. Daryl DeLeon, who won the Junior X30 final for MLC Motorsport. They have had podiums since then. They have not stood on the top step. Jax Motorsport won a final at Warden Law in Micromax last year with Sebastian Behrman. Somebody goes for a spin at the back. That's the number 237 Kart Bomber Smith. But since then, they have not stepped on a podium. And I said Matteo Palazzo, you know, he richly deserves something. But also the other driver that richly deserves something is Jared Fox Whiteley. There they go. Oh, can you get colourful silhouettes in the...
I think we got pretty close to one there.
Yeah.
Fox Whiteley down the inside takes second place away from Archie Lovett as out of the race is the 299 Coles machine of Zach Turner. He's had a tough day, came through the repercharge, of course. Hasty's had a go, still side by side with Lovett. Of these four drivers at the front, only Leon Hasty has had a podium so far this season. Charlie Wolfett is breaking away from the rest. Tell you what, Jensen Chalk and Harry Freeman are coming back here.
Yeah, this could be a really good end to season for Chalky. Yesterday, Jensen had a massive boost. His ex-coach, his ex-guy, team boss, Billy Olbone, took the time out to come up for the day. Billy doesn't really work in karting much anymore, but when he's got a very good relationship with Jensen, and when Jensen says, oh, look, might need you, Billy will drop everything and come and spend the entire day working. As we've got a new second place driver, that would be Leon Hasty. So Jensen at the end of a row, here goes Jared Fox Whiteley back up the inside. He's not playing about, is he?
No, really good.
Jensen's got a spring in his step because he had a day with Billy Albone yesterday, and look at that. He's on course for the ex-Micromax Grand Finals champion, on course for potentially a good result.
Hasn't had a top 10 in a final so far this season. Yesterday was his best result of the season so far, P14, 45 seconds to go here. Charlie Wolfett, what a drive this has been today. We are going to listen to Henry Gregory more often at the start of a weekend in terms of what he thinks his driver can do. Here goes Leon Hasty down the inside, takes second place into the Bruno Ferrari S's. And look at this, the rest of the pack, Chalk, Freeman, Clark, Bernard, Luce, Lapper, they're all in here. This is what, a 9-10 kart battle for two places on the last podium of the season.
Look at Leon Hasty's, I don't know, well, Leon's saying, come on, have a go at me if you want. You're not going to get past me. They build them tough up in Scotland. Wee Jimmy's lad is in P2. Oh, and there is Jensen Chalk's chances of a podium. They go into dust there as he carries on. It's now Fox Whiteley and Lovett who are chasing Leon Hasty.
I'm a little bit concerned, though, about Leon Hasty's front fairing. I thought I could hear a front fairing skitting around on the effects camera, and it just looks a little bit too much compliance there for me for an O-plate, but we'll wait and see what the officials log. It's always a bit tricky for us in the box. It can be a bit deceiving, particularly with the newer aero and body kits. But Leon Hasty's going to try and hold on to this second place on the road. Charlie Wolfett is clear and gone. What a result this would be for the MLC Motorsport team. Jared Fox Whiteley trying to find a way through for second place. At the moment, he's still holding on to a podium, and that might be a key move behind, because Lovett and Freeman have gone to war over fourth place. Fox Whiteley trying to get the cut back. That's well controlled by Leon Hasty there in P2. But Charlie Wolfett is away and
that could
gone.
be significant, that move there from Archie Lovett. That could be really significant. Then Jared Fox Whiteley has a nibble at Leon Hasty. Charlie Wolfett, gold chain. Charlie wins for MLC Motorsport.
What a result there for Charlie Wolfett, who has destroyed the field here today. Twice he's had to extend a lead. He wins this one by 3.5 seconds after that red flag in the middle part of the race. Leon Hastie second on the road. Another good drive from the O-plate holder. And Jared Fox-Whiteley, he was 3 minutes away from a miracle yesterday. It's not a race win, but it is a first podium of the season for Jared Fox-Whiteley and for Jax Motorsport. That will please Jax Motorsport big time and put a big smile on the face of Fletcher Jamieson, I'm sure, at home as well. P4 in the end here today for Archie Lovett. With that, Lovett moves into the top 10 in the final championship standings. Kai Clark, great drive, up 13 spots to 5th. Harry Freeman 6th. 7th, Cian Bernard. Just ahead of Albi Lappa in 8th. Matteo Palazzo fought back to P9 in that one. That's a great drive back from Palazzo in the second half after after the red flag. 10th place for Sebastian Luce. That's a positive end to the season for the Sam Pollitt Racing 236. Jensen Chalk 11th. Luca Holmes-Ballack. Next up, William Archer, Ellis Bell, Ryan Gantor, all in the top 15. In 16th place, James Kell, Ewan House, Charlie King, Ava Morris, and Noah Barham. They're all in the top 20 here today. There is a good big smile on Henry Gregory's face. Charlie Wolfett taking the race win. Big hugs as well for the MLC Motorsport team. This is a big result. We talk about results that have been coming, results that have been knocking on the door. And I tell you what, I'd count Charlie Wolfett in that, because at times Charlie has been rapid this season, but hasn't had much in the way of luck. For MLC Motorsport, it's their 3rd win in the Vera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. And I say it moves him into the seeded positions for the end of the year, which provisionally at this stage look a little bit like this. Jacob Ashcroft, P1, 648 points. Leon Hastie, 2nd, 603. Albi Lappa, 3rd, 598. Kai Clark and Harry Freeman in the top 5. Charlie Wolfett, 6th in the end in the British Championship this year. And I should stress, these results are provisional, of course. It's very tight, actually, in this run from 3rd down to 7th. Barham 7th, Gandor 8th, Palazzo and Lovett complete the top 10. Let's have a look at some highlights then for the last time here this season. This was the race start. Charlie Wolfett controlling things from pole position. Clean start through the first couple of corners. A couple of spins. Jack Beasley, I think Charlie King going round there. Through the first hairpin. Bright starts for a number up and through the field, including Leon Hastie. I can't forget that Leon Hastie had to start from the back of all of his heats earlier on today. That was kind of large out of the race. Matteo Palazzo, this was all before the red flag, which reset the field, of course, and we went again for 6.5 minutes. And that lead that Charlie Wolfett had established, he had to work to get it back, and then he went even further. Pierce Wade having a bit of a moment there on the exit of the Mike Wilson complex. Harry Freeman's put in some good overtaking across the course of this weekend. Joshua Smith unfortunately had a spin there and a bit of a tangle off of hairpin number 2. Good fight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th between Fox-Whiteley, between Hastie and Lovett in there as well. On the road, at least, Leon Hastie taking that one. Jensen Chalk, another one of those drives for a driver where it was far more positive than the final result shows here. I was just missed out on the top 5, but it was a win for Charlie Wolfett, taking it by 3.5 seconds ahead of Leon Hastie. Let's head down once again to Parc Fermé and over to Henry Burdett.
What a way to end the season. End it with a bit of style, with a bit of gold. Charlie Wolfett, it has been a long time coming. I believe the last podium you had in this championship was when you were in Honda Cadet. Talk about that race and how you had to refocus during the stoppage and go again.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really tough race. We got a really good start. Got away at the start, and then obviously the red flag. So we just had to keep calm during that, and then obviously got another really good start. And then just, I didn't actually see what happened, but I think a lot of people battled behind, which gave us that really big gap, so it helped. So
there was a really big battle going on behind. I've got to say that they were, of all the scenes that we've had today, the MLC Motorsport team, Force Motorsport, the whole crew, Mike Spencer up on the viewing platform towards him, and there were some absolute scenes going there for you. Talk about joining this team, what MLC Motorsport are like, because I believe this is their first win in the British Championship for over 4 years.
yeah, I mean, it's a really good team. It's a little team. It's not one of the really big teams, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it's a little team, and Lee's really good, and everyone, Mike, especially Henry, everyone that's helped me throughout this year, Ollie, it's just been amazing.
Now, you know, Henry Gregory told us at the start of the day, Charlie Wolfett will be on top of he will be top of the session. You were on top of the most important session, this one, the last race of the year.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a really good way to end the year, to be fair. So, yeah, just like to thank Henry, Mike, you know, all the days that Henry and me have been on track around here, and obviously around my home track. Henry, Mike, Lee, Ollie, just everyone that's helped me throughout the year.
Exactly, and you've got a nice new nickname to go with it that you're playing up to. What have you want to say to all the Gold Chain Charlie fans out there?
Let's get it.
Well done. Congratulations to Charlie Wolfett. Charlie, I know you're going to have to go and say thanks. You've got your parent, you've got your dad, and you've got other members. But we've got one more #1 plate to hand out. We're waiting for Jacob Ashcroft to appear. My colleague Andrew Mather, I think, will come down. Here is Jacob. Well, we have one. Well, we've had today's 3 commentators in there. So Jacob, you did some commentary. Andrew, will come to you in a minute. First of all, we spoke yesterday. How has it sunk in now from yesterday to today?
Not really sunk in yet. I mean, just still embracing the feeling of being British champion. I've been chasing that for a few years now, and yesterday I've just had a pretty chilled out day watching racing and being a commentator. That was quite cool. It
was quite cool what we do. How did you? Okay, I'd imagine this is probably the first day that you spent at a kart track where qualifying is the only thing. What have you how have you coped with just like watching? Have you been itching to get out there, or just what have you been trying to do during the day?
Try and keep myself busy. I've been watching some racing, watching the old karts. I forgot what they're called, F100s.
Watching them?
Yeah, watching them go around. They're quite cool, and yeah, doing a bit of commentating. That kept me busy for like half an hour, and yeah, just been enjoying the racing. I wanted to be out there, but I'd rather be the British champion than use any risk or anything like that.
Exactly. Well, congratulations. We said we got Bahrain to come, but Gary from Jag will come in and hand you the #1 plate. And so, how many you've been to the grand finals? 3 times, and you have had a third, a second, and a first. Is that right?
That is correct.
That is correct. Third, second, first. Ukyo Sasahara is the only driver to have 2 junior grand final championships, but he did it with a year in between. No one's ever repeated.
Well, hopefully it's going to be me.
Hopefully it will be you. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Wera Tours British karting champion in junior Rotax, Jacob Ashcroft, completing 3 out of 3 for DHR. I think that's now 15 British titles in the modern era for the powerhouse of British karting.
That's pretty good.
It is pretty good. There we go. Thank you very much, Jacob. Thank you. Andrew, you have watched every lap of every race this year. The only person on the broadcast team that has been here every lap of every race is Tina and Gary. And I've got to say again, we talk about how Tina and Gary Shield, their mum Jean, they will be with all the drivers in Bahrain with a white rose on the race suits. last season was brilliant. This is now your second full season. It gets better, doesn't it?
It gets better and better every year, and just to go, I think Micromax today, this sport continues to just surprise. You never know what you're going to see when you're in the box with this championship in particular. Well done to all of our champions. I think every single one of them thoroughly deserve to add their names to a great roll of honour that will continue to grow for many, many years to come.
Just, you won't have seen this because you were coming down from the commentary box, but talking about Micromax, one driver that was smiling and standing by the gate to come in to congratulate Charlie Wolfett was Benedictus Masiokas, who of course was one lap away from being a British champion. The devastation turned into, okay, we go again. These youngsters, they're very resilient, aren't they?
And yeah, I think it's one of the things that this championship is really good, to give the drivers the opportunity to have another day, and that's the, maybe the downside sometimes with racing, that you can't have everybody. It's not thank you for turning up, here's a medal for everybody. There has to be one winner, and by definition you have to have a number of people who don't win. But yeah, Benedictus has had a great season. He's one of my most improved drivers. I've been watching Benedictus race for a good few years, and when he had that performance here for the O Plate, when he had that great weekend for Warden Law, it's like, wow, you've turned up a bit of pace. He just fell short there in that last race, but he'll be back.
Now, during that stoppage, and we do understand that John Buchan is awake in the ambulance, you were able to give your own personal thanks. What are your final thoughts on 2025?
Again, just the depth. I mean, we saw it last weekend. We had our last race with the Miami classes and Honda Cadet the week before, and then a lot of eyes turned to the World Championships. I had the pleasure of doing the voiceover for that, and it was watching that senior race. Your names such as Zach Drummond, Aston Sharp, Joe Turney, where did they all start? Right here. Noah Baglin as well, World Junior World Champion.
He started his world title just over there at the end of the last lap of last year's World Championship.
And talking to some of the, there's a lot of talk this weekend about what are drivers doing next, what are they doing for 2026. I'm really glad to hear that there are murmurings, there's discussions. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but at least that there are discussions going on with very talented drivers in this paddock by big teams, not based on money, based on talent.
Yes.
That's the most important thing.
That's progress.
That is progress. We want more. The money game side of things, we both want to see, be less of a factor in the sport. But, I'm a Sheffield United fan. I have no hope in other sports. I have hope in this sport that we're moving in the right direction.
Yes, and as a Cardiff City fan, I completely agree. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for keeping me on the straight and narrow, making sense of it all this year. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. What started back in April with Event 1, we have traversed this nation from the north of Scotland to the south of Devon and lots of places in between. 10 events, 500 odd drivers, guest classes. We have our champions. The 6th season of the modern era of the Wera Tools British Championship comes to a close. The shutters are down. There are so many people to thank. Obviously, Wera Tools, Demon Tweaks, Marsh, Kart Sim, but they provide the sponsorship, wonderful, Carlos Fuels, but the people. And again, not just the high-ups, the Dan Parkers, Louise Richardsons, the Claudias in race control, or the stewards, Nigel Edwards, Dan Ashton. No, the people in the tyre bays, the people who go out and clear the circuit of litter every night, the people that come week in, week out, that paint tyres so the trucks look good, that stand on marshal posts in all kinds of weather, and those who then just make sure that every nut and bolt is as it was when this multicoloured, multinational circus moves on to its next venue. When the Wera Tools British Championship returns in 2026, there will be champions once again. Some drivers will go off and win Miami Warriors finals, championships, ROTAX Grand Final championships, Las Vegas Supernuts, who knows what else. And then we'll return, our family will be back together. You can join us, because without you there would be no British Championship, so thank you. Good night.